Lux presents...
A happy time. A week after Germany had surrendered and a wonderful actress named Ingrid Bergman stood wide-eyed in front of a microphone and spoke of that strangest of wonderful mornings, that strange morning when mankind had hope once more.
From Hollywood, California, the Mutual Broadcasting System, in cooperation with the United States Treasury and the Hollywood Victory Committee, brings you a special broadcast starring Miss Ingrid Bergman and written and directed by Arch Oboler. The special musical score is by Gordon Jenkins.
This program is dedicated to you who know that any future sacrifice you make for the rest of your life, be it every worldly possession you own, can never equal the price paid by the man who died to bring you victory in Europe, who will die to bring you victory in Japan.
This is a story of victory. It was born in the air battle of Britain. It grew through Stalingrad, Tunisia, Cassino, the beachheads of Normandy, up the Rhone Valley across France, through the Siegfried Line. This is the story of victory.
Japan. Here we go. Well, if I could get into a B-29, I wonder how soon my division will head for home.
I like a crack at the jack.
Oh, what are you going to do? Put a 75 on your wheelchair?
Funny man, I'm going to be out of here in a week.
Hey, who told you? Hey, listen, you guys. They say that Stalin flew to Berlin.
Ah, it's Kettlebutt, Fred. It's Kettlebutt, as they say in the good old Navy.
Hey, here comes Miss Stewart. Hey, good fellow, Brigida Jolly, good fellow, Brigida Jolly, good fellow. No, you can't do that.
Not so noisy the rest of the hospital. How about a B-Day date, Scotty?
Oh, the heck with the date. Let's get married.
all right. Hey, here comes the doctor.
For he's a jolly good fellow, for he's a jolly good fellow.
At ease, man. At ease. After all, this is a hospital and all this excitement, you know.
Well, Doc, how soon can I get out of here? My squadron will be moving to the Pacific. How about me?
Oh, no, wait a minute, Doc. Man. Now, supposing you have one more song, and then all of you back to your own wards.
Oh, but Doc, Germany got out of the war.
Okay, fellas, he's the doctor. One more song, he says. How about Happy Days Are Here Again?
Oh, it's very exciting, isn't it, Doctor?
Yes, Miss Stewart.
I'd hate to take their temperatures now. They waited a long time for this. Oh, Doctor, did I say something wrong?
No. I was just thinking that no one has told them.
Them?
I don't know how. Go into their rooms and announce that it's over. I don't know how.
Should I?
These men, they know that soon they'll be with their own outfits or going home. Those others.
Doctor, I said, may I tell them?
You?
Yes, please.
All right. Thank you, Miss Stewart.
Who is it? It's Miss Stewart, Freddie. How are you?
I'm all right.
May I sit and talk to you?
I'd like that.
Thank you. Sleep well last night?
Yes. I was hoping you'd come in.
I'm sorry I couldn't come in sooner. There's been all sorts of excitement.
Excitement?
Mm-hmm. You see, Freddie, it's finally happened. Germany's out of the war. Freddie, did you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, I thought you'd like to know.
Yes, thank you. Did it rain last night?
Yes. Yes, it did.
I thought I heard rain. I guess they're underwater.
What?
40 acres down by the creek. My father tried to drain that land ever since I was a pup. It's full of cattails and frogs. One bullfrog, he must have been a foot across. I called him Sitting Bull. We could hear him all the way up to the house. Mother said he was better than the church organ. You know something? We drained a swamp at Saipan. In 3 days, the forts were landing there. 3 days. And my dad's been trying for 20 years. So I was good on Saipan. You planted a seed, and overnight it was up. We had almost 5 acres. Even tomatoes and corn. I was in charge. It's so funny.
What, Freddie?
Lying here, all I think about are things like that. Green things and black dirt. That's very funny. Back home, I never paid much attention to it. I did my chores. That's all. But now I only seem to want to remember what was growing. I don't know why I think about it. I just do. Maybe it's because now that it's so dark all the time, I've got to think about things growing in the sun. Maybe it's because that was the most wonderful thing I ever saw. That the earth was good even on an island in the middle of the ocean. Did you say it was victory?
Yes.
If I get home, I can help my father. I can show him how to drain the land. I know how to do it now. 40 acres. There'll be so many more to feed now.
Yes, ma'am.
I've something to tell you.
I know.
You do?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, but how?
Through the window, I can hear him singing. It can only mean one thing, or am I wrong again?
No, the word just came.
That's great.
Yes.
The doctor told me not to turn my head. Are you sitting down?
You want me to?
If you have time.
Of course.
Because it's today, will you tell me something?
Whatever you want to know.
How long will I be here?
I don't know.
Honestly?
Yes, Sam, honestly.
I didn't ask for the reason the others do. I asked because I want to know how much longer I can stay here.
Stay? Here?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, you want to go home.
No, ma'am.
Oh, but why? By the time you're released, you'll be all right. New healthy tissue, heart, hardly a scar.
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me, Sam.
What good would that be?
Do me some good, perhaps. Of all the boys on this floor, I've known you the least. Is it your family?
No. I'd like to be with them.
Oh, Sam. Because it's today. Please tell me.
When I was born, I had all the world. Yeah. Little black baby only in the world. I lost it fast. Get out of the way, nigga. No black boys wanted. You know the story. Soon I wasn't even in the world. Then the army. Well, maybe a crazy hour. I thought it was part of things again, but when do I have to tell you? And then that Nazi floating around up there saw me in my oil truck riding the Red Ball Express. He went into a dive and got me in his sights and pressed the trigger, and then there was nothing. But all at once there was. I was in a bed, others all around me. And nobody said, "Get out, black boy, one side nigger." Somebody said, "Nice going, fella." And the guy next to me stuck a cigarette in my lips, and somebody else lit it. And I was back in the world again. I've been there ever since, on the hospital ship, and the train, and here. They talk to me. Sam, what's your opinion of this? Sam, how about that? Sam, talk to us. Sam, tell us. Me, Sam. So hooray for the day, but I want to stay here. I want to stay here.
Tom? Do you mind if I sit here and talk to you?
Huh? Who?
Miss Stewart.
Dorothy?
No, it's Miss Stewart, Tom.
Where have you been?
Tom, I have some wonderful news for you.
I'll tell you something. I was going to be angry with you. I'm not at all.
Angry?
Dorothy, don't ever keep me waiting again. Please.
Oh.
Did you get all the stuff?
Why, yes.
It's going to be a wonderful day. I've looked forward to it.
Have you?
Now stop worrying about Mary Ann. She'll be all right.
Yes, of course.
After all, my mother knows how to take care of babies. Look at me. Well, let's look at the timetable. There it is, 11:10, about 3 or 4 minutes, and we're off. Dad, why don't you say something?
I'm glad we're going.
No. You didn't say that. You didn't say that. You said something else. Dad, say what you said then. Say it.
I don't remember.
I see you. I know you're here. Your voice is so far away.
I'm here.
Is the train coming?
Not yet.
Oh, Dot, I love you so much. All right, let him put a bronze tablet here on this spot on June 6, 1940. A man made love to his wife, end quote. Why'd I have to make a joke about it? Is there something wrong with my loving you more than 2 years ago? Stand close to me, Dot. No, there's no one around. Oh, darling, every day is better for us, isn't it? Isn't it?
Yes, Tom.
Lift your face.
Yes.
If you weren't here, I couldn't stand it. It's been terrible, Dot. My face, I keep thinking... Aren't we a handsome couple? Aren't we a handsome couple? Why do I keep thinking that? What's wrong with my face?
Try to sleep, Tom.
I can hardly hear you, but you're here. Your face so close, I can feel you warm.
Sleep, Tom.
Such a handsome couple, such a handsome couple, such a... Dot, don't come too close to my face. Not too close, Dot.
It's all right.
Is it? Is it?
Yes.
The handsomest couple?
Yes.
Your lips. Kiss?
Yes, Tom.
Scotty, come on in.
Good morning, Larry.
Larry Darling, Scotty. Always Larry Darling.
Oh, you need an ice pack.
No, I need to talk to you. Please, will you?
That's why I came here.
I knew it was my lucky day the minute I opened my eyes. Why, I bet even the custard will taste good today.
Yes, Larry, yes. Something has happened today.
Happened? What?
Germany's out of the war.
Absolutely?
Absolutely.
Well, what do you know?
It's wonderful, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. Hey, are the fellas tearing up the place?
Yes. Just about.
Oh, boy. I can just see him back home. What a time they must be having. Running around. Tonight they'll be dancing.
Larry, don't.
Oh, no. You don't understand. I'm okay. Fact of the matter is, I'm better than that. I got it all laid out like a blueprint. A right arm. That's all I got, and that's all I'll need. Sure. A right arm to hold a girl, to write a check. Oh, no, Scotty. No, don't look like that. I tell you, I'm fine. With the money that's coming to me when I get out of here, all those GI checks I never got a chance to spend, I'm going in business. For myself.
Oh, no, you didn't tell me. That's wonderful.
Yeah, I'm wonderful. Have a card. Larry Edmonds. General Sherman's and Jeeps repaired while you wait. Amphibious tanks especially.
Oh, auto repairs?
And filling stations.
Oh.
Notice I said stations. Mm-hmm. Look, the way I got it doped out, the minute they take gasoline off ration, and the whole United States is going to get into the automobile and start going. And they're going to keep going until they wear out all the ants in their pants. I mean...
Well, I understand.
well, what I mean is, everybody's built up a want to go places. Well, like me, every day lying here. I've been walking every street I ever walked and visiting every place I've ever gone to. You know.
Yes, I know.
So I've located just the corner where I'm going to put that first super service station. And I know just the guys that used to be in my outfit to turn the pumps and pull the wrenches. One station, and if it goes okay, as it will, I'll start another one. Then another one. Then, well, gosh, the fact of the matter is, I'm going to be one of them tycoons.
Well, of course you will. And I'd like to get in on the ground floor.
No kidding.
No kidding.
I have got a chance, haven't I? To get places? Oh, sure I have. I'll sit behind a desk and use the brains I got instead of worrying about the legs I haven't got. And I'll figure out new ways and shortcuts to keep automobiles going the way I used to do with the tanks. And I'll build up a big business and keep spreading out. And I can't, miss. I can't. Can I, Miss Stewart?
Hello, Captain?
Go away.
Oh, but I want...
I told him no one was to come in here but the doctor.
Yes.
I told him.
Please, Captain.
For God's sake, can't I be left alone? Haven't I earned that at least? Haven't I?
Well, I just...
Haven't I? Why don't you leave me alone?
No, please.
What's the matter?
Sorry.
Tell me. I want to know.
It's been a strange morning.
Why?
The reason I came here. I have news for you.
News?
From Germany. It's over.
When?
We got word just a little while ago.
You've been going around on this floor? Telling us?
Yes.
I'm sorry for what I said.
Oh, it's all right.
Are they tearing up telephone books and parading up and down the streets?
I haven't been out.
So it's really here?
Yes.
Doug. This would have been a day for Doug. He'd have buzzed Unter den Linden itself. Doug's day. Not mine.
Oh, of course it
No,
is.
to Doug it was a game that ended at the goalposts of Berlin. Maybe if I got my throat cut outside Aachen the way he did, it would have been my day, too.
Oh.
But I lasted a little longer than that. Long enough to see a mountain of shoes, hundreds of thousands. Every pair meant a human being that had been shoved into an incinerator for the crime of daring to live. I lived long enough to see row and row of quiet children where the flamethrowers had left them. I lived long enough to see Doug with his hands tied behind his back and his throat cut. I hate this day. Because now we'll stop killing them. The sentimentalists will begin. They'll stand on righteousness and wave the words of charity, pity, and compassion. And the grass will grow over the murdered, and the cities will be rebuilt. And the torn throats, and the whipped backs, and the screams, and the bloody marks on the walls will be forgotten. Yes, forgotten, because only a few of us saw those things with our own eyes. Forgotten because our people never had hatred poured into their veins with the death of their wives and their children. I hate this day. For now the forgetting begins.
Stewart, I've been looking for you. I wanted to...
Yes.
You've seen them.
Yes.
I should have gone myself.
Oh, I wanted to go. I wanted to go. When the news came, it was hard to believe what we had waited for. But it was true. And suddenly everything became wonderful in a way it hadn't been for a very long time. We'd beaten the Huns. We'd finally beaten the Huns. The rest was up to the peace commissions and the governmental experts and the statesmen. Freddie, Sam Jones, Tom, Larry Edmonds, the captain. I wanted to bring them the news because they'd paid with their bodies for this day in terrible ways. And so the happiness belonged to them. I thought that. But, Doctor, they don't need today. We need it. This day's for us. Those of us in America who lived through a war and knew no pain. I was crying before, yes. Yes. For that soldier lying up there in the dark and telling me that he hated today. Hated it. Because now we would listen again to the self-seekers and the sentimentalists and begin to forget. Doctor, that can't be true. We've got to start remembering. First, the enemy to the east. The enemy that dreams that in this day of happiness we here will forget them and their tortures and murders. Yes, we've got to remember them. The enemy in the east yet to be beaten. The one in the west that twice in our lifetime tried to destroy our civilization. We've got to remember them, every face, every name, so that there'll be no place on earth left for them to hide, to cry out for a mercy that would make the dead rise up in protest. We've got to remember our responsibilities in a world that has grown as small as the house we live in. And the people in that house. We've got to remember we can only live together with them in fairness and mutual decency. I think we've got enough remembering to do for the rest of our lives and the lives of our children. Yes, this day is for us.
This is Peter Tobin introducing Lux Radio Theater. Tonight and every Monday night at this time, Lux Radio Theater presents for your entertainment the finest in radio drama. Tonight we present Stranger in the House by Michael Clayton Hutton. And here to introduce the play is your producer, Victor Mackerson.
Thank you, Peter. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Michael Clayton Hutton's Stranger in the House is a thriller with a difference. The story of Miles and Ruth, a married couple whose past is shrouded in mystery. A mystery which deepens when a stranger enters their lives to plague them with memories which were best left buried in the past. Our stars tonight are Anthony James and Sheila Holiday as Miles and Ruth. Raina is played by Tony Jay, and as Diana, you will hear Diane Wilson. In just a few moments, the curtain will be going up on tonight's Lux Radio Theater presentation, Stranger in the House.
Hollywood film star Debbie Reynolds has this to say about new Lux Beauty Soap.
Lux is the loveliest way I know to help keep my skin beautifully soft all over. And I'm sure you'll love its perfume as much as I do.
New shape, new perfume, new creamy lather. Now, more than ever, Lux is the beauty soap of the stars. They know that luxurious new Lux really is the perfect beauty care. It's so creamy and gentle, wonderful for the complexion. So take a tip from Hollywood's famous stars and discover for yourself the luxury of new Lux, a beauty treatment every time you bath.
And now we present Act One of tonight's Lux Radio Theater presentation, Stranger in the House.
Remove this cork in the sherry bottle.
Yeah, let me help you.
Miles, please. Let my hand go.
Oh, very well, Diana. That's the way you want it.
It is. I know you're only your wife, but she's my oldest friend, and I'm a guest in her house.
I'm sorry. Forgive me?
Oh, Miles.
If you're angry, I shan't enjoy my New Year's Eve. You'd hate me not to enjoy it, now wouldn't you?
All right, you're forgiven, but...
I know. Don't let it happen again.
Don't.
Well, let's have a drink. We'll all have one, actually.
Well, everything seems to be in order in the kitchen. Does it, Ruth? Is that cherry?
Yes, I poured you one.
It's stormy outside, isn't it? Still, one must expect a bit of weather when one has a house that's built on a cliff top, doesn't one? And I do think this is the most heavenly house. Are you glad to be back in England? Yes, we are, aren't we, Miles?
6 years is a long time.
I can't think why you stayed away so long. You go off for a year and stay 6.
That's the way it goes, Broad.
We just sort of drifted, didn't we, darling? Every month or so we kept saying we must come back. But if there wasn't any real reason for coming back, we didn't, that's all. Nice work you can get it. Oh, darling. My present shares just go on working and working, and I might as well spend what money I've got. That's for fun. I worked it out the other day, and it's going to cost me nearly $60,000 to die. Well, as it is, it costs me 19 and 6 in a pound to live, so what's one to do?
Will you stop chattering? 19 to the dozen. And drink, drink.
Oh, I know. I nearly forgot.
What?
We must let it in.
Let what in?
The new year, of course.
Well, it come in by itself.
There's a ceremony. We really must do it. But I forget what it is.
Oh, that's a help.
I'll go and look it up for you. Where? Well, in fact, it's in here, of course. That's what it's for.
What's the matter, Ruth?
Nothing at all, darling.
What are you smiling about?
It's just looking at you.
Oh. Are you pleased with what you see?
Very pleased. I was thinking about something that Diana said just now. Nice work it is really.
What about it?
It suddenly reminded me how spoiled I am. Too much money and not very much sense.
You've got to be jolly clever to have too much money these days.
I should leave the sense to other people.
I can't help it, you know. I feel like saying to people, I can't help being rather a silly woman. I can't help not having very much brain, and the money was left to me.
That sherry's gone to your head.
And then there's you.
What about me?
Oh, people ought not to be in love after 6 years of marriage. Sometimes I think it's all too good to last.
Ruth, I have something to tell you.
Something nice?
No, not very.
Oh?
Diana.
What about her?
In the words of our cheaper novelist, I made a pass at her.
When?
Last night, after you'd gone upstairs.
Why?
I don't know quite. She's there, looking very attractive. And a man.
In love with his wife?
Yes.
What a silly thing to do.
I know. Is that all you're going to say?
I'm not going to throw a thing, if that's what you mean.
You really are an extraordinary woman. I do believe that if I went off for a thoroughly bad weekend, the first thing you'd say when I came in would be, have you had your breakfast?
If you had been off for one, nothing I could say could make any difference, could it?
Did I hear you say just now that you were a stupid woman?
I suppose there must be degrees of stupidity, that's all.
Who's that? You know, I've been thinking about practicing again.
You mean medicine?
Yes. Would you mind?
And you've forgotten, don't you? 6 years is a long time. It'd be too awful if you went and gave everyone the wrong bottle.
I don't think I'd do that.
Anyway, I was the nicest patient you ever had. And what's more, I always paid my bills at once.
Yes, only because you could then send for me on the slightest pretext.
Don't be telling me I chased you, Nick.
But you did. You were the scandal of Westover. I'm sorry, darling.
That's all right.
It slipped out. The name.
It's all right, dear. Don't go on about it.
Well, I hurt you now, haven't I?
Miles.
Yes?
I love you very much.
Still?
Yes, still. And you?
Still, darling.
It's been worth it, hasn't it?
Oh, yes, Ruth. It's been worth it.
Say, there's some terribly interesting things in this encyclopedia.
Are there, Diana?
Did you find the rules for... Oh, I didn't have to. I suddenly remembered. A dark man has to go outside and carry a piece of coal in.
What, in all that rain?
It stopped raining. And you're dark. And a man.
You're mad, the pair of you.
You ring the bell, and then we let you in and you wish us a happy new year and march through the house and go out.
Well, then what do I do? Spend the night in the coal shed?
Then you come in, and we give you an enormous drink. Now, you better go out and find a nice piece of coal.
But it isn't midnight yet.
I know, but we must have a rehearsal.
Oh, dear. Which door do I go to?
The back. It's a sort of symbol. You know, the year that's at the back of us. No, you're wrong, dear. It's the front.
You wouldn't like me to run round the house chanting carols, would you?
Well, try the back. And if that isn't right, we'll know, and then you can try the front. Now go along and find the coal.
I have a feeling that all this is going to end in terrible disaster.
Oh, dear, I am out of practice. No. It's pretty. What is it? I like it. Etude by Chopin. Nice. Ruth? Yes? I'm so glad everything turned out so well for you both. Thank you. There's something else. I know Diana. Miles told me. You didn't think he would? No, I didn't. He goes up in my estimation for that. We tell each other everything. That's Miles now. Don't get up. I'll go. There's no one here. Oh, then he's at the back. Well, I'll see him. Go on playing. What are you doing, Miles, darling? Diana's gone round the back to let you in. Don't be tiresome, dear. Do shut that door. There's a terrible draught. Miles,
Good evening, ma'am. The door wasn't properly closed.
Can I help you?
Well, ma'am, you could ask me in for a moment. I mean, out of this rain. Which it is.
I'm afraid I can't ask you in because...
Oh, good. Fighting it is, ma'am.
I know all that, but...
And it's New Year's Eve.
Very well, but only for a minute. is?
This room. Great taste, if I may say so, ma'am. Oh, dear. Oh, sorry about that, ma'am.
That's a very nasty cough you have.
That's me aunt, ma'am.
Sounded more liquid than that. Tell me, what can I do for you?
Well, I seem to have got myself lost, ma'am. I saw your light.
If it wasn't for your heart, I'd offer you a drink.
One won't hurt, ma'am. If you have such a thing, brandy would be very nice.
More one?
Oh, ma'am.
There you are.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Oh, and for heaven's sake, stop calling me ma'am.
Calling you what, ma'am?
Ma'am. Now, why were you walking around out in the rain?
I had to, miss. Get this.
What is this? I can't see what's inside that paper.
A plant, miss. Grows up on the edge of the cliff. I'm a sort of authority on cliff plants, if you know what I mean.
Well, it's nothing to do with me, but isn't it rather silly in your condition to go climbing around cliffs in the rain?
Oh, ma'am, sorry, I mean Mrs.
Curzon. Mrs. Curzon. You know this fool of a husband of it. I fear this gentleman seems to be lost.
Evening, sir. Good evening. Evening, miss.
Good evening.
I'm sorry to burst in on you like this, sir. I want to get a Lithium.
Well, that's a good 10 or 12 miles.
As much as that, sir. Oh, well, I must be off or I'll never make it tonight. You don't know what time the buses go, do you?
No, I'm afraid I don't. You see, we've only been here a very short time. A week, actually, so we haven't found out any of those sort of things.
I hate to say it, but I think you'll find the last one is gone.
Oh. Oh, dear me. Oh, well, never mind. Done more walking than most in my time. Thanks for the drink, ma'am. Oh, sorry, Mrs. Curzon.
Not at all. Good night, Mr.
Rayner. Charlie Rayner. R-A-Y-N-O-R.
Good night, Mr. Rayner.
Oh, before I go, what time is...
Well. Is there something the matter, Mr. Rayner?
That clock on the mantelpiece.
A very beautiful clock.
Yes, miss. Very beautiful.
You study clocks as well as cliff plants, Mr. Rayner?
Oh, sometimes, you know, Mrs. Curzon. Not all the time, of course. But now and then one catches me fancy.
And my clock catches your fancy?
Yes, Mrs. Curzon.
Why?
Because it's only the second like it I've seen.
Now, there you're wrong, because there isn't another like it. I found it in a tiny village in Italy about 10 years ago. Quite unique.
Is that so now? Unique? Well, I could have sworn I'd seen one like it somewhere.
Well, I'm afraid you haven't.
Let me think, sir. Those little cherubs the clock's mounted on. Isn't one of the arrows missing? One of the arrows that little boy has got in his...
As a matter of fact, it is, yes. It was missing and I got it in the first place.
And one of the little boys turns round on his base.
Yes, but...
And underneath him there's a little drawer for a key.
Yes, there is. That's quite correct, but...
So, there it is. And talking about clocks won't get me to Lithium, will it now?
No, it won't. Will it, Mr. Rayner?
I hope I have enough set you, Mrs. Curzon.
Upset? No. What makes you think that?
Well, you've gone quite pale. Quite sudden. Well, thank you again, and good night.
Mr. Rayner, you'll probably think I'm very silly, but could you remember just where you saw this clock? Or one like it?
Mr. Rayner will never get to Lithium, dear, if you don't let him go now.
I won't keep him a minute, darling, but I would like to know.
You know, ma'am, I can't for the life of me remember where it was.
Do please think carefully, very carefully. It's very important.
No good. Afraid I can't remember. I'm sorry, I can't help you. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Really, Ruth, you do go on.
Sorry, Miles, but I was curious and... Oh, dear.
What is it now?
He's left it behind.
Left what behind?
His plant. He'll be so upset. Miles, dear.
No. Much as I love you, no. I'm prepared to carry coals to Newcastle for you in the pouring rain on New Year's Eve. But I am not chasing down the road after an old drunk with a bit of seaweed.
Oh, look, it's nearly 12. Oh, Miles, hurry up.
For what?
Well, get that piece of coal from the kitchen table and go outside again.
Oh.
I'm not going to have my new year ruined by some dreadful old man of the night. Well, go on, Miles. Just stand there. Look at the clock.
Oh, I've had enough of that confounded clock for one day, thank you. All right, I'm good.
Well, now then, Ruth. Don't stand there as though you were in a trance. I'm all right. Of course you are. I'll go and take Miles outside. The clock. No. Can you know? Oh.
I'm sorry, ma'am.
Back again, Mr. Rayner?
Yes, you see, I forgot.
I know your plan. Here she is.
Oh, Mrs. Curzon, I've suddenly remembered where I saw it.
The clock?
Yes.
Have you, Mr. Rayner?
Yes, it was a small village. Nowhere you'd know. A little village down in Devon called...
Westover.
That's right. Pretty little.
Yes, a pretty little place.
I fancy you know that.
My husband and I used to live in Westover a long time ago.
When you were first married to Mr. Curzon?
No. I lived there with my first husband.
So this is your second attempt, so to speak?
Yes, this is my second attempt, as you call it.
Unpleasant thing, divorce, Mrs. Curzon.
There was no need for a divorce, Mr. Rayner. Perhaps you'd like something to eat before you go.
Oh, that's very kind of you, Mrs. Curzon.
If you'd like to go into the kitchen, I'll get you something.
Mrs. Curzon, why have you offered me food?
Because I thought you'd be hungry.
Is that the only reason?
Of course. What other reason could there be?
It's funny.
Why?
Because I knew you would ask me. I'll go into the kitchen, Mrs. Curzon.
Well, I think Miles on to the sun. Ah, here he comes now. Miles?
Yes?
Miles,
What's the matter, darling?
Mr. Rayner has come back. He's in the kitchen. Well, then I'll give him something to eat and send him packing.
Darling, what's the matter with you? You're dreadful.
He remembered where he saw the clock before.
Did he? Well, what?
Miles, he said Westover was a pretty place.
Oh.
Darling, don't you see?
Please, darling, pull yourself together. Happy New Year, Ruth.
A Happy New Year, Miles. Paper? The paper? No, Diane, I haven't. Perhaps Mr. Rayner has it. By the way, where is he? 10 minutes ago, he was eating his fourth kipper. I expect he's gone weed hunting again. I hope he falls over the cliff. Diana. I mean it. Of course, I think he's gone stark raving mad. Do you realize that man has now been in this house for 4 whole days? He's going this morning. Who said so? Miles. He's going to tell him before lunch. Why you had to ask him to stay at all, I can't imagine. Diana, it was a terrible night, and it was New Year's Eve. Oh, he looked so miserable and wretched. It all sounds most peculiar to me. What does? All that nonsense about his having to get to Lithium. He hasn't mentioned the place since. It's perfectly clear he's a very well-organized tramp who gets a very nice living like this. Then how do you explain the clock? There's nothing to explain. He obviously had a good look at it while he was getting his drink. Then how did you know about Westover? He didn't. You admitted that yourself. You said you supplied the name for him. Maybe you're right. Anyway, he's going today. It hasn't really been much trouble. Well, apart from the fact that he eats like a horse, has waited on hand and foot, coughs and spits all over the house, and drunk 2 whole bottles of brandy and hides the morning paper. Apart from that, I should say he was the perfect guest for a long weekend. Having said my piece, would you like some tea? Yes. Yes, thank you, Diana. I just want to see what there is for lunch. I'm taking it upstairs. Come up when you're ready. Thanks, Diana.
Ruth, look what I've been digging out.
What on earth is all that?
Oh, it's the names from the surgery. I packed them away in this box before we left.
What are they?
Oh, let me see now. This one's zinc ointment.
That awful-looking thing, what's that?
A scalpel. I did my first operation with that and kept it as a souvenir.
And that blue jar?
That's morphia.
I thought morphia was a liquid.
It can be either. What are we having for lunch?
Sardines, I'm afraid.
Then I'll tell you what you can do. Give the morphia to Raina for lunch. It should be delicious with sardines.
Oh, put it away and don't make too much mess. I'm going to have some tea with Diana.
All right. Oh, you're back.
Oh, dear. It'll be the death of me.
You shouldn't walk up it then, should you?
Oh, must have a breath of fresh air after breakfast. That's better. Nice armchair in front of a warm fire.
Must you cough like that, Mr. Raynor?
Can't help coughing now, can I?
This brandy might help.
Those doctor's orders.
They could be, yes.
That reminds me. I must ask the good lady for another blanket. Quite chilly I was last night.
You won't be needing another blanket.
No?
No.
Now, what does that mean, I wonder?
It means that you're leaving this house today.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Oh, this needs a bit of thinking about, this does. You can't just turn a man out into the street.
There's a perfectly satisfactory bus service that will take you to Lithium.
I don't think I got my fare.
It'll give me the greatest pleasure in the world to present you with your fare.
Oh, well, this has come as a shock. Yes, indeed, it has given me quite a turn. I think I shall have to have just a small brandy.
If you so much as touch that decanter, Mr. Raynor, I shall knock it out of your hand.
Now, that would be a silly thing to do, wouldn't it? Hitting a sick man. And if you did that, sick old man would have to turn a bit nasty now, wouldn't it?
Mr. Raynor, if you are not out of this house within 1 hour, I shall call the police and have you thrown out.
And what will you tell them, Mr. Curzon?
The truth?
People who shout about the police never tell them the truth. Not the old truth, anyway. Well, it's up to you.
What's up to me?
Which of us sends for them, Mr. Curzon? Either I stay here and you send for them, or out I go and see them.
And tell them what, may I ask?
Nice material in those curtains. Heavy. I've always liked heavy material. Nice wood on the piano. Good polish. Mind you, needs tuning a bit from what I've heard. Nice fireplace. Big. I like big grates. Can't be bothered with the modern ones. Comfortable bed in there, beautiful view, see under my window. Good brandy. Brandy's so good for me heart. Nice house. Nice glass. Nice atmosphere. In fact, Mr. Curzon, a very nice house and a very nice life. Now, which of us is going with the police? Who are you? Charles Raynor, who wouldn't hurt a fly. Unless a fly worries him, Mr. Curzon.
And what would you tell the police if you sent for them?
About a necklace your wife was wearing at dinner last night. A necklace with a large sapphire in the center.
What about it?
Just that she shouldn't have that necklace, that's all.
Why not? Why shouldn't a woman have a necklace that's her own?
Because that necklace was supposed to have been stolen, wasn't it?
Stolen by whom?
The man who murdered your wife's first husband.
Murder?
But you wouldn't know about that. How could you? Your wife's husband was called Brooke, Mr. Curzon. David Brooke. He had a lot of letters after his name to prove he was an architect, but he didn't need the letters or the money he made because he was a very wealthy gentleman.
You're not telling me anything I don't know, Mr. Raynor.
Well, one fine night, some man comes along, sees a light in the house, knows Mr. Brooke is alone, working on some papers, knows there's a packet of jewellery in his desk. Mrs. Brooke's jewellery. So, what does that man do, Mr. Curzon? He enters the house, kills Mr. Brooke, and vanishes into the night with the jewellery.
Mr. Raynor, what are you trying to do? For 6 years, my wife and I have tried to escape from that story. Why are you bringing it back into this house?
It was in this house already.
How?
That necklace Mrs. Curzon was wearing last night was part of the stolen jewellery.
The police recovered the jewellery.
Not all of it, Mr. Curzon. They never recovered a necklace with a large sapphire set in it.
How do you know what they recovered and what they didn't recover?
Oh, I know. I know better than most. Because, you see, I was on the case.
You were in the police, Mr. Raymond?
That's right. Attached to the yard. Homicide squad. We were sent down to Westerner.
That's why you remembered the clock?
That's right. And I had to check all the stuff that was stolen when we got it back from the pawnbroker.
And the man had pawned it, had he?
Well, what there was of it.
Wasn't there very much?
Not what there should have been. That's what always worried me, what always seemed suspicious.
Why?
Well, look at the matter this way, Mr. Curzon. A man sets out to rob another man. He finds out where the stuff is kept. And yet he only takes the small stuff. He leaves all the big, valuable stuff in another drawer. And don't forget, Mr. Curzon, he had to kill to get the stuff. Now, does a man commit murder for pennies when the pounds are stuck under his nose?
But you said the necklace was stolen.
By mistake.
If a man goes to steal, he doesn't take valuable pieces of jewelry by mistake, Mr. Rayner.
If he goes to steal.
What do you mean?
Only that this man didn't go to steal. He went to murder.
Then why bother to steal anything?
As a blind.
For murder?
Exactly. And having taken the jewelry, he went to pawn it to get rid of it. And because the jeweler would have remembered to face the pawned a valuable piece like that necklace your wife was wearing last night, he took it out of the collection and pawned only the little useless stuff. And the man was right, you know, Miss Curzon. Because although we questioned him for hours, the pawnbroker couldn't remember what the man looked like.
Then what do you think the man did with the necklace?
He kept it.
And how did he get back with the other things when they were returned to my wife?
It was never returned to your wife, Mr. Curzon. It was returned to your wife's doctor. Your wife collapsed at the time with shock. When the jewelry was recovered, it was returned to her doctor.
Indeed. And then he gave it back to my wife. Is that it?
More or less. But in giving it back to her, he also returned the sapphire necklace, which he had kept.
I see. And could you tell me why anyone should want to murder Mr. Brooks?
Why do men ever murder other men, Mr. Curzon? There's always one thing or other, money or women. In this case, it was both. Money, mostly, but he couldn't get the money without the woman, so he murdered and then married.
And so you say the doctor murdered Mr. Brooks?
That's right.
And what happened to the doctor then?
He married Mrs. Brooks, Mr. Curzon.
And did Mrs. Brooks know all this?
Oh, no. No. She was in love with the doctor. She was having, for want of a better word, an affair with him, Mr. Curzon.
Surely the return of the necklace with the recovered jewelry could have been very dangerous. What if the woman had mentioned it to the police?
Oh, she was too ill. She didn't even go to the inquest. The next we knew, she'd been taken abroad for her health.
There was a verdict at the inquest?
Robbery with violence. And murder against person or persons unknown, Miss Curzon.
Tell me something, Mr. Rayner. What was your own theory? Or the theory of the police?
Oh, all of us. But we couldn't prove it.
I gather you left the police, Mr. Rayner?
Yes, I did.
Why?
Well, seeing as we're all being honest, I borrowed some money belonging to the Detectives Benevolent Fund.
You were sacked for theft, in other words?
Crudely, yes.
Isn't it rather odd that the police, sharing your views in this case, have done nothing further about it?
Well, there was nothing they could do, unless...
Unless what?
Unless they found the necklace.
Tell me, Mr. Rayner, are they going to be told where that necklace is now?
Well, now, sir, that rather depends.
How much?
How much what?
Money.
None, Mr. Curzon.
You don't want money?
Good gracious, no, sir.
What in the name of heaven do you want?
A home, sir. A nice home with fires and a garden, with a piano and a bedroom that overlooks the sea. Good food, drink. Nice, friendly couple to look after me.
You mean you want to settle here?
In this house. That's right.
My wife would never leave it.
I don't want you to leave, Mr. Curzon. Now, what would be the sense of that? No, you must stay. I mean, who would see them with food and drink if you left? Who would clean your room and who would I talk to? Now, what would I do in a great big house like this all on my own? Oh, no. You'll stay. And we'll be one big, happy family. Don't you think so, Mr. Curzon?
Don't come near me.
Ruth, we must be calm.
I am calm and quiet. That's what frightens me. I ought to pick up that phone, ask the police, and tell them what you've told me. I ought to ring them and say I'm married to a murderer. Come and take him away. I've never known what people meant when they said they were so frightened that their hearts stood quite still. I know now.
You're frightened of me?
No, not of you. That's the odd thing. Of him.
What are we going to do?
We must get out of this house. We must go somewhere where he can't find us, where he can never touch us.
We can't run away.
Then what do we do? Spend the rest of our lives with that foul creature sitting between us, eating with us, intruding into every part of our life. Is that what we've got to do?
I don't know. I thought until my brain won't think anymore.
Why did you do it?
Because I wanted you so much. Because I've made you happy. I began to believe that in some way I've made up for what I've done.
I've read about it so often, and I never believed it.
Read what?
That a man kills and then a woman helps him, hides him. But I could never think why they did it. Now, I'm standing here, watching you, noticing all the things I've always noticed. Your hair, your eyes, the way your shoulders curve. I'm standing here, still loving you. Loving you and being afraid for you.
We're afraid, Ruth. We shall never get away from him. Never. Do you hear me? Never.
We shall get away from him. If we don't, then each day we shall get a little more apart. A little more of us will die every day. Hate will grow inside us, and finally we shall both die inside, and he'll go on sitting and sitting, and we shall just move about doing what he wants us to do. Miles. Does anyone know he's here?
Only Diana.
Where is she?
She went down to the village.
Anyone else besides Diana?
I don't know. Why?
No one else knows. It won't be so hard.
No, Ruth.
No, what, Miles?
You kept the jar of morphine.
Yes, you can see I have.
Put it down. That isn't the way.
Please don't shout.
Give me that jar at once.
Miles, what has happened has happened. Nothing we can say or think can alter that now. You've made me very happy. Happier than I've ever been. In a strange sort of way, your crime has become my crime. Miles, Raynor said he'd be back for tea. I want to see him alone. Please go upstairs.
On one condition, that you don't do anything silly.
I shall only talk to him.
You promise?
I promise. Now, please, go upstairs. So there you are. I told you not to stay out too long in this wind.
Is that the tea?
Yes, I've just brought the tray in.
Oh, give it to me. I'll take over by the fire.
No, it's... Oh, now look what you've made me do. I've dropped my handbag.
Oh, dear me. Everything out of it all over the floor. But don't you worry. We'll have it all back in a jiffy.
No, please don't. I can manage. You start your tea. I get clumsier as I get older. Silly place to leave a handbag on the arm of a chair.
I could never understand why you women carry so much junk about with you. Everything here but the kitchen stove. You'd have that in here, too, if there was room.
Yes.
Now, take this jar here. Why, in heaven's name, do you carry that around with you?
That? Oh, that. It's only hand cream. I forgot to leave it upstairs.
Hand cream.
Thank you, Mr. Raynor. Well, I think that's all. Now, sit down here and have your tea.
This is what I call cozy. A nice cup of tea by the fire.
Mr. Rayner, you've been at it again.
Been at what?
The brandy.
Now, look, didn't I promise you?
You promised me twice a day, but the bottle gets lower and lower.
Well...
And I don't like the way you're coughing.
Charlie Rayner. Charlie Rayner will outlive the lot of you. Don't you worry your head about me.
If anything did happen to you, who would I get in touch with?
No one. I haven't got a relative in the world.
I see. That's rather sad. No one at all in the world.
Man's better off without relatives.
In that case, you'll have to let me look after you, won't you? That's why I want you to go straight to bed.
But look, Mrs.
It's high time someone took a firm hand with you. I'm going to have your chest looked at in the morning.
Who are you going to get a look at it?
The doctor from the village. Now, go along.
Look at you, bullying me.
You need it.
Listen, if I go upstairs, can I have a brand?
No. Not till I'm told by the doctor that you may.
Now, look, just one won't kill me, will it?
Kill you?
Just one.
Well, we'll see. Perhaps. If you go along upstairs, and I'll get the doctor to come and see you in the morning.
You know something?
What?
I think I like being bullied.
Go along. Up to your room.
All right. And you won't forget what you said, will you, about bringing me...
No, I won't forget. Hello? This is Mrs. Curzon from Cliff Top. Could I please speak to Dr. Seaton? Diana, have you seen Rayner?
Rayner? Isn't he in bed? He's been there for a week or more.
Not there now. His overcoat's missing. I expect he's slipped out. To the pub. Oh, I imagine so.
Ruth, what's going on in this house?
Nothing as far as I know.
Oh, very well. I've already stayed here far too long. I'll go back to town in the morning.
Oh, no, Diana, please don't.
Oh, Ruth, I'm not a fool. Something sinister's happening here. If I stay, I want to know what it is.
Why do you say that?
Because I think I know why that man is in this house. I believe it's because of a vague, terrible idea I've had in the back of my mind for years.
What sort of terrible idea?
Murder.
Do you have to remind me of that?
Aren't you being reminded of it every day?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Very well, if you're determined to be stubborn. But, oh, do please do one thing for me.
What?
Whatever has happened, whatever is happening, and what is much more important, whatever may happen, don't do anything without thinking, without telling me. Do you understand that, Ruth? Don't do a thing without telling me.
Still not back, Ruth?
No.
You look exhausted.
Oh, I am.
How is Rayner? What did Seaton say today?
About the same, nothing dangerous. Just an alarmingly high blood pressure to a drink.
Ruth?
Yes?
It will have to be tonight.
Must it be tonight?
Neither of us can stand any more of this.
But must it be tonight? Couldn't we just wait a little and...
No, it couldn't be more suitable. An old man with a bad heart, under doctor's orders, plays truant. He gets out of a warm bed on a bitterly cold night. He slips down to the local pub and drinks too much.
He may not be at the pub.
Oh, he will be. He'll be seen drinking heavily.
He hasn't any money.
I gave him some money. Rather, I played cards with him and saw that he won. He won £6 from me this afternoon. £6 worth of drink could kill even a healthy man.
You think of everything, don't you, Miles?
I try to, Doc. The minstrel boy is wending his way home. When he comes in, humor him and get him to bed.
Supposing it's difficult to
He'll do it for you.
And then?
Take his milk up to him. Stay with him while he drinks it, and then leave him. But remember, stay with him while he drinks it. What have you done
I
with
did
it?
as you told me. I emptied it out of the jar and into the sugar bowl on the tray with the milk.
Give him the milk first of all, without the sugar.
Without sugar?
You notice at once that it hasn't any in it. Take the milk back from him, apologize, and then put in the sugar.
How much?
Quantity, I told you.
And then?
Watch him drink it, and then leave him.
And then what shall I do, Miles?
Nothing until the morning. What time is Stephen coming in the morning?
9.
Good. Then you will not wake Raynor in the morning. Or rather, you will not take his breakfast up to him. You'll have it ready at 9, and you'll take Stephen up with you when you go. You will discover Mr. Raynor together.
Are you sure he won't be able to trace it?
Oh, he could if he looked. He won't. He's been treating Raynor for hard. And after this excursion into the village, he won't be so very surprised.
You've got it all worked out, haven't you, Miles?
It's your idea.
Of course it was. Miles?
Yes?
There won't be any pain, will there? I couldn't bear that.
Not at all. I promise you that. You just doze and doze and just look back.
Good evening to you.
You'd better come in before you fall down.
Charlie Raynor fall down? Don't talk such rubbish.
Of course you won't fall down, Mr. Raynor. But you'd better come in and get warm.
Ah, there she is. That's my girl. The only living soul who's ever spoilt me. And I like it.
I ought to be very angry with you. You've probably given yourself pneumonia.
Never a day's illness in my life.
Look at you. Something went upstairs to bed. Now go along. I'll bring your milk up to you.
I hate milk. Germs in it.
No, Diana, Mr. Raynor's never difficult, are you?
Can be sometimes.
Go along upstairs. Diana will help you. Yes, of course I will. Come along, Mr. Raynor.
Bullying me. What you're all doing, bullying me.
I'll be up presently. Give me your hand.
You're pretty.
Thank you, sir. Mind the stairs.
Can I have my book? My murder book.
Of course you may have it when you get upstairs.
I could write a book. You know that.
Well, suppose you write it upstairs.
A wonderful book. All about people.
Well, that makes a nice change. Mind you don't trip on the rug.
Live people, dead people. Only one of them's got to die.
Ah.
Because he killed him.
I can see it's going to be one of these books with a difference. Who killed who?
I told you. Doctor killed the architect.
Oh, that's fine. The doctor killed... Yes. You told me, didn't you?
Of course I did. Then he pinches the wife. Easy, see?
I'm beginning to. And the wife, does she know about the murder?
Of course not. Spoil the book.
Yes, I suppose it would.
Well, I know about it. And I'm going to write it.
Up you come, Mr. Raynor. We're doing wonderfully.
No.
You must tell me more about this book.
Not till I've had a drink of brandy.
You'll get your drink of brandy, I promise you.
Oh.
Because I want you to tell me the whole story. Oh.
Morning, Diana.
Morning, Miles. You're late getting up, aren't you? It's after 10.
I slept like 10 logs. I've only just woken.
But you know about...
Yes. Who told me?
She and Dr. Chesterton went into the
I
room.
know.
Ruth and I, we were both upset. I just went out for a breath of air.
Oh, what did you do?
Walked along the cliff and thought.
Like what?
People and things. Things people do to each other. Then I thought about books.
Fiction?
Mostly about a man I knew who was going to write a book. A book about murder.
Did he finish the book, your friend?
No, he got stuck in the end. You see, he was writing from life, and he had to wait for the end to happen.
What was this book about, Diana?
about a girl who goes down to stay for a few days with some people in the country. And before she knows where she is, she's outstayed her welcome and is surrounded by murder.
If that happened, wouldn't she go to the police?
She was very tempted to. But she was very fond of one of the people concerned and wasn't at all sure how involved this person was.
If I were you, I'd suggest to your friend that he tries comedy. That would be more his line, I think.
You're very certain of yourself, aren't you, Miles?
I know what I want.
And it doesn't matter how you get it.
The end, not the means, that matters.
I agree with you. What time did Susan say he'd be back?
I think we said about 10:30.
About half an hour. And they'll take him. I don't know. They'll take Ray.
Yes, they'll take him away.
Is there no one to notify? No friend or relative?
No one, apparently.
What a lonely way to die.
Death is rather lonely, you know.
Here's Ruth.
Ruth, are you all right? All right. Oh, I would like some tea.
I'll go make it.
Ruth, did Dr. Seaton say anything about the death certificate?
He said he'd bring it with him.
I'm trying not to look so worried.
It's that locked door.
It has to be locked. Police will be there. I say, it gave me rather a shock when I tried it. Didn't you wake me?
You were sleeping so soundly, Miles. When Dr. Chesterton arrived, I explained to him that you and Diana were still sleeping, and we went into the room together.
Yeah.
You were right. He looked very peaceful. He was in exactly the same position as I left him in last night. Made me feel a little better.
One day you'll learn to believe me, Ruth.
Yes, I shall, shan't I, Miles? What are you doing?
Looking for a letter. I thought it was here on the desk.
Are you sure?
What do you mean, I'm sure?
You sure you're looking for a letter?
Of course. I just said so, haven't I?
Miles, did you feel anything about what we've done?
I did, really?
No horror. No disgust.
What? What's the matter with you?
I'm not sure. You know, but I'm still frightened. I thought that when it was over, I shouldn't be, that we could go back to where we were, but now I know we shall never go back, Miles, never.
Why not?
Because the thing we've done to keep us together always be between us. In time, we shall hate each other for what we've done. And I think I shall always be a little frightened of you as well.
Of me? Why?
Because you kill so easily.
But that particular life meant nothing to anybody in the world.
It meant enough for us to end it. So please, touch me.
Go upstairs and rest. I'll deal with Stephen when he arrives.
I think I'm seeing you for the first time, Miles. Seeing you and not liking what I see. I'm thinking of David, just as I'm thinking of Raina.
Have you lost your senses?
No, I found them. I found them for the first time in 6 years.
You're talking and behaving as though you had nothing to do with this business, Ruth. As though the whole thing has come as a complete shock to you. Have you forgotten why Raina had to die?
Was it to keep me, Miles? Did you love me so much that you could kill twice?
I didn't kill Raina.
What did you say then, Miles?
I said I didn't kill Raina.
I see. I killed him, didn't I?
You gave him the milk, Diana, so you go and get it for him. She saw you take it up to him. I didn't go into his room at all.
Miles, when you said a few minutes ago that you were looking for a letter, are you sure you weren't looking for this?
Get that to me immediately, Ruth.
Passport with brand new visas for France.
Give it to me.
No.
Drop it in the fire, would you? Get out of my way.
No, Miles. Too many people have had to get out of your way. You were leaving England, weren't you?
No.
Is it nonsense that in your wallet there was a steamer ticket for the 15th of next month? A steamer ticket issued last Saturday, the day you had to go up to London to see about your work?
You're quite certain there were not 2 tickets?
Quite certain. I've never prayed so hard in my life. Prayed that there was another ticket there somewhere, but there wasn't.
When did you find it?
Last night. So the whole thing's been a lie, hasn't it? A gigantic lie that's lasted 6 years.
You've been happy for 6 years.
Because I had to be. You had to make me happy, didn't you? That was all part of your plan, wasn't it?
And exactly what do you intend to do now that you know the truth?
There is nothing I can do. Nothing at all.
You've had a very good 6 years, Ruth. It is more than most people have. More than I've had.
It's been so dreadful for you then.
Dreadful? Have you ever had to make love to someone you didn't love? Have you ever had to force yourself against everything in your own nature, merely to please someone else? Do you know what it means for 6 years to drive yourself to be pleasant, to be passionate, to be kind, even very often to be civil, when everything inside you is bursting to get away, gnawing away inside you to let you out of it? You think those 6 years have been easy for me?
I'm sorry I was always so dull.
You weren't dull. It would have been easier if you had been.
You have never loved me for one single moment, have you, Miles?
Never.
And now there is nothing I can do, is there?
I can't afford to make mistakes. Not even over a simple thing like who gives who a glass of milk, who puts the sugar in it.
Do you feel nothing for me at all?
Oh, pity. Because you're weak, and I despise grit.
I don't want your pity, Miles. It's been bad enough to hear you throw back into my face every minute of those 6 years. In any case, I don't need your pity.
Are you so sure of that?
As sure as I am that you won't be using that steamer ticket.
And what's going to stop you?
I am.
Indeed.
Suppose that sounds rather silly. Stupid, boring, loving Ruth. Ruth who nauseated you with love, embarrassed you with affection. This same Ruth is going to stop you.
How, may I ask, is this to be done?
How, Miles? Very easily. By not loving you. By producing the one thing that can stop you. Look over to the stairs, Miles.
What?
Reno! Reno, with the glass of milk still in his hand. Ruth, what does this mean? So you're in this too, Diana?
I, you say, am in it too.
What about Seaton?
Dr. Seaton knows a whole revolting story. You've already been to the police.
He'll be here in no time. A very efficient body, the police.
Oh, well, if you think you've got the better of me,
you take the trouble to look outside, Miles. There's your man at the gate. You have only to shout and he'll be here.
Which reminds me, I must go and have a word with him.
Hadn't you better put that glass down first?
The glass. How are you? Yes, of course. It's a good job I don't like milk, isn't it, Mr. Curtin? Full of germs, it is, full of them. If you people want me, just give a shout. I'm just ready for a breath of fresh air. Shutting me up in that bedroom all the time? It isn't natural. Ruth, I want to speak to you alone.
I'm not leaving this room.
Diana, go into the kitchen, will you?
No, I won't leave you alone with him.
Please, Ruth, take very little time.
He won't touch me, Diana. He finds touching me repellent. Don't you, Miles?
I'll stay on the other side of the door.
If he tries to, he won't. Well, Miles, what is it?
Ruth, you can't do this.
You're wrong. I am doing it.
Has Seaton really spoken to the police?
Yes, and so have I.
The locked door.
That was the only way we could stop you from getting in, from finding out what had really happened.
I can't believe it.
Diana and Reno showed me the truth about you. Then I found the passport and the tickets, and I knew they were right.
You really give me up to that?
You gave me up.
But you love me.
Did I? I can't remember.
It doesn't matter what I do. You'll always love me.
You're wrong. I'll always love you. But it does matter what you do.
But tell you honestly. Tell me that you feel nothing for me now.
Only pity. They're coming, Miles.
Look, last night.
What about it?
Last night. Did you put the sugar in the milk?
Yes, I obeyed your instructions very carefully.
Thank you for that. I never really liked milk either, till this moment.
Miles, what does it beat me to say? Supper! Thank you! I should have been all the arrangements for spring. That's not the thing but not now!
So why not make Lux your beauty care?
In tonight's Lux Radio Theater presentation, Stranger in the House, you heard Anthony James as Miles and Sheila Holliday as Ruth. Diana was played by Diane Wilson, and Raina was portrayed by Tony Jay.
Stranger in the House by Michael Clayton Hutton was produced for Lux Radio Theatre by Victor Matheson and directed by David Manley. Next week, Lux Radio Theatre takes great pleasure in presenting The Long Frontier, a radio play specially written for Settlers' Day by Alistair Scobie. Listen next Sunday night at 8:30 to a saga of drama and adventure dedicated to the pioneers who helped to build our country in The Long Frontier, presented by Lux Radio Theatre. Until then, this is Peter Tobin bidding you all good night.
The Couple Next Door, written by Peg Lynch and starring Peg Lynch and Alan Bunce.
Stand still now, Betsy. Let Mommy get the Band-Aid on.
Oh, it hurts.
Of course it hurts, honey. There. Now it'll feel better in no time.
Can I have a cookie, please?
Yes, of course. You pick out the one you want, dear, in the box. Oh, there's Daddy. What's he doing home so early?
Hi.
You're doing home so early?
You know, with New Year's Eve coming on, nobody felt like doing any work, so we closed early. Hey, what's the matter with my girl?
It makes me so mad that Mary Lou Kendall pushed her down and took her sled away from her. Betsy hit her head.
Huh?
There, darling. Look at the bump on her forehead.
Well, now, honey, it's not too bad. Now, don't coddle her. It's just a little bump.
Little bump? Look at it.
Well, it's nothing, really. Better feels better already, doesn't it?
No.
Oh, now, come on. You're Daddy's brave girl, huh?
Mary Lou pushed me down and she kicked me.
Kicked you?
Yes, and she pinched me, too.
Did you hear that?
Yes, and I suspect somebody's getting too much sympathy. She's going to make a very good story out of it.
Well, I believe it. Those Kendall kids are just awful.
Now, wait a minute. Betsy, now, Mary Lou didn't just kick you and push you down for no reason, did she? What did you do, huh?
Nothing. We were playing with the sled, and it was my turn, and she wouldn't let me have it.
There, you see? Those Kendall children come up here all the time and take Betsy's things. Really, they've just been troublemakers in this whole neighborhood ever since they moved in a month ago. I think you ought to say something.
Say something to who?
To that Mr. Kendall.
Well, never mind. What would I say to him?
His daughter is a head taller than Betsy, and she just bullies her.
Now, honey, let kids fight their own battles.
You're Betsy's father. You're supposed to be her protector.
Honey, children always have their differences, and Betsy's got to learn to get along with people. Everybody has his faults, but you have to get along with your neighbor. You remember that, Betsy.
Huh?
Lots of times people do things you don't like, but you have to look for the things about them you do like, because we have to love our neighbors, don't we?
Do you have to love them even if you don't like them?
Well, yes, honey. Yeah, and you remember that.
Yes, Daddy.
Can you get that, dear? I've got to get dinner in the oven. I didn't expect you home so early, and we're having a roll.
Yeah, all right. Hello. Yeah. Oh, yes, Mrs. Kendall. Well, I guess the children did have a little fuss, but... Well, now, just a minute.
Who is it, dear?
I beg to differ with you, but it so happened that it was Betsy's turn on the sled, and Mary Lou just pushed her down. My daughter's got a terrible bump on her head. It just missed her eye by a fraction.
Dear, if it's the oil burner man, it can come Thursday. I'll be home.
Now, look here, Mrs. Kendall. Are you implying that my child does not tell the truth? Well, let me tell you something about your children. Yes, just put him on the phone. Just put him on the phone. I'll be glad to talk to him.
It's the oil burner man, dear.
It is not the oil burner man. It's Kendall's. Mrs. Kendall accused Betsy of not telling the truth.
Oh!
I'm going to talk to him.
Well, I certainly...
Hello. Hello, Kendall. That's right. Certainly, I believe my own child.
Mary Lou threw a big rock at Betsy one day, too. You might get that in.
Now, look here, Kendall. Considering the fact that it was my daughter's sled to begin with, it seems to me... Roughneck.
Who's a roughneck? Betsy?
Now, look here, Kendall. For a man whose kids are known around the entire neighborhood as troublemakers, it seems to me that... Yes, I'll repeat that. Troublemakers. I certainly would repeat it in person, by all means. Betsy?
Oh, dear, no.
Betsy!
Yes?
Come here. Here, come here. Now, look. Now, you answer your father truthfully. Is it true that Mary Lou deliberately pushed you down and took your sled when it was your turn?
Yes, she did,
All right,
Daddy.
that's all Daddy wants to know. Thank you. Now, go on, run outside and play. Go on.
No,
Go on.
Do as Daddy says, dear. Your things are in the kitchen. And put a sweater on, too.
It's not cold.
Put your sweater on. Oh, honestly. Now, dear, don't get too excited. Remember, you did say kids should fight their own battles, and maybe...
Look, she's only 6 years old. She's just a baby. If I don't stand up for her, who will?
Yes, dear.
Now, look, you better go out and get dinner. I'll handle this situation. He's coming right over.
There he is, and she's with him.
Okay.
Now, don't lose your temper.
No.
You never can think of anything to say when you lose your temper.
Listen, if he wants to start something,
He's bigger than you are. He's at least 6'3".
Listen, I don't care. He is?
He looks it.
Now, look, I've got no intention of fighting. I'm just going to be very calm and dignified.
If they want to be unpleasant and nasty, let them. We don't have to stoop to any such thing.
I'll get it, dear. Good evening, Kendall. Mrs. Kendall.
Evening.
Good evening. Hello.
Evening.
Won't you sit down?
Oh, thank you.
No, thank you. Fred?
Yes. Now, you were saying something on the phone about our children being neighborhood troublemakers, I believe.
Well, Mr. Kendall, I think we ought to start at the beginning.
I would be glad to start at the beginning. I would like to know why every time Mary Lou comes over here to play with your daughter, she comes home crying. Isn't that right, Fred?
That's right, Eleanor.
Before we go any further, it should be made clear that it was Mary Lou who not only kicked Betsy, but pushed her down. My child never has any trouble playing with other children, Mrs. Kendall.
My Mary Lou has always gotten along beautifully with all her little playmates.
The point is, Mrs. Kendall, it was Betsy's sled.
And it was Betsy's turn to have it.
Well, I don't think that has anything to do with it.
It has everything to do with it. You can't expect to have a discussion of a subject unless you get right down to the basic problem. You've got to have a logical premise.
And if I may say so, you're a fine one to talk about logical premise, the way you've been shouting in the businessmen's club to widen the main street.
I think the main street ought to be widened. Our traffic
Well, what's it going to do to my business? I'm just getting started here with a new store. Fine thing to have the street torn up for 6 months.
We're supposed to be discussing the children, I believe. The point is, Mrs. Kendall, it was her turn to have it, and it seems to me...
It seems to me that since Betsy's been down to our house millions of times, and Mary Lou's always willing to share her things...
Millions of times is, I believe, a slight exaggeration, Mrs. Kendall.
Dear.
Well, why say millions of times? Betsy's only 6 years old. She certainly hasn't been galloping down to the Kendalls 10,000 times a day.
Well, she's certainly there a good deal of the time, and not once when she's left has she ever said, "Thank you, Mrs. Kendall. I had a lovely time."
Well, maybe she didn't.
Dear.
No, well, I'm just joking, after all. I think perhaps we're making a mountain out of a molehill here. As I said to my wife, really, kids ought to fight their own battles, you know?
I spend hours teaching my children to have nice manners. Then when they see Betsy acting the way she does...
What do you mean, acting the way she does?
An only child is inclined to be, well, shall we say a little spoiled?
Spoiled? Spoiled?
Spoiled. I dislike saying this, but after all, when your children are known in the whole neighborhood for being troublemakers...
Now, just a minute.
Everyone says so, Mr. Kendall, and I certainly think it starts trouble when your daughter refuses to let Betsy have her own sled when it was her turn to slide.
We teach our children to share things.
That's right. We believe in sharing things.
Obviously you do. I believe you're still sharing my ladder you borrowed a month ago.
Come on, Eleanor. You'll have your ladder back in 10 minutes.
Thank you. Just put it in the garage.
Oh, dear. Wait
I will see to it that Mary Lou does not come up here to play any more and take your daughter's things.
We'll see to it that Betsy isn't down there millions of times.
Come on, Eleanor.
I just feel terrible.
Look, there are certain people that you just... Pete sakes, what's happened?
Oh, Mrs. Kendall's lying in the snow.
What?
What happened?
Why don't you shovel off your porch steps?
They are shoveled. I got ashes on them.
Oh, dear, Mrs. Kendall, are you all right?
Just don't speak to me, please.
Come along, Eleanor.
All right. Now get in the house. Here, get in the house before you catch cold.
You think she's hurt?
Certainly she's not hurt. Look at her. She's prancing off down the sidewalk. She's just mad.
I don't see why she's so mad. The whole neighborhood complains about the way the Kendall kids act. Their son broke the Johnson's garage window. He beat up the Davis twins.
Like father, like son. They just take after their parents, I guess. Some people just ask for trouble.
Makes you wonder, though. Is our child spoiled?
I suppose a little. What kid isn't? But she's certainly not a roughneck.
No.
Seems to me she's got pretty good manners for a 6-year-old.
I hope so. But you never know how they act when you're not with them. I think it's terrible she's never thanked Mrs. Kendall for being there.
Oh, look, that's what Mrs. Kendall said. Does her child say it to you every time she's been up here?
Well, no, not every time, but she has said it. I'll admit that.
How do you like what I said when he said he believed in sharing things, and I said, obviously you do. You're still sharing my ladder. Obviously you do,
Yeah,
I said.
I heard you, dear. I heard it.
You know, I suddenly remembered it, and that he still had it.
Dear, the whole thing was so unpleasant.
Look, we can live without the Kendalls. Now forget it, and get me some dinner, will you, sweetheart? Is this tonight's paper?
Mm-hmm, I think so. Oh, what is she into? Betsy? What are you into out there? Come here, dear.
Well, I wanted to get 2 cookies for us.
Well, you can't have cookies right now. It's too close to dinner time. For us? Who's us?
Mary Lou.
Mary Lou?
Are you playing with Mary Lou?
Uh-huh.
I thought you didn't like her anymore.
Yes, I like Mary Lou. She's my best friend.
Thought you two had a fight.
No. Oh, I guess so. I forgot. That was a long time ago, Daddy.
It isn't even an hour.
Well, never mind. You can play outside until dinner time. Run along, dear.
Bye.
Johnny, how do you like that? They're friends again, and now we're not even speaking to the parents.
Well, that's children. Maybe we ought to take a lesson from them, huh?
Yeah.
Honey, why don't you call the Kendalls up and apologize?
Apologize?
I mean, tell them what's happened, and we'll make a little joke of it. Look at the funny side of it.
Yeah. Still, I don't really like that guy very much.
No. Well, look, we're living in the same neighborhood. And it's awfully hard on you not to be on speaking terms with somebody. You've got to remember all the time you're mad at them so you don't forget and say hello,
Yeah. All right, I'll give Kendall a call.
And you don't need to bother calling. There he comes, lugging your ladder. Put on a coat, dear.
No, I'm okay. I'm not cold. All right.
That is Betsy. He's headed for the garage.
Kendall, Fred. Fred, listen, I figure we ought to start the new year right, What I mean is, our kids seem to have made up. Seems kind of silly for us to go on with something that...
We've just called the doctor.
What?
Mary Lou, what are you doing here? Now, come on home. My wife seems to have injured her ankle on your icy front steps.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I just hope you carry liability insurance. Good day. And you come on home, Mary Lou. Come on. Your mother's just had an accident.
What's the matter, Daddy?
Can't you learn to get along with your playmates?
I get along with Mary Lou, all right. Can't you get along with Mr. Kendall, Daddy?
Get in the house. Go on, hurry up. Get in the house.
And how did it go, dear? Wash your hands, Betsy. Dinner's ready. What's the matter?
Seems Mrs. Kendall hurt her ankle on our steps. We may be sued.
Sued? Oh, why, nobody does that sort of thing in this neighborhood.
Listen, this Kendall guy would do anything. You can see he's just a loudmouth, cheap... I can't stand either one of them. They're everything that...
Honey. He's your neighbor, Daddy. You said we should love our neighbors, didn't you?
Betsy, go wash your hands, dear.
You said even if they did things you didn't like,
Betsy, don't bother Daddy right now. Go on.
Didn't you say that, Daddy?
Yes.
Well, then you should love Mr. Kendall.
All right. I love Mr. Kendall.
Mrs. Kendall.
Yes, fine. All right, I love Mrs. Kendall, too.
There, you see, Daddy loves them. Now, go on. Wash your hands, Betsy. Go on.
Boy, now all we need is to have her go running around the neighborhood saying that her daddy loves Mrs. Kendall. Look, after this, when she has a fight, don't get involved. As I said to begin with, let kids fight their own battles.
Come on now, Betsy. Eat your dinner. Then maybe you can ride to the station when Daddy picks up Grandma.
Sure.
Oh, Grandma's coming.
Mm-hmm.
She'll be with you tonight while Mommy and Daddy go to a New Year's party at the Armbroosters.
Armbroosters? Thought we were going to the club.
Oh, no, dear. They asked us ages ago, and I just couldn't get out of it.
Oh, my gosh. A whole evening with them. Well, look, we'll spend the evening playing charades and all sorts of cute guessing games, and they'll serve that awful concoction they call pink punch.
But don't you love the Armbroosters, Daddy?
Oh, yes, of course he does, Betsy. Daddy loves everybody.
I know somebody he doesn't like, that darn income tax man.
Now, look here, young lady. You watch what you...
Ignore it. That's what the book says. This is the difficult age.
Which one isn't?
The Couple Next Door is written by Peg Lynch and stars Peg Lynch and Alan Bunce, with Madeline Pierce as Betsy, Charles Mendick as Mr. Kendall, and Arthur Duckworth as Mrs. Kendall, and is produced by Walter Hart.
The Couple Next Door, written by Peg Lynch and starring Peg Lynch and Alan Bunce. Even if you brush in a rush, new Brisk toothpaste starts instant action against tooth decay.
Brisk helps protect you from decay, starts instant action right away. Even if you brush in a rush, Brisk fluoride toothpaste.
The instant it touches your teeth, Brisk toothpaste starts to destroy most bacteria that cause tooth decay and mouth odor. So even if you brush in a rush, use Brisk, B-R-I-S-K, new Brisk toothpaste.
Come on, honey, come on.
Will you stop yelling at me? I'm never going to be ready if you don't stop yelling.
Well, hurry up. For Pete's sake, that wedding will be over, and the reception, too. Tom and Helen will be back from their honeymoon before we even get to the church. Oh, what is your mother doing up there?
Putting on nail polish.
Oh. Look, there's no point in going at all if we don't leave right away. Did you hear what I said?
Get Betsy dressed in her snowsuit. Now, we're dropping her off at the Cunninghams. She needs her snow pants and her jacket, fasten on the hood, and put a sweater on underneath and a scarf around her neck. Now, she needs heavy socks over her shoes because she'll be playing in the snow. And don't forget 2 pair of mittens and her overshoes.
Oh, all right. Look, will you step on it? Golly, if once, just once, we could go somewhere and be on time.
Has a scratchy throat, got your coat. There's a simple way to relieve it. Get a box of Candace, pleasant tasting Candace. Try one and you'll believe it. So let a scratchy throat get your coat. Get Candace.
Yes, in seconds, delicious orange-flavored Candettes go to work to stop pain of a raw, irritated throat, while 2 tested wonder drugs begin killing throat germs on contact. No other throat medication gives you this amazing modern Candette formula. It eases, it soothes, it brings astonishing relief almost instantly. So next time your throat is raw and inflamed, get fast-acting Candettes and get relief.
Don't let a scratchy throat get your coat. Get Candace.
Yell at your mother to come on, will you? I'm hoarse.
Mommy, come on.
I'm coming.
Honestly, I cannot figure women out. You have had all day to get ready. Now, what have you been doing?
I cleaned the house. I did some washing. I did some ironing. I mended your shirts.
All right.
That's what I've been doing all day.
All right. Are you ready now?
No, I'm not ready. I've got to change purses, put things in my blue purse. Did you get my coat out?
Yes, right here.
My hair looks terrible with you yelling at me every 2 seconds. I rushed like mad. I just feel half put together.
You look fine. You look lovely. Come on. Get your coat on here. Come on.
Stop it. Now, just stop it,
Well, look,
please.
there is poor Betsy, so bundled up to the teeth she can hardly move.
I'm hot.
Well, you just have to wait, that's all. Your mother isn't ready.
I didn't put any lipstick on either.
Well, can't you put it on in the car?
Yes, I guess so. All right,
Yeah.
I'm ready. Come on. Coat.
I can't believe it. You mean you are finally ready?
Yes, come on.
You're going to zip up your skirt?
Oh, yes.
Well, what's the matter?
Well, it's stuck, wouldn't you know?
Oh, yeah. Well, let me have it.
No,
Let me help
wait,
you.
no,
Let
wait a
me-
minute,
Let
No,
me-
I can-
Will you let me do it?
Don't rip it now. There?
All right. Well, I can't get it. Look, let it go. Just keep your coat on. It won't show.
Well, I can't have my skirt falling off in church.
Well, get a safety pin.
Safety pin. We're going to reception afterwards. I'll have to take my coat off.
Let's go. I'm hot.
Yeah, well, let me try it again. Let me
don't
try
rip it now.
No,
Don't
no.
rip it,
Just-
dear.
Well, you hold still. Just hold still.
Dear?
I got it.
Something
I got
ripped.
It. Well, all right. I got it anyhow.
My good slip, too. Why is it zippers never stick unless you're in a hurry? Now, my coat.
Yeah,
coat,
here,
coat,
here,
coat.
here. Come on, here.
Oh, all right.
Come on.
Yes, dear. Well, they're not even here.
Who?
Elf and Chuck. I thought they were outside waiting. That's why you were yelling at me.
Thought we were going in our car.
No, Elf and Chuck are picking us up. Honestly, you get so excited. Now, relax. Elf says never late to anything. You know that.
Betsy, come on back in. Come on.
Why?
We're waiting for the Hutchinsons, dear.
Golly, she waddles in that snowsuit like some man from Mars. Isn't that too big or something?
Well, she's got to get at least 2 years out of things. Now sit on the hall bench, Betsy. We'll leave in a minute. You look nice.
Well, me, do I?
Yeah, very handsome.
Oh.
Oh, my hair looks just awful.
Honey, your hair looks very nice.
I don't think so.
Where do you suppose they are?
Yeah, they'll get here. Honestly, every time we go to a wedding, you get so nervous you think you were the bridegroom.
Yeah, well, I know how I feel.
What do you mean?
Trapped.
What?
Oh, honey, I just teased you.
Ah, no, you're not. I felt that way, too. I didn't want to marry you that morning. No! I didn't. I remember driving to the church, and I thought, I don't want to marry him. I don't even know him.
You've known me for 2 years. What do you mean you didn't want to marry me?
Let's go.
Yeah, very soon. We will, dear.
Look, I went to a lot of trouble chasing after you and taking you away from that what's his name?
Claude.
That Claude. Boy, what a dope.
He had a convertible.
Yeah, but I was cuter.
Yes, you were, as a matter of fact. Now, just stop that.
Now, Mr. Pete, and look, she is so bundled up.
Well, you want to go outside, Betsy?
No.
Well, let me undo you a little bit then. Come here to Mommy.
Well, I'm just sitting here. Shall I call them and see if they've started?
All right, Ken, if you want to.
Yeah, what's that number?
Primrose 7886. There, you can take your mittens off, too, sweetie.
Primrose 7886, please.
Ask Elsa what she's wearing.
I'm most certainly not going to ask Elsa what she's wearing and have you race upstairs and start changing. Nobody answers.
Well, they're probably on their way.
I don't know why we don't go in our car anyhow. When you go somewhere like this with other people, you're always at their beck and call. You got to leave when they want to leave. You know Chuck. He always wants to stay until the last dog is hung.
Well, since we're going to a wedding, I hardly think that's an appropriate expression, dear.
Nobody answers.
I'm hot. I want a drink.
Oh, honestly, would you get her one, dear? I want to put my lipstick on her.
Yeah. What the heck? What did you have on this chair?
What's the matter?
I sat in something.
In what?
I don't know what.
Turn around. Turn around. Let me look. Oh, honest. What have I told you, young lady? Now, just what have I...
Is it?
Bubble gum.
Bubble gum?
Now, Betsy, what has Mother told you? Look
Bubble
at the seat
gum?
of Daddy's pants. Haven't I told you time and
Never
time
mind that.
again?
Now get the stuff off.
Well, with what? What takes gum off?
I don't know what takes... Oh, look at that.
Well, where's that book on household hints?
Oh.
Tells about removing spots and stains and things.
Well, look
Just a
for
minute.
it, will you? My golly.
Here.
What does she do? Chew 5 sticks at a time?
Here it is. Here's the book. Now, just a minute. I suppose any minute they'll arrive and start honking.
But I'll tell you this much, young lady. If you put bubble gum on the furniture one more time...
I didn't put the bubble gum on the chair.
If you didn't, who did?
I don't know. Probably the fairy.
Yeah, the fairies. Why is it the fairies get blamed for everything that happens around here lately?
They're naughty. I tell them to be nice, Daddy, but they want to be naughty.
Just let me tell you
One
something,
is
young...
supposed to encourage the imagination.
Well, I'm going to encourage more than the imagination around here, I'll tell you.
Oh, wait a
that.
minute. Here, I hear you. Here, got the book now. Household hints. How to repair loose plaster, insulation, how to paint a radiator.
Oh, give it here.
Yeah,
Let me
just
have
a
it.
second.
Hold on.
Your stain and spot removal. Iodine, fingernail polish, ink, chewing gum. Here we are.
Yeah,
Here we
all
are.
right. What's it say?
Remove by soaking with carbon
Carbon tetrachloride, that's cleaning fluid.
Well, we don't have a spec. We don't. I meant to get some. I put it on the we have turpentine.
I can't go to a wedding smelling of turpentine.
Wait a minute. It says here also chewing gum, if stuck to cloth, can be removed by holding a piece of ice against it for a few seconds. This makes the gum brittle, and you can scrape it off with a knife. Ice cubes. We need ice cubes. That's what we need. Well, there they are, and you're not ready.
Yeah, I like that. I'm not ready.
Well, you're not, are you? Get the ice cubes out. Go on, dear. We'll be out as soon as we can. He sat in some gum. No hurry. You want to go out and get in the car, Betsy, with him?
No, I want to stay with you.
All right, come on out the kitchen.
No.
Get the ice cubes out.
Of course, when you're in a hurry...
What's the trouble?
No ice trays. They're all stuck.
Try the bottom one. That's usually easier.
I didn't get a drink of water.
Now, just wait a minute.
What the heck is the
Can
matter
I
with...
have some in my glass of water, too?
Well, now, just wait a minute. He doesn't have any ice cubes out yet.
Well, what in Sam Hill is over there?
Well, you won't get anywhere attacking it like that. Dear.
What?
There, try it. May I try it? May I?
All right, go ahead.
There you are. Your trouble is you get so excited over things like this if you take it easier, dear. Now, here, can you hold this ice cube on the gum?
Oh,
Turn
well...
around.
Where is it?
Oh, bend over the table. Let me do it. Go on, bend over the table. It is so late now. Come on.
Dad, he looks funny. He looks like you're going to spank him, Mommy.
Look, if there is any spanking to be done around here, young lady,
I didn't do it.
you're the only one around here who chews bubble gum.
I didn't put it on the chair.
You go to your room. Go to your room. At once, do you hear me? Now go on, march.
Go to her room. Are you crazy? We're going to a wedding, and she's supposed to go to a little party at Candy Cunningham's.
Tell Elsa and Chuck to drive on. We'll get a babysitter. We can get that Jeannie next door. Betsy is not going to any party. She has got to learn the difference between right and wrong.
We'll return to the couple next door in just a moment. What were the holidays like at your house? Hectic? In that case, you'll find settling down to normal a pleasure, especially since you now have good friends like Peter Lind Hayes and Mary Healy on hand to keep you company and keep you amused, even when you are busy with your regular daily tasks. Broadcasting right from their own home, Peter and Mary visit you on most of these same stations 5 days a week. Sometimes just the two of them drop by, but often they bring an interesting friend along. In any case, they always have a cheerful song or two on tap. And since Peter and Mary share an optimistic outlook on life, you can count on their humor to be bright and easygoing, too. Just for the fun of it, join us on CBS Radio each Monday through Friday when it's time for the Peter and Mary Show. Meet their diverting friends. Enjoy their refreshing songs. Any weekday now on CBS Radio, get an extra kick out of life with Peter Lind Hayes and Mary Healy.
Yes, it is. Lovely wedding reception. Oh, hi, Bill.
Hello.
Oh, hello, Eleanor.
I didn't see you two at the wedding.
No, we missed it. I had to get some gum off my pants, and as a result, we had a little discipline problem with Betsy.
What a shame.
Yeah.
Have you seen the wedding present?
No, not yet.
Neither the bride nor groom drink, and they got enough bar equipment to service a hotel.
It's always the way. I think we got 23 candlesticks.
Oh, excuse me.
Oh, honey, dear,
Huh?
I just remembered I put the gum on the chair.
What?
Get in here. Get in the library.
What?
Get in the library. Call home at once.
Oh, well, what about...
Just
honestly,
terrible. Here, call home. Call home.
Operator, yes, give me Juniper 2323, please.
I made Betsy give me the gum this morning while I was dusting the phone table. The phone rang, and I had to write something down and needed both my hands. I laid the gum on the chair, meaning to pick it up later, and apparently I didn't.
Hello.
I just...
Jeannie, let me talk to Betsy, would you please?
just feel sick.
Well,
I just
that's a
remembered,
fine thing. That poor kid, and I laid her out cold.
I feel terrible. I just forgot the gum, apparently.
Hello, baby. This is Daddy, darling. Honey, Mommy just remembered she put the gum there. Yes, well, we're both so sorry, darling. Daddy apologizes, sweetheart.
What did she say?
She said, that's all right. I love you, Daddy.
It's one thing about a child. They never hold a grudge, do they?
I did, huh? Oh, I'll get even with you when I get home. You wait and see. Goodbye, darling.
Oh, what did she say? What did she say?
She said, I still think you look funny bending over that table, Daddy.
Oh, Dickens.
You know, she really has a magnificent sense of humor for a 6-year-old.
Yeah, she does. Come on, that's the party. Now, don't bore everybody at this party talking about your child.
No, darling. Hi, Fred. Fred, let me tell you what my kid just said.
Oh,
I
honey,
called her
for
up.
heaven's sake.
The Couple Next Door is written by Peg Lynch and stars Peg Lynch and Alan Bunce with Madeline Pierce as Betsy, Dorothy Duckworth as Eleanor, and is produced by Walter Hart.
Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, bring you the Lux Radio Theater, starring Fred McMurray, Valley, and Frank Sinatra in The Miracle of the Bells. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen.
It's not often that you can see the film version of a book on the screen that's still on the bestseller list throughout the country. And it's not often that we can broadcast the screenplay of a story that's still being read in thousands, if not millions, of homes. But such is our good fortune tonight with Lasky McEwen's current film production of Russell Janney's book, The Miracle of the Bells. And we bring it to you now with three great stars, Fred MacMurray, Valley, and Frank Sinatra, playing their original screen roles. Many of the scenes in The Miracle of the Bells were filmed on actual location in a typical Pennsylvania mining village. And from such a place, close to the setting of tonight's play, as a matter of fact, comes a letter from a good friend of this theater. She writes, "In a town where soot and smoke are almost unavoidable, it's always a problem taking care of your complexion. But with Lux Soap, I've never had trouble keeping my skin looking fresh and lovely. We appreciate Lux Soap as much as we enjoy your Monday evening broadcasts, and that's saying a great deal. Well, as one way of saying thanks to this kind listener, we raise our curtain on Act One of RKO's current hit release, The Miracle of the Bells, starring Fred MacMurray as Bill Dunnigan, Valley as Olga, and Frank Sinatra as Father Paul." A few moments ago, an eastbound train paused momentarily in a small Pennsylvania town. One passenger got off, while from the baggage car, a coffin was quickly unloaded and placed in an awaiting hearse.
You Mr. Dunnigan?
Yes.
I'm the undertaker, Mr. Dunnigan. Nick Orloff. Might as well ride with me back to Coal Town.
Thank you.
You the husband of the deceased?
No, I'm just a friend.
Quite surprised when I got your telegram. Never had a client from Hollywood before. The name of the deceased, Mr. Dunnigan, Olga Treskovna.
That was her professional name. She was an actress.
But she come from Coal Town, huh? What was her real name?
Olga Trocky.
Trocky? Stan Trocky's kid?
That's right.
3 years ago, I gave Stan Trocky a first-class $100 funeral. You think she paid me? Not a penny, not 1 cent.
What are you stopping here for?
I ain't burying any more deadbeats until they pay up.
You mean now?
Right now.
All right, Mr. Orloff. But it was a $90 funeral, not $100. She paid you 10, she told me. Here, give me $20 change.
Oh, no. What about the extras? Flowers and 6 pallbearers at $2 apiece. I'm a respectable businessman. I never cheated nobody. When I say $100, it's $100.
My mistake, Mr. Orloff, not noticing your fine qualities. Now get us to Coal Town. It's all right, Olga. You'll be home soon. Why anyone should want to come back to this flea-bitten end of the world, I don't know. But that's what you wanted. And it's all I can do for you, kid. Ride with you and tell you that I love you. That's what's driving me crazy. That I waited till now to tell you. I love you, Olga. I guess I loved you the first time I saw your face. I'll never forget how I happened to meet you. I'd heard Tommy Elmore was rehearsing a new review. And as long as I was in the neighborhood...
No, wait a minute. Hold it. What are you dames trying to do to me? You, what's your name?
Olga Treskovna.
Well, look, Olga, I'm sorry, but I haven't time for beginners. Come back when you've learned something.
Mr. Elmore, please.
No, I'm sorry, but this show's got to go on in 4 days.
Let me try again. Please, give me another chance.
Go on, Tommy. Give the kid a break.
Huh? Who's that? Bill Dunnigan.
How are you, Tommy? Just thought I'd drop in and say hello. Hey, can you get out of here? I'll buy you a drink.
Girls, meet the world's greatest press agent. Bill, meet the world's worst chorus.
Hiya, girls.
Okay, ladies, take half an hour. If you've been watching them, Bill, you know I could use a drink.
Hey, Tommy, do me a favor, huh?
Yeah, shoot, pal.
Let the piano player work with that kid. He'll have her dancing like Pavlov in no time.
You know her?
No, I just like her face. And she looks like she needs the job. Come on, Tommy, give her a break.
Okay. Freddie, see what you can do with Olga. I'll be back in 30 minutes.
Thank you.
Now, never mind the thanks. Just learn that routine.
Oh, I will.
That's where it began, Olga. And this is where it ends. In Orloff's funeral parlor. You're back in Coal Town, baby.
Now, if you'll just sit down, Mr. Dunnigan. Well, sir, We can give her a fine funeral for $150. Of course, pallbearers will be extra.
Get them.
$2 apiece. Now, about the church. First thing for me to do is fix it up with Father Spinsky. So just make yourself comfortable, Mr. Dunnigan. Be back soon as I see you.
What a sap I was, baby. Walking out of that theater with Tommy Elmore and not seeing you again for a whole year. And then only by accident. That tank town in Iowa, Christmas Eve. And me wondering how to kill time till my train left. I walked down Main Street, and there was your picture in the lobby with the rest of the cast. The show was over, but I took a chance you'd still be in your dressing room.
Mr. Donegan.
You've got a good memory.
Oh, come in, come in. Oh, I've wanted so to see you. This is the most exciting thing that could have happened. I wanted to see you to thank you. I've never forgotten how kind you were.
Then you finally learned that dance routine, huh?
I became so good in the chorus that now I'm a great dramatic actress.
Oh?
It's not a good play, and I don't have a good part, but I love it, and I'm so grateful to you. But what are you doing in Iowa?
I'm advance man for a road show. Well, I see you're ready to leave. You got a date, huh? I just wanted to drop in and say hello.
Oh, I don't have any date, Mr. Donegan.
You're not going anywhere?
Just to the hotel. I suppose you're with friends. I won't keep you, Mr. Donegan.
The name is Bill, and you are going somewhere with me. Are you hungry?
Yes.
Wonderful. There must be some restaurant in town that's still open. Come on, let's find it. Walking with you in the snow, I felt as though I were drunk and didn't know what it was. I didn't know that I'd feel the same every time I was with you. We finally found a Chinese restaurant. It was deserted. But old Ming Gao seemed to think we were very special customers.
You shouldn't have gone to all that trouble, Minga. But how delicious everything was.
After all, it is Christmas. And you say you are strangers here.
Who met purely by accident.
No. No accident. I believe these things are all written.
And we just follow the script, huh?
Yes, we follow. Maybe you will tell me something, young lady. Your name.
Olga Trocky, alias Olga Triskovna.
Trocky, huh? Olga, when did you first decide to be an actress?
When I was a little girl, I think. In a place called Coaltown, Little Poland.
Oh, near Wilkes-Barre.
Yes. Coaltown killed my mother. My father, too. My father was very sweet and kind. He played the accordion and sang. And he used to say to me when he had a hangover, which was most of the time, "Go away someplace, Olga, and sing and dance and act and be happy."
So you followed his advice?
Except I'm nobody. But I'll be ready when my chance comes. I think maybe in Hollywood.
Hey, not so fast, baby. What you need is a couple of years in stock. You've got a lot to learn.
I haven't time for all that, Bill. I want to get there quickly. And when I am a big star and the interviewers ask me, "How did this great success come to you, Olga Triskovna?" I'll tell them it came from Bill Donegan, who once said, "Give the kid a break." Well, I think we'd better go, Bill. It's late.
Yeah. Let's have the check, Ming.
No check.
Oh, no check. Come on. We ate the whole restaurant.
Please, let this humble meal be my gift to the two guests from far away.
Well, thanks, Ming. Merry Christmas.
Thank you.
Wait. This is for you, Mingao. It's nothing, just a little religious medal. St. Michael, the Archangel. Will you take it, please?
I am very grateful.
St. Michael, huh? What's his specialty?
Fighting for God. He is a very gallant saint, Bill.
I will carry it and hope for your great success, Miss.
Good night, Minga.
Well, it stopped snowing.
Yes. And look up there. Bill, look. Look up there.
Are the stars?
Yes. Do you see over there where that V-shaped cluster is? Now, just to the right of it.
Oh, yeah.
See that bright one?
Yeah?
It's mine. My star.
Yours, huh?
My father told me that star appeared for the first time the night I was born.
Well, could be.
It's there every night to remind me of where I'm going. Oh, I'm being very silly. I won't see you again for a long time, maybe. Will you accept a Christmas present from a strange lady? My star up there. I'll give you half. Yes, Bill. Half is for you.
Why didn't I say something to you then? But no, not a word. Not even where can I write you, where'll you be? No. Old Clammouth just walking along with his heart jumping and never a word. And now I'm in Nick Orloff's funeral parlor, and you in a box in the corner of the room. But it can't end like this, baby. It can't end with Dunnigan the dummy just staring at a box.
You see? That didn't take long, did it? Me and Father Spinsky got everything worked out fine. And I got hold of a singer, too. Now, let's see. I figure a blanket of roses for the coffin, and maybe a nice wreath as a sort of personal tribute from you. Oh, yeah, and the sexton of the church. Almost forgot that.
Oh, that's bad. You wouldn't want to forget any charges.
Huh? And a donation for Father Spinsky's church. Let's figure on a total of $350.
$350? Well, that's a lot more than
That ain't much for a service at St. Leo's.
At St. Leo's?
Yes, sir. Biggest church in town.
But that's the wrong church. I wanted St. Michael's. I just took for granted.
That old broken-down barn? Oh, no. You don't want your friend buried from St. Michael's.
Look, Mr. Orloff, where is St. Michael's?
Go on. Take a look at it. I ain't worried. Down the street to your left, across from the hotel. Just remember, Father Paul ain't got anything to offer. You'll be back.
So that's why I'm here, Father Paul. She wanted to be buried from your church. Now, how much do you charge? I better tell you first, she wanted a few extras.
I'm very proud that this girl wanted to be buried from St. Michael's, Mr. Dunnigan. Please put your money away.
I'm sorry, Father. I came in here like a sorehead. It's just that, well, it's a pleasure to run into a human being again. You ever hear of poverty, Father?
Oh, yes. Poverty is an old friend of St. Michael's.
Well, I'm down to my last $300. I just thought I'd better warn you. And I've got a favor to ask. Could we have her brought here? I hate the thought of Olga being left in Orloff's place.
Of course, she belongs here. Let me phone Orloff, and then you must tell me about Olga. I can see you must have loved her very much. Oh, Nick Orloff's a stupid and greedy man. But she'll be here.
Thank you, Father.
Now, about Olga.
Well, I'd met her only twice before I took a job in Hollywood as personal drum beater for the great Marcus Harris.
Marcus Harris?
Marcus Harris is one of the greatest motion picture producers in America. And at the moment, he was given birth to a $3 million epic called Joan of Arc. The star of the picture was a girl named Anna Klovna. But Miss Klovna proved quite a problem. She was trouble from the minute she walked into the studio. Then one morning in Harris's office...
I refuse to perform. I will not put my foot on that set again. I'm leaving, Mr. Harris.
Miss Klovna, please.
That imbecile. He's a director. He's an idiot. He wants me to be here before I'm awake. He says I must rehearse. I have played Joan in Europe. Shaw's Joan, Schiller's Joan. What have I to learn from him? From any of you?
Oh, come on, Anna. Don't act like this. You're a great artist.
Well, then I want to be treated like a great artist.
Let's go to your dressing room. Let's see if we can't talk this over, huh?
So, now you give the order, too. What do you know about art? A pushcart peddler is what you were, and what you still are. No ignorant peasant can give orders to Anna Klovna.
Now, wait a minute. We don't talk like that in America.
No. All you talk in America is money, money, money. Oh, but I am finished. I quit.
You can quit. I'm sorry you don't like me, Miss Klovna. That's all right. I'm sorry you don't like America, but that isn't all right. It's too bad you couldn't see something nice in such a wonderful place.
Wonderful. For fools, maybe. For money grabbers. For peddlers. I am an artist.
She'll calm down, Marcus. She'll be back.
I don't want her back. I like this country. I won't work with anyone who doesn't like it.
Well, you can get somebody else to play the part, then.
There's no one else available who can play Joan of Arc. It's too bad. Klovna has a great talent. Well, let's walk over to the set and give him the bad news. And that's it, ladies and gentlemen. We're forced to give up the picture. I'm sorry this has happened. Maybe we'll have better luck next time.
That's it, boys. Wrap it up.
Mr. Donegan. Bill. Bill.
Holy Ike, am I dreaming?
Hello, Bill.
Olga, don't tell me you're in pictures.
I was. I just lost my job. I was stand-in for Anna Klovna. You're working here, too?
Yeah. Look, let's get out of here where we can talk. So a stand-in, huh?
Not much of a job for a foolish young lady who dreamed of being a star.
You know, it makes me happy just to look at you. Say, where can I meet you tonight?
Let me cook dinner for you. I've got a sort of apartment, and I've been dying to have a guest.
No guest?
No.
I'm glad. What's the address?
1461 Curzon Avenue. It's over a garage.
1461. Will it be all right if I get there about 7 o'clock?
7 is fine. Oh, Bill, how good to see you again. More coffee, Bill?
Ah, no, thanks. Just tell me the rest of it, baby.
Oh, there isn't any rest of it. I kept making the rounds of the studios, and sometimes they said come back, and sometimes they said don't come back. But whatever they said, it always ended the same way. No job for a new young movie star. Bill, you're not listening.
Yeah, I'm listening, baby. I'm listening to a lot of things. Olga, can you act?
But you know I can act.
How do I know?
Because I told you.
Oh, that's right, so you did.
And I'm much better now. I spend all my spare time reading plays, learning parts, and...
Yeah, you're better looking than she is, too.
Who?
Anna Klovna. You're younger, you're prettier.
Bill, what are you talking
Take
about?
it easy, baby. I'm incubating.
Bill, you don't mean Joan of Arc.
Never mind what I mean. Olga, do you know any scenes from the script?
Oh, Bill, I know the whole script.
Look, I don't want the whole script. I want one scene, one big scene.
No?
Yes, now. We've got to work fast. It's one of those things.
Yes, Bill?
Okay, you're on. The camera's rolling. Action.
It's a scene where Joan comes into the courtroom. They brought her up from the dungeon. She sees all the great English aristocrats, all the great doctors of theology. They're here to make her confess that she has lied and blasphemed. Then the bishop asks her if she considers herself in a state of grace. And she replies, if I am not, I hope God will put me there. And if I am, I hope he'll keep me there. They want the truth, they tell her. And they ask, when did Satan first command you to slay the English? And Joan answers, the voices of my saints commanded me to fight for France. So I went into battle, and I led the battles. And what were the English doing on the soil of France? Why didn't they keep their blood at home where French swords could not spill it? No, whatever you do to me, I will not say what is not the truth. And the truth is, I'm a peasant girl, and I love my mother and father and my brothers, and I would have stayed at home. But God spoke to me through his angel Michael, and he told me to go out into the world and help my people. I went, and I fought. And if I should escape from here, I will continue to fight for them. And if I do not escape and you will burn me for what I've done, I will kneel in the fire and give God my thanks for his kindness to me and my people.
Okay, baby. Where's the phone?
Was it all right?
Yeah, it was all right. Hello. Mr. Harris, please. This is Bill Dunnigan calling. Yeah, will you please?
Bill, I don't know if you're...
Hello, Marcus. This is Bill Dunnigan. Marcus, hang on to your hat. What? All right. Hang on to your pajamas, then. Look, Marcus, you don't have to shelve the picture. I found another Anna Klovna plus. She's young. She's beautiful. Can she act? Can Heifetz fiddle? Can Joe Louis fight? Can Bob Feller pitch? I'm telling you, Marcus, she's great. You've got to give her a screen test first thing in the morning. Just give me your okay, and I'll set everything up. Yeah. Sure, I've got her tied up. I give you my solemn word of honor. Yeah, fine. I'll see you tomorrow.
Bill.
Relax, baby.
I'm going to explode.
You're going to bed.
It's like the time you came into the theater. I couldn't see you at first. Just a voice that said, give the kid a break. I don't know why I deserve anybody like you.
Yeah, I've got to get hold of Dolan and talk him into directing the test. We don't want a shot by some stooge. I'll go and see him now, and you're going to get some sleep.
How can I ever repay you, Bill?
By knocking him dead, baby. Tomorrow's the big day.
Not as big as now. Oh, Bill, thanks.
Good night.
Good night.
Now, don't worry about anything. I'll see you on the barricades at dawn, baby.
In a moment, we'll continue with Act 2 of The Miracle of the Bells. Meanwhile, greetings to Libby Collins, our Hollywood reporter.
Fresh from the green grass of Wyoming, Mr. Keeley.
You mean, of course, the picture of that name, Libby.
Mm-hmm. 20th Century Fox's New Western. And wasn't I surprised to see little Peggy Cummins in the role of a hard-riding outdoor girl. She's so dainty and feminine.
Green grass of Wyoming is certainly full of action. Those harness races had me on the edge of my chair.
Especially the one with Charles Coburn at the reins.
You can always count on Charles to give a rare performance. And I think the studio has a find in young Bob Arthur.
Oh, he's most appealing as Peggy Cummins' sweetheart.
I understand Peggy made a great hit when the company was on location.
Mm-hmm. She was entertained by the governor and interviewed by all the papers. She's very lovely with her blonde hair and fresh, fair skin. How about that, John Kennedy?
Yes, she's one of Hollywood's prettiest. No wonder everyone fell in love with her. Besides, Libby, Lux girls always make a hit.
Yes, Peggy Cummins is an ardent Lux girl. She told me that during the war days in England, she used to cherish every sliver of Lux soap. Those Lux soap facials are wonderful for the skin, she said. I didn't want to neglect my complexion care a single day.
Screen stars just can't take chances with complexion beauty.
And neither should any woman. Lux facials are so easy and quick, and they really work.
Tests by skin specialists prove it. In actually 3 out of 4 cases, skin became lovelier in a short time.
Lux soap agrees with delicate skin. It's as fine a soap as money can buy. Fastidious women love the Lux soap perfume, too. It's such a delicate fragrance.
Another reason why fragrant white Lux toilet soap is Hollywood's own beauty soap. Back now to Mr. William Keeley.
2 of The Miracle of the Bell, starring Fred McMurray as Bill Dunnigan, Valley as Olga, and Frank Sinatra as Father Paul. In the shabby old rectory of St. Michael's Church, the mild little priest, Father Paul, listens attentively as Bill Dunnigan, press agent, continues the story of Olga Traskovna.
Well, Father, the screen test was great. Olga was wonderful. And when we started shooting, she was even better. Everyone was raving about her. No gags either, real raves. I tell you, Father, you've never seen a dream come true like this one.
It sounds wonderful. Well, that should be Mr. Orloff. Come in.
Where do you want the box?
Would you carry it into the church, please?
I got it uncrated for you.
Yes, you may keep the lumber, Mr. Orloff.
That don't pay me. There's an extra charge. $5.
Here. $5. Now beat it.
You're going to hear from Father Spinsky. Yes, sir.
I'm always happy to hear from Father Spinsky. Mr. Dunnigan, it's time for evening devotions. Would you care to come with me?
In church? Oh, I don't know, Father.
Well, please come and see her there.
Well, for a minute.
And you haven't finished telling me about her?
Tomorrow, maybe.
Good. And if you'd like, I'll show you the cemetery. This way, Mr. Dunnigan. You know, some people object to our cemetery being way up here in the hills, Mr. Dunnigan. But at least this is one place where the coal dust doesn't blow and where the flowers are always clean. I asked a friend if she had ever heard of Olga Cheskovna, the movie actress. She said she hadn't. I told her she was very famous.
No, Father. They wouldn't let her become famous.
But why not? What happened?
Well, after 2 weeks of shooting, Marcus Harris tripled her salary. That's how good she was. But she never changed. It's quite a thing, you know, Father, to jump from nowhere into stardom. And all the time she was getting thinner and more tired. I figured she was just working too hard. Until one day in her dressing room...
Oh, what a day. I've never worked so hard in all my life. Dolan's a regular slave driver, but I love him for it. Oh, I feel as light as air.
Clara, does she have a fever?
She's awfully hot, Mr. Dunnigan.
Oh, you would be too under those lights all day. Let's have a wonderful party, Bill, when the picture's over.
Yeah, we'll do that, baby.
Poor, serious Bill. He doesn't know how gay life can be. How wonderful.
Mr. Dunnigan, that bottle, please, her medicine. Here, dear. Take this. Here.
What medicine is that?
Just something Dr. Jennings gave me.
Dr. Jennings?
I've been using my voice so much lately. All those long speeches. But just think, Bill. Only 3 more days and the picture will be finished.
Yeah. Well, I've got to go and see Harris. Be careful, baby. You look so tired, you frighten me. She doesn't know I've come here, Dr. Jennings. Tell me, how sick is she?
She's very sick. She's developed tuberculosis.
Tuberculosis? I see.
She needs what we call surgical rest. Should have had it long ago.
Well, if we could send her to a sanatorium now.
I've tried desperately to persuade her, but she's determined to finish this picture even if it kills her.
Yeah, I know. But she will get well.
There's always a chance, Mr. Dunnigan.
No more than that, huh? Thanks for telling me, Doctor.
And in spite of her illness, Mr. Dunnigan, she finished the picture?
Yes, Father Paul, she finished it. I was in her dressing room just before they shot the final scene. I did my best to persuade her to postpone it.
But it's just one more shot, Bill. Then it's finished. But the whole picture.
You're not well, Olga. I've talked to Marcus. He said we can shoot it tomorrow or the next day or next week.
Please, Bill. This is so important to me. Please.
We're ready, Mr. Skobner.
Coming. Come along, Bill. I want you to be there.
Sure, baby. Sure. Yes, this was the last shot, Father Paul. With Olga as Joan chained to the stake, the fire leaping up around her, and the mob hooting and jeering until Joan spoke her last words.
Oh, you who are here, I pardon you for what you do. I'm young and I do not know much of life. But I know that this little place in which I stand is not the world. There are places I've never seen where men and women are full of sweetness and hope. I speak to them out of the pain that comes. Dream on. Dream on of God and goodness. Believe in truth and justice, for the world is yours. I will not die. I will not die. When the fire burns me, my soul will remain to sing the glory of God. I will remain as a light for those in the dark. By Jesus, mercy.
The following day, Olga was dead. A few hours later in Harris's office.
So I've decided not to release the picture, gentlemen. Sometime, maybe we can remake it when we can find the proper person to play the part again.
Marcus, you can't do that.
I'm not going to release a picture with a dead girl in it, and that's final.
But Olga died to make it. She gave up her life to act in it. Where's your heart, Marcus? Do it for her.
I'm sorry, Bill, I can't. If Olga had been a girl whom the public had known and loved, I might be willing to take a chance. But this way, no. We gambled and lost. That's all, gentlemen. Bill, I'm sorry. She was a fine girl.
I'm going to take her home, Marcus. Back to Pennsylvania. That's what she wanted. I won't be coming back.
You'll be back. It's tough, but it'll pass. Everything does.
I don't think so. It can't end like this. Not for her. But that's the way it did end, Father Paul. The picture shelved, Olga's talent and beauty stuck away in a vault, buried like we're going to bury her. Those bells, Father. Church bells?
Yes, they ring every day at noon all over the world. De Angelis.
I guess I never listened. Bells. I knew there was something I'd forgotten. Olga wanted your bells rung at her funeral. I almost forgot her last request.
I'll tell the sexton.
Father, how many churches are there in Coal Town?
Why, we have 5 churches.
Do they all have bells?
Well, yes, fine bells. Mr. Dunnigan, you're not thinking
I'm thinking of a lot of things. 5 churches. Okay, I want all the bells to start ringing at 8 o'clock tonight and keep on ringing for 3 days. 3 days and 3 nights.
But why?
A brain cell moved, finally. I've been letting Olga down. I've been sitting around moaning like a beggar on a rainy day.
Mr. Dunnigan, it's going to cost money, a lot of money.
Oh, that'll be taken care of, Father.
But you told me that you
Look,
only...
Father, you've heard of St. Michael, haven't you? He was a scrapper, wasn't he?
Oh, indeed he was. He was the first warrior of heaven.
Well, then what are we worried about? He's on our side, isn't he? Come on, Father, let's get back to town.
You want this telegram to go to Hollywood, huh?
Yeah.
Let's see if I can read it.
Look, just get it off, will you, please?
Mister, if I can't read it, I can't send it. Marcus Harris, Excelsior Studios, have terrific stunt to save Joan of Arc. Wire $10,000 immediately, Miners Bank and Trust Company. That's just a block down the
Yes,
street.
I know where it is. Just go on. Right?
You know. Must have it by noon. It will pay back $10 million gross for picture. Dunnigan in great form.
That's Dunnigan.
Oh, Dunnigan. Dunnigan in great form. Dunnigan is still world's greatest press agent. Regards, Dunnigan. Who's Dunnigan?
I am.
You don't say.
Here's $5. Now keep the change.
Oh, thanks.
And phone me at this number in Coaltown as soon as the answer comes through.
$10,000. I'll sure like to see that return message.
Yes, and so will I. But just the two of us, do you understand? That's why I didn't phone it in from Coaltown. There you...
Say, what's that? Them bells. Church bells. Sounds like they're coming from Coaltown.
Yeah, right on the dot, 8 o'clock.
Huh?
Sound beautiful, don't they?
Sounds like all the churches in Coaltown. Something must have happened.
That's right, partner. Something must have happened. Boys, I'm sorry I was so long getting back to the hotel, but I've been over in Nanticoke.
I'm Todd Jones, Associated Press.
Oh, yeah.
Tanner, Nanticoke Journal.
And I'm Briggs, Wilkes-Barre's son. Now, would you mind telling us what this is all about? These bells?
Yeah, this whole town is standing on its ear, and nobody seems to know why they're ringing.
Well, I'm a little surprised, gentlemen. I didn't think anyone outside of Coaltown would be interested.
This Olga Treskovna, who is she?
She's an actress. A great actress, gentlemen. She died 10 days ago in Hollywood. A Hollywood star, huh? What pictures? Well, as a matter of fact, she just finished Joan of Arc.
Hey, wait a minute. I thought I recognized you. You're Bill Dunnigan, aren't you?
That's right.
Bill Dunnigan, super-duper press agent. Bells, huh? This isn't a news story. It's a publicity stunt.
No, wait a minute.
Did Marcus Harris ever hear of paid advertising?
Okay, boys. I'll admit I was trying to pull a fast one, but not for the reasons you're thinking. Hey, Al, how about a bottle of scotch and some glasses?
Sure, right away, Mr. Dunnigan.
Everything I've told you is true, as far as it went. How about listening to the whole story? At least until the bottle runs out.
The AP doesn't print publicity stories, Dunnigan.
What I want to know is who's paying for 3 days and nights of bell ringing?
I am, with the aid of 4 bad checks which I have sinfully given the trusting clergy of Coaltown, including Father Spinsky of St. Leo's. I've wired Marcus Harris for $10,000. If he sends it, fine. If he doesn't, our next session will be in the Coaltown jail.
Oh, why wouldn't he send it? A gag like this?
Because when Olga died, Harris decided not to release the picture. I'm doing all this on my own. I figured that ringing the bells would be news, that with any luck it'd cause so much talk that Harris would have to release the picture.
And what's your interest in the picture, Dunnigan?
Mine? I knew Olga. I don't want to see her talent buried. She died for it. You want to hear why she felt it was worth dying for?
Go ahead. I can't get a train for an hour.
Well, the day she finished the picture, Olga collapsed. The next morning at daybreak, the hospital sent for me.
Hello, Bill.
Hello, baby.
Bill, will you promise me something?
Sure, anything.
I want to be buried in Coaltown from St. Michael's Church.
Olga, please don't talk like that.
And I want them to ring the bell for me. They didn't ring it for my father. Don't forget, St. Michael's. Bill, the picture, is it really good?
It's wonderful. You're great in it, Olga.
I hope it's true. Because I didn't play Joan alone. A lot of people played her. People you've never seen or heard. My father and all the other poor, sad people of Coaltown.
You'd better not talk, baby.
But I want you to know and remember why I did it. why I kept on till this happened. It's because all those poor people, the people I came from, have hopes and dreams that never get a chance. They just work and die, and all the nice things inside of them never come out. And Bill, I came out of them. When they hear me, they'll know it's their own heart speaking. And when they see my name shining in all the theaters, it'll be something of their shining. Oh, Bill, I'm so happy. I did my job.
Olga.
Chicago Times by Associated Press. Dead movie star honored by unique ceremony in Pennsylvania town.
Wilkes-Barre's son. Bells ring tribute to Pennsylvania movie star.
Bells.
Dying wish of Hollywood star fulfilled.
Do you like them, Olga? They're ringing your name, baby. Throughout the town, throughout the state, throughout the nation. Hello?
This is the desk clerk, Mr. Dunnigan. Father Spinsky is here in the lobby, sir.
Father Spinsky, eh? Has the telegraph office called me yet?
No, sir, not yet.
Not yet. Okay, tell him I'll be right down.
And I don't think you realize, Mr. Dunnigan, what a stir all this has created.
Oh, I think I have an idea, Father Spinsky.
Why, they tell me the entire nation has heard about the bells, the newspapers, radio. Anyway, as far as Coal Town is concerned, it seems everyone wants to attend services for Miss Truskovna.
That's fine, Father.
And it's obvious St. Michael's Church couldn't possibly accommodate them all.
Bill.
Oh, good morning, Father Paul.
Bill, the most unusual thing has happened. I mean, just a little while ago, over 100 people. They came to view the coffin, and they stayed for Mass. All of them in my church.
Exactly, Father Paul. I was just telling Mr. Dunnigan, your little church will be greatly overtaxed. Why, the sightseers are flooding the town already. Mr. Dunnigan, I'm sure you'll agree it would be far wiser to move Olga Truskovna to St. Leo's Church and let us conduct the service.
Perhaps it would be better, Bill.
No, Father Paul. Olga's going to be buried from St. Michael's.
I had hoped not to be forced into this position, Mr. Dunnigan. I came here to be of service, however. At Mr. Orloff's suggestion, I wired your bank regarding the check you gave me for ringing the bells of St. Leo's. They tell me the check is worthless.
Well, if you'll just give me a little time, it'll be covered, Father.
I shall phone your bank at noon. If the money is not in your account, our bells will stop ringing. And I shall inform my fellow pastors of your swindle. Good day, Mr. Dunnigan.
Till noon, he said. 3 hours.
You know, Bill, St. Leo's is a very fine church. And Father Spinsky is really a very good man.
You mean run out in St. Michael's? No, Father. Father, how much is the fare to Nanticoke?
Why, it's 10 cents.
Well, a dollar ought to cover it then, huh?
But I don't understand, Bill.
Look, Father, don't make it too difficult, will you? I'm putting the bite on you for $1.
Oh, of course. Here.
Thanks.
Oh, will that be enough?
Well, not quite. I need about 4,000 more, but I may be able to pick it up in Nanticoke. I'll see you later.
She's coming in now, Mr. Dunnigan. Yep. It's from Hollywood.
Oh, what does it say? What does it say?
Have sent $5,000 as requested. Cut you down, didn't he?
I expected it. What else does it say?
Money is settlement in full for your unexpired contract. Never mind about saving picture. My decision still stands. Signed, Harris.
Oh, thanks. Oh, if there should be any other wires, you can phone me at the Coal Town Hotel.
Yes, sir. Going there now, are you?
Yeah, right from the bank. I've got a little session coming up with some newspaper reporters.
Yeah, that's okay. So Harris came through with the money, huh?
Yeah, but he's still not sold on releasing the picture. I need something big, boys. I've got to get him boiling over. If we could only get some new angle to hand your papers.
Well, the bells are still ringing.
Yeah, but that's no longer news breaks. We've got to cook up some fresh headlines.
Boys, you can all calm down. The party's over.
What's the matter, Tanner?
I've just seen Watson.
Who's Watson?
President of the coal mines, that's all. Biggest man in town and the maddest. The miners aren't working. They're all steamed up over the bells.
Well, Watson can't stop the bells, can he?
No, I think he can, Bill.
Well, there must be somebody more important than Watson.
Well, the governor, maybe. And there's always the president.
The governor, that's it. Any of you boys know him?
Well, I don't know the governor, Dunnigan, but I know his secretary. It's my wife's cousin.
Grab a phone, then. Put a call in for him. If the governor should issue a proclamation, even Watson would have to shut up.
I thought you'd like to see the newspapers, Mr. Harris. Take a look at this. Headlines, too.
Pennsylvania governor issues proclamation. All denominations to observe Starr's funeral.
Now, here's the Globe. Nationwide mourning accorded Olga. And you know what the Journal says?
Never mind. I've never seen a campaign like this in all my born days. Too bad it's all for nothing.
For nothing?
I just this minute hung up the phone. Genevieve James is available. She wants to do Joan of Arc.
Well, that is news, isn't it?
You know, Dolan, I was almost hoping we could go ahead as Dunnigan wanted. But naturally, this changes everything. We'll remake the picture with Genevieve James. I'll get a telegram off to Dunnigan right away.
And what's that telegram, Bill? From Hollywood, isn't it?
Yeah, it's from Hollywood.
Marcus Harris?
No, it's another studio. They want to hire me. They think I'm pretty good.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to get some sleep. Coming up?
No, I think I'll go for a walk. Good night, boys. And thanks for a swell fight.
Good night. Anytime.
Well, baby, the bells are still ringing. And your star up there is still shining. But I didn't do so good, baby. They're going to remake the picture. So you can quit shining. It's no dice. I've let you down. Way down.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
In a moment, we'll bring you Act 3 of The Miracle of the Bells. Our guest tonight, Paramount starlet Jean Ruth, is just 20 years old and already an accomplished actress and dancer. I understand, Jean, you've spent almost as many years in the theater as you have birthdays.
Yes, Mr. Keeley. Both of my parents have been in show business nearly all their lives, so I was literally raised in the theater.
And now you're well on your way to a movie career. Does the picture business come up to your expectations?
It's even more fascinating than I'd hoped for. Take last Wednesday night's premiere of The Emperor Waltz. It was such fun seeing all those famous stars. And the picture. I got a special thrill out of that because I saw so much of the actual filming.
And besides, Bing Crosby has one of his most romantic roles in The Emperor Waltz.
Wasn't he terrific? I loved those scenes where he sang to Joan Fontaine.
Well, evidently Joan loved them, too, because every time Bing sang to her, she literally wilted into his arms.
I saw you, Mr. Kennedy, at the premiere. You were applauding like mad.
Oh, I had a wonderful time, all right. Remember that scene where Bing and Joan are in the canoe?
Oh, that was beautiful. And in Technicolor, Joan looked simply dazzling.
That brilliant sunlight was a test for any star's complexion. Try this fine white soap. You'll enjoy its rich, creamy lather, its delicate flower-like perfume. Here's your producer, Mr. Keeley.
Our curtain rises on the third act of The Miracle of the Bells, starring Fred McMurray as Bill Dunnigan, Valley as Olga, and Frank Sinatra as Father Paul. Marcus Harris, the producer, has decided to remake Joan of Arc, and Bill Dunnigan's frantic efforts to bring Olga before the world have failed. But in Coal Town, the bells still ring out, and in the humble little church of St. Michael, the funeral service is about to begin. Never before has the church been so crowded, and outside, great throngs struggle to get in. Then, suddenly, within the church, a strange sound is heard. A rumble, almost like a distant earthquake. Transfixed, the people stare before them. For the holy statues around the altar, are moving. The statue of St. Michael, the statue of Mary are turning. Until now, they face the coffin of Olga Treskovna.
They're moving. The statues, look at them, they're moving.
The statues are turning. They're turning toward her.
They're looking at her coffin. It's a miracle. A miracle. They're looking at her coffin. They're looking at her.
Excuse me. Excuse me, please. You're the sexton, aren't you? Where is he? Where's Father Paul?
He went down there, Mr. Dunnigan, down to the basement.
Father Paul. Father Paul.
I'm here, Bill.
Father Paul, I saw it. I was in the back of the church when it happened. I saw the statues turn.
Yes, I know, Bill. That's why I came down here.
Look, Father Paul, I started this thing. I started the bells ringing as a gag to get them to release Olga's picture. But I didn't do that upstairs, so help me, I had nothing to do with it.
I know, Bill, I know.
The statues turned by themselves. They turned and looked at Olga.
Look, Bill, look at this post. You see, the ground is broken around this post.
What?
The ground, Bill. It's broken, and all the way across to the base of the other post. The statues are directly above these posts, and the posts support the statues, Bill.
Are you trying to knock out the miracle?
There wasn't any miracle. You see, there are a lot of old mine shafts under here, and the earth isn't too solid. The movement of the two posts made the statues turn, Bill.
That's it, huh?
Yes. I rushed down here because I was worried about the flooring of the church. All those people up there, why, our floor isn't used to such crowds.
What are you going to do, Father Paul?
Why, I'm going to tell them the truth.
You know the truth?
Yes, Bill.
Father, wait.
I must tell them, Bill. It's my duty.
It's your duty to take the light out of their faces, is it, Father? I saw them when it happened. I saw those poor, bitter faces shining as if someone had turned a light on inside them. And I heard them praying and giving thanks. And now you're going up and tell them it was nothing but a couple of basement pillars and a piece of broken ground.
Bill, you don't seem to understand.
Look, Father, I'm not thinking of putting over a movie now. Whoever turned those statues wasn't trying to sell a picture for Marcus Harris. I tell you, Father, God was trying to say, life's all right. It's not as bad as it seems. And I'm up here watching and trying to help. And even if he didn't say it, Father, can't you see it's in their hearts now? It'll go out all over the world. And if God doesn't speak like that out of heaven, he'll be speaking out of people's hearts. And what's the difference where he speaks from? Your job isn't to hide his word, is it?
No, Bill, it isn't to hide his word.
The saints came to Joan of Arc because she wanted to help someone. The people of France. Olga wanted to help someone just as much. The people of Coal Town. Give her the chance, Father Paul.
Come with me, Bill. We'll go up now. My dear friends, something strange and wonderful has happened. The faces of the Blessed Virgin and St. Michael have turned to look on one who lies among us in a coffin. I will not speak of what has made the statues turn. Others will tell you the answer to that later. I speak to you of no other miracle than the miracle of the Olga Trakis of the world, of those who live and dream only to bring heaven into our lives, even if it is no more than a smile of fellowship or a moment of beauty. Olga died for this, for the beauty and the tired and lonely hearts of her people. Let us pray for her. In nomine Patri et Filii et Spiritus Sancti, et Joiber altare Dei.
On you, Mr. Harris, but something tremendous has happened. There's a mob of newspaper reporters out there, and they want you to...
What's happened? What are you talking about?
The miracle, Mr. Harris.
What miracle?
In Coal Town. A miracle has happened to Olga Treskovna.
I won't hear such bunk. It's sacrilegious. And if Dunnigan thinks
It isn't Dunnigan. Two huge statues at the altar turned to look at Olga in her coffin.
What do you mean it isn't Dunnigan? Do you think for one moment the Almighty is interested in selling my movies? And you believe it?
The whole country believes it, Mr. Harris.
This time Dunnigan's gone a little too far. When a press agent starts fooling the people about religion, I'm through with him.
But the statues turned, Marcus. Hundreds of people saw them turn.
Then he paid somebody to have them turn.
Don't you believe in miracles, Marcus? You just made a picture about one. Joan of Arc.
Yes, I believe in miracles. I was brought up to believe in God and in miracles. But I won't stand for press agent miracles. Reporters, huh? Fine. I'll tell them Bill Dunnigan's the biggest faker in America.
I've turned on your radio, Mr. Harris. Can you listen in for just a moment? They're talking about it on the radio.
Turn it up, Eddie. All right, Marcus. Listen.
Here will be that of the distinguished correspondent Lawrence Hunter here in Coal Town to report on this amazing happening.
The whole country is asking, did a miracle happen in Coal Town? But here, nobody asked that question. Every man, woman, and child believes that the grace of God has touched them. To them, a miracle has happened. Something so wondrous that it has torn the bitterness and the doubts from the hearts of the people and brought them back to God. Whether this is a miracle or not is up to the church authorities to decide. But I do know this. When Olga Treskovna was brought home, a wonderful thing happened. And everyone here is convinced that somehow divine providence is blessing Coal Town and the people in it.
What a day this has been, Bill. What a wonderful day. Look at those telegrams on my desk. How am I ever going to answer them all? And tomorrow there'll be more.
You don't answer them, Father Paul. You get a secretary. She answers them.
Oh, no. They were written to me. Look, we are being given a new organ by Mr. Watson. Others are giving us a new roof, stained glass windows. And look, Bill, all this money for the poor. And the world has come to St. Michael's to pray. I must thank you, Bill.
Thank me? Isn't that a little funny coming from you?
You mean you still believe in the miracle?
I've been standing in the church most of the day, Father. I haven't tried to plant one line of newspaper copy. Do you remember when I told you how I couldn't tell Olga what I felt? Well, this is the second time in my life that I've been dumb. I can't tell the world about it. That's why I know it's real. Because I'm no good at selling anything that's real. Well, I guess I'm through here.
Through? Oh, no, Bill.
No, Bill, you're just beginning.
Marcus.
Bill, I'm happy to see you.
Hello, Marcus. Hello, Dolan. Father, this is Mr. Harris and Mr. Dolan, straight from Hollywood.
By special plane.
I'm very glad to know you.
Father, Bill, I'm a man who knows when he's licked. You win. You, Bill, and Father Paul, St. Michael, Olga, and a couple of statues. I've decided to release the picture as quickly as possible.
Thank you, Marcus.
We're going to put Olga Treskovna in pictures in every city in the country. And I'll tell you what she's going to do. Olga's going to build a hospital for Coal Town, the best that money can buy. A clinic for her people, for the study of this disease from which she died, so that someday there will be no such disease, and people won't be dying from it, because Olga Treskovna died for them, worked and died for them.
This is a great thing you're doing, Mr. Harris. It's beyond anything any of us has dreamed.
Maybe. I don't know how all this started, but in my religion, when something happens that makes the world a little better than it was before, we know that God has had something to do with it. And we don't ask questions.
In my religion, too, Mr. Harris.
And Bill, when they hear me, they'll know it's their own heart speaking. And when they see my name shining in all the theaters, it'll be something of their shining. I'm so happy, Bill. I did my job.
I can't imagine a better Memorial Day tribute to our audience than The Miracle of the Bells. And our thanks go now to the stars who made tonight's play such an unforgettable event. Fred McMurray, Valet, and Frank Sinatra. Fred, you just got back in time from the Chicago premiere of the picture.
That's right, Bill. Frank and I both were there.
And I understand it was a sellout.
Yes, Mr. Keeley, which was mighty gratifying since the proceeds went to the National Cancer Drive.
And where were you, Valet, during all this?
Working at the studio? But I wish I could have been there.
Well, at least we had you for the radio premiere. And it's a great pleasure having you back so soon again on Lux.
Well, it's a pleasure for me, Mr. Keeley. I love radio.
And I'd say radio loves you, and so do I.
Tell us, Alita, you've been in this country such a short time. How did you learn to speak English so well?
Oh, I have a good voice coach. And I go to movies a lot.
Go to movies, huh? I wish I could have studied English that way.
Say, if you don't watch out, Alita, you're going to have a lot of English students playing hooky.
Well, I'm sure, Valley, many actresses could learn a lot by seeing your excellent performance in the role of Mrs. Paradine in David O. Selznick's production, The Paradine Case.
Yeah, that was really a thrilling picture you made with Gregory Peck, Alita.
Yes, and I like those typical Alfred Hitchcock touches. You all ought to be proud of it, you all.
And I'm not surprised, Valley, at the success of your American pictures after your many, many screen hits in Italy. But tell me, do the screen stars of Italy depend on Lux soap as they do in this country?
Well, every actress knows how important a good soap is to her complexion, Mr. Keeley.
Mr. Keeley, what's Lux presenting next week?
Next Monday night, we bring our audience a spine-thrilling story of the West with Columbia Pictures' current hit, Relentless. And our stars are Robert Young in his original exciting screen role and the lovely Claire Trevor for romantic interest.
A mighty exciting picture, Bill.
Yes, and as its title implies, an action-packed story of the chase in which an innocent man relentlessly pursues the murderer of whose crime he's accused.
That ought to keep the audience in plenty of suspense, Bill. We'll be listening. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Thanks for brightening our holiday. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents Robert Young and Claire Trevor in Relentless. This is William Keeley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Today, thousands of alert young women who are high school or college graduates are choosing the career of nursing. The student nurse receives invaluable education that can qualify her for a score of useful, profitable jobs. If you can qualify for the career of student nurse, go to your nearest hospital tomorrow for full information. Fred McMurray will soon be seen in the Nasser production, Innocent Affair. Frank Sinatra appeared by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of Irving Berlin's Technicolor musical Easter Parade, starring Judy Garland and Fred Astaire. Heard in our cast tonight were William Johnstone as Marcus Harris, Herbert Butterfield as Orloff, and Veronica Pataki as Klogna. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. And this is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to join us again next Monday night to hear Relentless with Robert Young and Claire Trevor. Stay tuned for My Friend Irma, which follows immediately over most of these stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Reverend Arthur Maydew worked very hard in a large parish for 11 months of the year. He was also a student and a man of no strong physique, so that when an opportunity was presented to him to take a holiday by exchanging his parsonage in a sprawling, dark, industrial town with the country living of another clergyman in the sunlit south, he was very glad to avail himself of it. Arthur Maydew had 2 daughters, the heroines of this story set in an English county shortly after the First World War. Both these girls rejoiced at the prospect of a period of quiet and rest in the pleasant country neighborhood of Overbury. But their dreams were shattered. From the gentle green acres, the Maydew sisters passed into the dark regions of terror that lie beyond midnight.
Biotex, the new soak and pre-wash powder, presents Beyond Midnight.
Quite lovely. Oh, Maggie, we shall persuade old Mr. Roberts to exchange Overbury for Father's parish permanently.
Oh, as if he would. This lovely place, these surroundings for Sheffield. Oh, Alice, who in all the world would make such a bargain?
Look, the That was a song thrush. Did you see him?
No. With eyes like yours, I'm surprised you did.
Well, I will not wear spectacles. And if it contents me to say I saw a song thrush, then a song thrush I saw. Do you think Father is contented here, Maggie?
Of course. He has Mr. Roberts' library. What could content him more? Books, books, and more books. 100,000 books.
Oh, how green it is up here. That's Bricket Bottom down there. Again. How long do you think it is?
1 mile. Oh, 3/4, perhaps. You must ask Smith. He knows all the county's history.
Oh, I would not dream of asking Smith anything. He's quite stupid. Look, you see, that's the road which leads to Blaze's farm. Oh, I wish there were a few friendly neighbors, that's all. Then it would be paradise here. That's the only trouble. Once we've fully explored, what shall we do then? On this side of Bricket Bottom, there's nothing but Carew Court. And that's miles and miles and miles away.
I wonder what he's like.
Who?
The owner, Lord Carew, of course. They say he's one of the wealthiest men in England.
I've heard tell that he doesn't have a handsome 25-year-old son, Maggie. Only a rather plain daughter.
I was thinking nothing of the sort. I merely wondered what he was like. It is bleak, though, isn't it? All about here. Beautiful, yes, but bleak. Oh, come on. It's getting dark. We must...
Tomorrow we'll explore right to Blaze's farm. Who knows? We may be treated to fresh, warm, creamy milk.
Alice, look. Look. How very curious. There's a house down there in the bottom, which we have never... leastways, I have never noticed before.
House? Where?
Do you see? We've walked along the path down there, but I... Oh, no. There, girl, there. You see?
I don't see any house.
Oh, you must be able to see it. A quaint-looking old-fashioned house. Red brick. Oh, just where the road bends to the right. See the garden?
No. I certainly can't see a house.
Oh, Alice, I am very sorry, but if you don't persuade Father to buy spectacles for you soon, you'll be incapable of seeing anything.
Yes, perhaps I can see a house, but the light is getting so bad. Oh, Maggie, we really must fly.
All right, but tomorrow we shall come and explore it. Perhaps we shall meet some charming people, make new friends.
Wait for me.
Perhaps we may persuade Father to desert his books and come with us too. We must meet the people in the house, otherwise Father will be too shy.
We can't go tomorrow, Maggie.
Name, Alice.
Oh, my ankle. Oh, Maggie, help me.
But why did you come down the stairs like an elephant? It's your own fault.
Oh, you told me to hurry.
Here, don't stand. Sit down, rest it. Well, I wanted to go to the house. Father's forgotten all about visiting Overbury. We can go this morning.
Oh, it's swelling. Oh, look. Oh, Maggie, it's so painful. Oh. I shan't leave the house this morning, that's evident. If you wish to explore, you must go alone.
Maggie. Yes, Father. If we don't go now, we'll never get away. He's sure to want to go to Overbury.
Oh, good. I cannot stand. Go alone and tell me about it when you come back. If there is a house in Bricket Bottom. I swear I saw nothing.
I shall see you soon. If they are pleasant people and we are invited to tea and your ankle still pains you tomorrow, we shall take the tap over.
Maggie, you are so forward.
Maggie, are you there?
Now, don't try to walk. Preserve your ankle at all costs. I shall not be late. Tell Father I am just walking. He will be cross if he thinks I have gone to the house without me. Very old-fashioned, but oh, absolutely charming. Oh, and Alice, you should just see the garden. Oh, there are hollyhocks and roses and Canterbury bells and foxgloves. It is absolutely lovely. A darling little house. It's set close to the woods, just where the lane turns off to Blazer's farm. Oh, and Alice, I saw the people too. An old lady and gentleman. The gentleman was sitting on the porch. I couldn't see him clearly, but the lady was in the garden tying up her flowers or weeding or something or the other. Oh, she looked up and smiled as I went by. Oh, Alice, I'm sure they are nice people. It would be awfully pleasant to make their acquaintance. And we shall too. I shall make their acquaintance if it is the last thing I do. Hello. Hello. You're walking. The ankle is fully healed.
I hobble.
What's the matter? Matter?
Yes, you don't look yourself this morning. Father was not angry yesterday, was he? I'm sure he was not awfully keen on going into Overbury.
No, not angry. No, I'm all right. Only I did not sleep very well. I kept on dreaming about the house. It was such an odd dream, too. The house seemed to be home and yet to be different.
What? That house in Bricket Bottom? What on earth is the matter with you? You seem perfectly obsessed with the place.
Well, it is curious, isn't it? I mean, that we should only just have discovered it, and it looks to be lived in by nice people. I do wish we could get to know them.
There's going to be a storm. Oh, the swelling just will not go down.
Alice, I went to the house.
House? Oh, the house in Bricket Bottom. Well?
I saw the old lady, and she's absolutely a darling. I believe she simply lives in that garden. Mind you, it's absolutely enchanting. Oh, anyway, she came to her gate and talked with me, and she asked me in to look at her flowers. She's terribly keen on flowers. Anyway, the thing is, I was a little shy, I suppose, and she said, "You needn't be afraid of me, my dear. I like to see young ladies about me, and my husband finds their society quite necessary to him." Oh, she's awfully attractive, lovely silver hair. Anyway, she told me about herself and the Colonel. Oh, that's her husband. He used to be in India, in the army. Paxton's their name. Colonel and Mrs. Paxton. She said they were awfully lonely at times, and she asked me to meet the Colonel.
I hope you didn't go in.
Why not?
Well, I don't like her asking you in that way.
Well, I didn't actually go in because it was getting late, but...
But what?
I have accepted Mrs. Paxton's invitation to pay her a little visit tomorrow.
Well, I do think you ought to find out a little more about them before you go calling, Maggie.
Why? Oh, what on earth is the matter? They're lovely people.
How do you know?
Well, I'll tell you when I come home. Oh, you would have to go and hurt your ankle. Look, I'll go this afternoon just for a short visit. I'll be back for tea, and then we can have some croquet. You know how happy Father is when he plays croquet. Oh, Alice, don't look so disapproving. Maybe the Colonel and his lady have a handsome son. After all, you're getting awfully old, Alice. 20.
Where is Maggie?
Father?
Where is Maggie?
Out for a walk. And she's gone to pay a call on some neighbours whom she has recently discovered.
Neighbours? What neighbours? Mr. Roberts never spoke of any neighbours to me.
Well, I don't know much about them. Maggie and I were out walking the other day, the day before I hurt my ankle, and we saw, at least she saw, a house in Bricket Bottom. Honestly, Father, I am so blind I can't...
What house?
It belongs to Colonel and Mrs. Paxton, in Bricket Bottom. A little red brick house. Maggie has made the acquaintance of the Paxtons. Perfectly all right. He's a retired Indian Army officer. Maggie went along this afternoon, but she said she'd be back long before this.
I am not too well pleased about this, Alice. Maggie should not be so impulsive and scrape acquaintance with unknown people. She said she'd be home early.
Well, yes.
Had there been nice neighbours at Bricket Bottom, I'm sure Mr. Roberts would have told us. It's getting late. Can have delayed her. You say she saw the house. You didn't.
It was getting dark. And you know how short-sighted I am.
But surely you must have seen it at some other time.
That is the strangest part of the whole affair, Father. We have often walked along there, but neither of us have ever seen the house till that evening. And as I said, it was getting dark. Father, perhaps we should ask Smith to harness the pony and bring Maggie back. I am not happy about her. I'm rather afraid, I must confess. I don't know why.
Afraid of what? What can have gone wrong in a quiet place like this? Still, I'll send Smith over for her. Yes. Smith? If you feel you can manage with that ankle of yours, perhaps you'll come too. Poor dear departed mother always swore she would have preferred sons. Less trouble. Not that she wasn't terribly fond of her two daughters, of course, bless her soul, but... Smith, I want you to harness a pony at once and go over to Colonel Paxton's house in Bricket Bottom and bring Miss Maydew home. Well, what are you waiting for, man?
Go where, sir?
To Colonel Paxton's house. Bring Miss Maggie home.
I never heard of Colonel Paxton, sir. I don't know what else you mean.
Alice, tell this fellow where your sister has gone to, and let us be off to fetch her. The Paxton's house, man, in Bricket Bottom. Colonel Paxton.
Miss, you must know the house. You really must. Why, we saw it only the other day. At least Maggie saw it.
Not too heavily on that ankle now, girl. Harness the pony at once.
Yes, sir.
Stupid man. Alice, is your ankle strong enough?
Yes, Father.
Then you must show Smith where this house is. I must own I'm worried, Alice.
But why, Father? Maggie merely went to pay a visit to the Colonel and his wife.
And why have I not heard of the Colonel? Roberts would have informed me if there had been pleasant neighbours hereabouts. Be that as it may. Come, let me help you. I shall find it difficult not to be stern with your sister when we meet her again. The place depresses me, Alice, that I must own. It depresses me. The country all around is beautiful, but I am not fond of this part. Well, where is the house?
At the bend of the road. It should be there.
Coming dark. Yet you remember no house, Smith. How long have you worked hereabouts?
Nigh on 25 years, sir.
I shall be fierce with her, I promise you.
Here we are. Smith, it's here. Just...
This is the place?
Yes, Father.
But there's no house here.
Sir?
Huh?
Look, sir.
What?
Some part of a building. Here, and here, in the grass.
There was a dwelling here at one time. A long time ago. There were terraces here running... What does it all mean, Alice? Are you sure of yourself, girl? You're not mistaken? Perhaps further...
No, Father. I promise. It stood here, the house. Maggie pointed it out to me from up above.
And she went to visit the Paxtons. Well, then where is Maggie? Listen. Smith,
Maggie, where are you?
That was Maggie's voice.
Father!
She's near and in some trouble. Where did it come from, Smith?
I didn't hear anybody calling, sir.
Alice, Go back to the trap. Let me help you. Smith, we must search.
Miss Maggie? Miss Maggie? Where are you?
Maggie, we heard you. Call again. Where are you? Alice, drive on to Blaze's farm. Bring help. Ask Mr. Rumbold to come and his sons too if they're at home. And ask them to fetch lanterns.
Father, she might have returned over the downs while we were going by road. Perhaps she saw us and called out.
Try to Blaze's farm, girl. Maggie! 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 Maggie!
May I offer you more tea, Mr. Roberts?
No, thank you, my child. No, thank you. Nothing. 4 days. Nothing. What can have happened to her, Roberts? The police have questioned the old woman. She saw her on the path to Bricket Bottom, but no one else has seen her since.
The old woman said... What was it, Father?
She described Maggie as smiling, but looking queer-like. The house. There is no house. And yet...
Have you ever heard any local gossip concerning this Colonel and Mrs. Paxton?
No. I never heard mention of their names until...
I think the cup needs more hot water, Father.
Well, I'll tell you all I can about them, which is not very much, I fear. I am now nearly 75 years old, and for nearly 70 years no house has stood in Bricket Bottom. But when I was a very young child, there was an old-fashioned red brick house standing in a garden at the bend of the road, such as you have described. It was owned and lived in by a retired Indian soldier and his wife, a Colonel and Mrs. Paxton. At the time I speak of, certain events having taken place at the house, and the old couple having died, it was sold by their heirs to Lord Carew, who shortly after pulled it down on the ground that it interfered with his shooting. The Paxtons were well known to my father, who was the clergyman here before me, and to the neighborhood in general. They lived quietly and were not unpopular, but the colonel was supposed to possess a violent and vindictive temper. Their family consisted only of themselves and their daughter, the colonel's old army servant, and his Eurasian wife. Well, I cannot tell you the details of what happened. I was only a child. My father never liked gossip, and in later years, when he talked to me on the subject, he always avoided any appearance of exaggeration or sensationalism. However, it is known that Miss Paxton fell in love and became engaged to a young man to whom her parents took a strong dislike. They used every possible means to break off the match, and many rumors were set on foot as to their conduct. Undue influence, even cruelty, were charged against them. I do not know the truth. All I can say is that Miss Paxton died, and a very bitter feeling against her parents sprang up.
Yes, but Roberts, I pray you, what...
Please let me continue. I know how shocked you are. This story, well, it may shed some light. My father never saw Paxton after his daughter's death, and only saw Mrs. Paxton once or twice. He described her as an utterly broken woman, and no one seemed at all surprised when she followed her daughter to the grave within 3 months. Paxton himself became a recluse. He was rarely, if ever, seen, and himself died in a very short time. Some said by his own hand. He was buried like his wife and daughter in the churchyard of my church. The property passed to a distant relative who came down to it for one night soon afterwards. He never came again. Instead, he conceived a violent dislike to the place. He sold it to Lord Carew, who later pulled it down, and the garden was left to relapse into a wilderness. Those are facts.
But there is something more. I can see it in your face.
You have a right to know. What I'm going to tell you now is rumor, vague and uncertain. About 5 years after the house had been pulled down, a young maid servant at Carew Court was out walking one afternoon. She was a newcomer to the district. On returning home to tea, she told her fellow servants that as she walked down Bricket Bottom, which place she described clearly, she passed a red brick house at the bend of the road, and that a kind-faced old lady had asked her to step in for a while.
I saw the old lady, and she is absolutely a star. She came to her gate and talked with me and asked me in to look at her flowers. She's awfully attractive. Lovely silver hair.
Did this girl go in?
No. She feared that she might be late back at the hall for tea. She never visited the bottom again. But 2 or 3 years after that, after my father's death, a traveling tinker and his wife and daughter camped for a night at the foot of the bottom. The girls strolled away up the glen to gather blackberries, and she was never seen nor heard of again. Of course, one does not know the truth, and she may have run away voluntarily from her parents, although there was no known cause for her doing that. That is all I can tell you of either facts or rumors. All that I can do now is to pray for you and for her.
Beyond Midnight is presented every Friday night at 9:30 by Biotex, the new soak and pre-wash powder. The program is adapted for broadcasting and produced by Michael McCabe.
Sound off for Chesterfield. Chesterfield, the only cigarette in America to give you premium quality in both regular and king size, brings you Dragnet.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to hear is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent. You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to robbery detail. A series of holdups takes place in your city. The victims are managers of large markets. You've got a description of the suspect. Your job, get him. Thousands are changing to Chesterfield, both regular and king size, because only Chesterfield has premium quality in both sizes.
That means king-size Chesterfield contains tobaccos of better quality and higher price than any other king-size cigarette.
The same fine tobacco as in regular Chesterfield. There is absolutely no difference, except that king-size Chesterfield is larger, contains so much more of the same tobaccos, it gives more than a fifth longer smoke. Yes, more than a fifth longer smoke from king-size Chesterfields.
So remember, Chesterfield is the only cigarette to give you premium quality in both regular and king size.
Buy 'em either way you like 'em, regular or king size. You'll find premium quality Chesterfields much milder. Yes, Chesterfield is best for you.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Thursday, February 7th. It was raining in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of robbery detail. My partner's Frank Smith. The boss is Captain Didion. My name's Friday. I was on the way back from R&I, and it was 8:42 a.m. when I got to room 27A. Robbery.
Hey, you, Joe?
Yeah.
Where you been?
Down to R&I.
Oh, I'm sorry I'm late.
No, it's no problem.
Couldn't get the car started. The battery was dead. I had to call the gas station and have them get me started.
Well, don't worry about it. It's okay. Anything here in the book?
No. Checked him when I got in. Had a 211 out in Westwood last night. Same M.O. Might be the guy.
Who's checking it?
Murph and Creasy went out there this morning.
Here's the stuff we got last night. R&I went through it. Doesn't look like they got anything. You seen the skipper yet?
No, I saw him come in. I didn't talk to him. Came in, went to his office carrying a bottle of milk.
Well, that figures.
He's like a barometer, isn't he, Joe? When there's no milk on his desk, you know everything's under control.
Yeah.
As soon as that milk comes out, you know the ulcers are grinding.
Yeah, I suppose.
That must be real rough on him, though. The way the papers have been yakking about this thing. I saw Captain Jack this morning on the way in.
Yeah.
He said the corner pocket's leaning all over him.
Well, there's got to be an answer someplace. The guy can't just keep walking into the stores and walking out again. He's got to make a mistake someplace.
Yeah. What's it figure, 6 jobs so far?
Yeah, 6 of them. Every one of them he's made it clean. Hot shot. I'll get it. Well, those figures were wrong.
Yeah?
He just made it 7. For the past 2 months, a hold-up man had been hitting markets throughout the central area. In each case, the description of the bandit was the same. His M.O. tallied with that used in other robberies. In each instance, the bandit had been waiting for the manager of the market when the store was opened. At gunpoint, the suspect would force the manager to accompany him around the market. He'd push a wire food cart in front of him as they walked. He'd pick up various merchandise and place it in the basket. He'd then force the manager to open the safe, clean it out, lock the manager in a cold storage vault, and walk out of the market pushing the food cart in front of him. Special stakeouts had been arranged at the market. Extra units from Metro Division had been assigned to patrol duty, but the holdups continued. 9:22 a.m. Frank and I got to the address of the latest robbery, the county market at the corner of Olympic and Maryland. A radio car was there when we arrived.
Come in. Yes, something you wanted?
Police officers. It's my partner, Frank Smith. My name's Friday.
Hello, I'm Arthur Scott. I'm the manager here. You got that man did this yet?
No, sir, not yet. I wonder if you could tell us just what happened.
Sure.
You know where the other officers are, Mr. Scott?
Outside someplace. They were talking to the others, getting names and addresses, something like that.
You want to check them, Frank?
Yeah, sure.
All right. I wonder if you'd mind telling me just what happened.
Well, the man was waiting for me when I came in this morning. I don't know how he got in. He just walked up behind me and said that I shouldn't cause any trouble.
About what time was this, do you remember?
Well, let's see. It must have been about 7:10, 7:15.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I came in the front door. Everything looked all right. Walked back here on my way to the office. He just came up in back of me.
Yes, sir.
Had this gun. He pointed at me, told me not to cause any trouble, like I said.
What kind of a gun was it, would you remember?
It was just a gun. He pointed it right at me.
Well, I understand that, sir. Do you remember if it was an automatic or a revolver?
I guess it was a revolver, long barrel. I could see the bullets in it. I knew it was loaded. I wasn't going to mess with him.
Yes, sir. Now, what happened after he walked up to you?
He told me that if I went along with him, I wouldn't get hurt. And then he walked me up to the front of the store by the check stands, took one of the baskets, and started to walk along the racks. Made me walk in front of him. Real nervy. Took his time.
Mm-hmm.
Well, while we walked along, he'd take things out of the displays.
Well, what kind of things?
Well, you know, different kind of cheeses, caviar. Took some special artichoke hearts. Things cost $1.50 a jar. Expensive.
Yes, sir. What did the man look like, Mr. Scott? Can you give us any kind of a description?
Well, that's kind of hard. He had on this big overcoat and a brown hat pulled down, and then the black mask over his face. I couldn't get a very good look at him.
Well, how old would you say he was?
Oh, boy, I'd have to guess on that. Maybe 50, 55. Looked that old anyway. About all I could see was the bottom part of his face, like he was pretty old.
Mm-hmm. How about the color of his eyes? Could you see them?
Yeah, through the mask they were blue. Real light blue, kind of watery.
About how tall would you say he was?
Maybe 5'2" or 3. Short little man.
Mm-hmm. How about his weight?
Real little, like I said. I don't think he weighed more than 130. That'd be outside, too.
Was there anything unusual about him? Anything at all that you could remember?
No, not that I can remember.
Anything in the way he talked? Some accent of any kind? Anything like that?
No, nothing at all there.
Mm-hmm. How about the coat he was wearing? What color was that? Do you remember?
It was a dark brown, sort of a herringbone. Looked real old, like it'd been worn for a long time, kind of frayed around the edges of the cuffs. You know, around here like this, and the buttonholes on the coat were all torn, too. Oh, excuse me.
Yes, sir, go right ahead.
Scott? Yeah. How much? Yeah, and how much case? Mm-hmm. That's not too bad. Yeah, we'll order 25 cases of it, huh? We'll use it as a loss leader this weekend. Okay. Well, don't bother me about it now. You do what you think. Okay. Seems like nobody can do anything but you. Give people a little responsibility, they hardly ever know how to use it.
Yes, sir. Wonder if you'd go ahead with your story.
Hmm?
Well, right after this man picked up the food?
Oh, well, at first I thought he was going to take that. And then I got thinking about the stuff in the papers. You know about the Black Mask Bandit?
Yes, sir.
Well, I got thinking about that, and then I knew who he was. I tried to get as much information about him as I could. Not much, anyway. About this time must have been 7:30 or so. Jack Thomas came in. He works in the vegetable department. And right away, this guy said for him to get in the back.
You mean back here?
No, back in the meat department. Put him right in the refrigerator.
Well, what about the other employees? What happened when they came in?
He'd make them get back in the refrigerator. Cold. People were pretty lucky. Being how it was cold outside, most of them had coats on. Would have froze if they didn't have.
I understand.
Customers, too. They'd come in, he'd put them in the refrigerator. There was 14 people in there when he got through. A couple of kids, too. Came in with their mothers.
I see.
Well, then he took me back to the safe, made me open it. I thought about saying no, but it's a little safe, you know, down low.
Yes, sir.
Well, I knelt down to work the combination. I looked up at him, had the gun pointed right at my head. I looked right into the barrel, saw the bullets in the cylinders. I was scared, and I opened the safe. He took the money and put it in a paper bag and dropped it into the basket.
And he put you in the refrigerator, too, did he?
Yeah, that is, he started to. When he opened the door, the people in there were all shivering, flailing their arms around, trying to keep warm. It's a little room, not much bigger than this, and there wasn't much room to flail. Anyway, they asked him if he wouldn't let him out. He said no, but then he asked me if there was someplace else he could put him. And I told him that the only place I could think of was another storage room. We use it sometimes when we got a real big shipment of meat. Don't usually keep it under refrigeration.
I see. They let you all go there, huh?
Yeah, it's the darndest thing I ever saw. 14 of them. All 14 herded them just like cattle. Moved them all to the other cooler. They were all so cold they'd have done anything to get out of that one. I tell you, officer, I was scared that one of them might try to be brave about it and cause trouble. I think that guy would have killed him right on the spot.
Yes, sir. Well, what did he do then?
Well, he locked the door. Then from when I could see through the cooler window, he just strolled out of the store and down the street. He was still wheeling a basket in front of him.
I see. Anything, Frank?
Yeah, Joe. I checked with Wheelock from the radio car. He said they canvassed the neighborhood, came up with a man who thinks he saw the bandit drive away.
Was he able to give us any kind of a description on the car?
No. Said he saw this guy walking down the street pushing a basket and thought it was kind of funny. Didn't pay too much attention to it. Saw him get into a late model Ford and drive away. Couldn't give a very good description of the car. Said it was a dark color. Not sure about the year.
The guy still had that mask on?
No. Didn't have the mask, but the fellow didn't notice anything about his face. Can't help us much there. He's going to come down and look through the mug books.
Oh, that's good. Do you have any idea how much money was taken here, sir?
Well, no, I can't tell you to the penny, but I figure about $3,500.
You usually keep this much money on hand, do you?
No, not as a rule. I didn't get to the bank yesterday. We had an inventory sale going on. I just didn't get the chance.
Did the bandit take anything you think might help us identify him? Anything from the safe that you might be able to describe?
No, not a thing. Just the money. Of course, that's enough. There wasn't much in there. A wristwatch that was lost here in the store. He looked at that but threw it back into the safe.
Was he wearing gloves, do you remember?
Yeah, he was. Looked like pigskin, sort of a light tan. Mm-hmm. Oh, I know what you're thinking about, fingerprints. Oh, with those gloves, he wouldn't leave any.
Yes, sir.
Say, officer.
Yeah?
You talked to the other officer that was here, the one in the car?
Yes, sir, I did.
He was kind of in charge of the people in the icebox, took care of them. Was any of them hurt?
No, sir. Some of them were pretty cold, but they were all right.
Yeah, we keep that box turned way down to sub-zero.
Yes, sir.
I wonder if, as police officers, you'd mind talking to those folks. They're all good customers here. I'd hate to lose them to Frenchie's Fine Foods down the street.
Where's that, sir?
Frenchie's Market just down the street. He's going to make a big thing out of this. By noontime, it'll be all over the neighborhood.
Well, I'm sure none of your customers will blame you, sir.
Well, no, officer, it ain't exactly that. That Frenchie's going to make a big reputation on my back.
Well, Mr. Scott, markets have been held up before.
Yeah, but not with our motto.
What's that?
We freeze anything.
9:46 a.m. Frank and I continued to talk to Arthur Scott. We questioned him about the actions of the hold-up man, but he was unable to give us any new information. The crime lab came out and checked the store. The M.O. was the same. He'd entered through a rear window. Tool marks were found. Photographs were taken. No other physical evidence was found. 10:14 a.m. We drove back to the office and checked with Captain Didion. 3 other teams of men were assigned to help us in interviewing the people who had been locked up in the refrigerator. None of them could add anything to what we already knew. Because of the age of the bandit and the smoothness with which he operated, we had a hunch that he might have served some time in a state prison. Frank and I checked out a trip car and drove up to Folsom Penitentiary. We checked with Warden Heinze and told him what we wanted. For the next 2 days, we checked the prison files. We got several possible leads, but when we got back to Los Angeles, none of them led anywhere. Tuesday, February 12th, 8:49 a.m. We checked with Captain Didion.
Well, you come up with anything?
No, not a thing, Skipper. We checked them all out. Nothing.
How much longer do you figure it's going to take you to come up with something we can use?
We're doing everything we can. We've run down every lead.
They all go nowhere. Yeah, I know. I've been telling the corner pocket that all month. It doesn't prove a thing, and they aren't buying it anymore.
Well, Frank and I got an idea, Skipper. It's kind of wild, but might turn it.
Well, let's hear it.
Well, if you take a look at the map over here. In the last 2 months, he's hit 7 places here. Here, through here, and up and through here. Not much of a pattern, but maybe there's enough to work on here.
Mm-hmm.
From the way he's worked in the past, he's going to be waiting in the stores when the manager comes in. So the problem is to find some way to check the managers after they first get to the stores.
So?
Well, so most of the stores open about 8 o'clock. From what we've been able to check out, the managers get in about 6:30 to 7. We make arrangements for them to call the office after they're in the stores, and they've checked them through.
How are you going to work the calling?
Well, Frank and I figured that if we could stagger the call, so we'd get one at, say, 6:30, next one at 6:31 or 6:32, and so forth.
We allow them 5 minutes leeway. If we haven't heard from them in that time, then we know something's wrong.
How many men do you figure you're going to need to do this?
Well, maybe 2, 3 other teams. Those and the men from Metro that we have now.
It's wild, Skipper, but it's about the only thing we got left.
How long will it take you to check with the store owners?
Well, maybe 2, 3 days. We figured we'd keep it in this area right over here. It seems to be maybe where he'll hit next is all we can.
Now, just a minute. Robbery, Didion. Yeah. When? They sure about the ammo? Mm-hmm. Description? Send it in, will you? Right. Better enlarge that area.
What do you mean?
You just hit in Sacramento.
Tuesday, February 12th, 3:45 p.m. Frank and I talked on the phone to Fritz Kaminsky, chief of police in Sacramento. He told us that the market bandit went through the same sequence of events that had characterized his operations in Los Angeles. First, he took several food items from the display stands in the store, and then he forced the manager to open the safe. After robbing the safe, the thief locked the manager in a meat refrigeration locker and left the store. A witness in the neighborhood saw the suspect leave the store and said that he'd escaped in a late-model dark Ford sedan. He was unable to give us much of a description of the man, but he said that he was elderly, small, and that he'd been dressed in a brown overcoat and a brown hat, and he wore a black mask. There could be little doubt that it was the same man who had been hitting the markets in the Southland. Wednesday, February 13th. Frank and I checked out a trip car, and we drove up to Sacramento. We talked with the victim and with a witness. Both of them were unable to find the thief's picture in the mug books. Stakeouts were arranged on the markets in the Sacramento area, and additional bulletins were gotten out on the Ford sedan. Frank and I returned to Los Angeles and started to set up the plan that we discussed with Captain Didion. Each of the store managers agreed to cooperate, and starting the morning of February 18th, the plan was put into operation. 3 weeks passed. The bandit failed to hit again. March 18th, 6:37 a.m.
Robbery, Murphy. What's that number?
Yes. Robbery, Smith. Yes, sir. Okay, thanks. Number 38, okay.
Right. Still no word from 34. We better get ready to roll on it.
Let's see. That's that supermarket on Palmetto Avenue.
That's right. Let's go. Murph.
Yeah?
Catch the rest of the calls, will you?
Yeah, sure, Joe.
What do you think, Joe?
I don't know. Let's find out.
are listening to Dragnet, the authentic story of your police force in action.
The modern way to sell cigarettes is the Chesterfield way, both regular and king size. And we're the only one that does it. We tell you what Chesterfields are made of to give you premium quality in both popular sizes. Our scientists select the best materials. They select for Chesterfield the world's best tobaccos, blend them just right, and they keep Chesterfields tasty and fresh with the best of moistening agents. Now, here's something else that's completely modern about Chesterfield. People smoke Chesterfield, and we tell you what happens. Scientifically, but simply.
A medical specialist is making regular bi-monthly examinations of a group of people from various walks of life. 45% of this group have smoked Chesterfield for an average of over 10 years. After 8 months, the medical specialist reports that he observed no adverse effects on the nose, throat, and sinuses of the group from smoking Chesterfield.
I'd say that means real mildness. And finally, we ask you to try Chesterfield and prove what we say. Chesterfield is best for you. They're much milder, to give you all the pleasure that the modern cigarette can give.
It took us a little over 5 minutes to get to the store on Palmetto. As we went by the place, we couldn't see anyone through the front windows. The store looked empty. Frank pulled the car into the parking lot next door to the store, and we walked around to the front.
How about it?
No, I can't see anything from here. You want to cover the back?
Yeah.
I'll give you time to get back there, then I'll go in the front.
Right.
Watch it.
I tell you, I don't know the combination.
I don't want any trouble. I'm trying to be nice. I don't want to hurt you. Open the safe and everything will be all right. You read the papers. You know about me. Now do what I say and nothing will happen.
All right, mister, let's hold it right there. Police officers, put that gun down.
Now, watch it, Joe. It's coming at you. Get out of my way.
All right, come here.
You okay, Joe?
Yeah, I got him, Frank. Want to shake him down?
Right.
Here. You got him? You got the gun?
Yeah, we got him.
I was sure scared there for a minute. I tried to think about how I was going to stall him long enough before you get here.
He's clean, Joe.
All right, come on, mister, on your feet. Come on. What's your name?
Clark. Leonard Clark.
All right, let's go.
You want me to go along with you?
Yeah, well, why don't you make a crime report?
Fine, I'll do anything to help try to rob me.
Lousy deal. Might have known something was wrong the way that guy played it. Should have known.
Yeah, sure.
You figure me for the guy you're looking for, this black mask bandit the paper's been yakking about?
That's the way we figure it.
Well, too bad, fellas. You can't make me for it.
Is that right?
Yeah, you're looking for somebody else. You got the wrong man.
How old are you, Clark?
52.
Ever serve any big time?
Sure, what's that prove?
Well, the way you look, the way you work this one, even the mask. We made you for it.
Only one thing.
What's that?
You gotta prove it.
8:30 a.m. We took Leonard Clark downtown to the city hall. We talked to him for about an hour. He admitted trying to hold up the market, but he insisted that he was not the Black Mask Bandit. He told us that he'd read about the holdups in the paper and that it seemed like an easy way to pull a robbery. He told us that he'd used a pinch bar to jimmy a rear window in the market, and then he entered the place. He told us that he'd waited for the manager to come in, and then he tried to get him to open the safe. Sergeants Murphy and Creasy went out to his home. They found nothing there to tie him in with the other robberies. A check through R&I showed a record on Clark listing 2 convictions for 211 and 1 count of 245 PC. He'd served time at both San Quentin and Folsom penitentiaries, as well as some of the eastern penitentiaries. Mug shots of Clark were shown to the victims of the Black Mask Bandit, and they said that it was a possibility that he could be the man who'd robbed them. Friday, March 21st, a special show-up was arranged, and the victims were asked to be present. We explained that the questions asked were for the express purpose of acquainting the victims with the suspect's voice. Clark was brought out on the stage and asked his name.
Leonard Clark.
What were you arrested for?
I don't know.
You must know what you're being held for.
They say I'm the Black Mask Bandit.
Are you?
No.
Were you armed when you were arrested?
What?
Were you armed when you were arrested?
Yeah.
What kind of weapon were you carrying?
38 revolver.
Leonard, could you speak a little louder, please?
38 revolver.
How long you been in jail?
Since Tuesday.
Where were you arrested?
Market out on South Palmetto.
It's a long street. Where on South Palmetto?
1721 South Palmetto.
What were you doing there?
Was arrested for trying to hold up the place.
You ever done any big time?
Huh?
I say, you ever done any big time?
Yeah.
Where?
At Q, Folsom.
What'd you do the time for, Leonard?
Which time?
Well, let's take them in order. How about Quentin?
5 to life for robbery.
How about Folsom?
Same thing.
You owe any time now?
Yeah, I'm on parole.
Joe.
Yeah.
Ask him to turn around, will you? The victims can't see him too good.
All right. Leonard, take a quarter turn to your left. No, Leonard, to your left. All right. Now another quarter turn. Another quarter turn. Now another quarter turn. No, same way. Another quarter turn. Now face the front, Leonard. Where do you live?
Hollywood.
Where?
Corner of DeLongpre and Monroe, apartment house.
It's a good-sized corner. Which apartment?
Ashley Arms, apartment 604.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a carpenter.
A what?
Carpenter, I said.
You work steady?
Yeah.
Who do you work for?
I'm a carpenter for a contractor named Gagely.
Now look straight, will you, Leonard? Straight ahead.
Yeah.
You remember where you were on February 7th? That was a Thursday.
No.
You got no idea at all?
None at all.
You own a car?
Yeah.
What make is it?
It's a Ford.
Speak up, will you, Leonard? We can't hear you.
A Ford.
What color is it?
Dark blue.
What year?
1950.
All right, Leonard. Now, would you step over to the side of the stage? No, the other way. Side of the stage. How's it look, Frank?
Nothing yet. Manager at the county market seems to think it's him. The others aren't sure.
Yeah. Well, maybe when we get the coat and mask on, it'll help. Those clothes, Leonard, are they yours?
Yeah, they're mine.
How about that mask? That belong to you, too?
Yeah.
Would you put the mask on? Well, just put it on. That's it. Now put the hat on. Not the way you usually wear it?
That's right.
All right. Take a quarter turn to your left. No, Leonard, your left. That's it. Now again. And again. Once more. All right, now face forward. Now all the way around. Come on, Leonard. Straight forward. Out this. That's it.
Yeah.
Now repeat these words. Just be quiet and you won't get hurt.
Just be quiet. You won't get hurt.
Now say, open the safe and don't cause any trouble.
Open the safe. Don't cause any trouble.
A little louder, Leonard.
Open the safe and don't cause any trouble.
All right, Leonard. You can take the mask off. How many times have you been arrested?
I don't know.
About how many times did you say?
Maybe 15, something like that.
What'd you fall for?
Suspicion.
Suspicion of what?
A lot of things. They didn't nail me for.
How old are you now, Leonard?
52.
How old were you when you were arrested the first time?
16.
You've had quite a life, haven't you?
Yeah, I fell among evil companions.
All right, Leonard, that's all. How about it, Mr. Scott?
I can't be sure, Sergeant, but I think that's the man.
Can I see a minute, Joe?
Mm-hmm. Scott just gave a tentative identification.
Yeah, well, he's the only one.
What do you mean?
The others say we got the wrong man.
11:45 p.m. We returned Leonard Clark to his cell. Frank and I continued to question the victims of the Black Masked Bandit. Only one of them was able to give us a tentative identification. Clark would be filed on the following morning for attempting to rob the market on Palmetto Avenue, pending investigation on the other charges. The working detective has come to know that many times at a show-up, identifying witnesses sometimes become confused, sometimes fail to speak up for one reason or another, sometimes due to fear, the idea of incriminating a man, thus making the officer's task of bringing a suspect to justice all the more difficult. In spite of the lack of identifying witnesses, Frank and I felt reasonably sure that we had the Black Masked Bandit in custody. The following morning, March 22nd, we checked into the office to fill out the follow-up forms.
You know, Joe, I just can't figure it. He's got to be it. He's got the motive, the opportunity, everything.
Yeah, M.O. matches.
We got him on one count anyway. What happens now?
Well, I guess we just wait. If there aren't any more holdups, we know we got the right guy. It's about the only way we can do it. Anyway, you slice it, Clark's finished. The court gets through with him this time, they'll nail him for life.
Yeah, I suppose so. He sure looks like the guy to me, though. I tell you, Joe, he's got to be it. Everything fits with him, all the way down the line.
That's what I figured, too.
Friday, Smith?
Yeah,
Skipper.
Call from Hollywood Division. Just had one at 3rd and Selma.
Yeah, what about it?
Black masked bandit. We haven't got him.
The story you have just heard was true. The names were changed to protect the innocent.
On July 17th, trial was held in Department 89, Superior Court of the State of California, in and for the County of Los Angeles. In a moment, the results of that trial.
Now, here is our star, Jack Webb.
Thank you, George Fenneman. Friends, all of us who sell Chesterfields want to thank you for making 1952 such a wonderful year, both for Dragnet and for Chesterfield. Remember, Chesterfield makes it possible for us to bring you Dragnet, and in return, we hope you'll try our cigarette, because Chesterfield is best for you. Premium quality Chesterfield. Either way you like them, regular or king size. They're much milder.
Leonard Stanley Clark was tried and convicted of attempted robbery. Because of his previous criminal record, he was sentenced to life imprisonment without possibility of parole. He is now serving his term in the state penitentiary, Folsom, California.
Next week, The Big Mask, Part 2. Ladies and gentlemen, as an investment, bonds are better than ever. So whether you already buy on the payroll savings plan where you work or the bond-a-month plan where you bank, get an extra bond for defense tomorrow.
From the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department. Technical advisors, Captain Jack Donahoe, Sergeant Marty Wynn, Sergeant Vance Brasher. Heard tonight were Ben Alexander, Whit Connor, Harry Bartell. Script by John Robinson. Music by Walter Schumann. Hal Gibney speaking.
Sound off for Chesterfield. Either way you like them, regular or king size, you'll find premium quality Chesterfields much milder.
Chesterfield has brought you Dragnet, transcribed from Los Angeles.
Tonight, there's more adventure with Barry Craig, confidential investigator, on NBC.
The only cigarette in America to give you premium quality in both regular and king size brings you Dragnet.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to hear is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent. You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned a robbery detail. For the past 6 months, the managers of large markets in your city have been the victims of a hold-up man. You thought you had the suspect in custody. You were wrong. Your job, get him. There's only one premium quality cigarette in America available in both regular and king size, and that is Chesterfield.
Premium quality in a cigarette means the world's best tobaccos, the best ingredients, the best cigarette paper. Only Chesterfield gives you this premium quality in both popular sizes.
King-size Chesterfield contains tobaccos of better quality and higher price than any other king-size cigarette. That's certainly important to every king-size smoker. Of course, it's the same fine tobacco as in regular Chesterfield. There is absolutely no difference, except that king-size Chesterfield is larger. Contains so much more of these premium quality tobaccos that you get more than a fifth longer smoke from king-size Chesterfield.
Yes, the modern way to sell cigarettes is the Chesterfield way. Premium quality, both regular and king size.
And either way you like them, Chesterfields are much milder. Chesterfield is best for you.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Saturday, March 22nd. It was cold in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of robbery detail. My partner's Frank Smith. The boss is Captain Didion. My name's Friday. We were on our way out from the office, and it was 9:36 a.m. when we got to 4623 Linwood. Bakery shop.
Yes, sir. Can I help you?
Police officers, ma'am.
Oh, yes, you want to see Mr. Jenkins. He's in the back. Right through that door.
Thank you, ma'am. How is Mr. Jenkins?
Well, he's all right. Got a bad cut on his head. The ambulance was here.
Uh-huh. Do you know if there are any witnesses?
I don't know. The other officers are checking it now, I guess.
Mm-hmm. About how long have they been here?
I'd say 10 minutes.
All right, ma'am. Thank you.
Who is it?
Police officer, sir. My name's Friday. This is my partner, Frank Smith.
Oh, what happened to the other officer?
Well, he left, Mr. Jenkins. A couple of questions we'd like to ask you about this.
Yeah, sure. Pull up that chair there.
Thanks very much.
You feel all right, sir?
Yeah, headaches a little, but I feel okay. Guy from the ambulance said I should see my own doctor. I don't know when I'm going to get time to do that. It's nothing serious, a little cut.
Yes, sir. Would you tell us just what happened here?
Sure, there's not much to it. Where do you want me to start?
Well, what time did the man come in?
Oh, I see. It must have been about 6:30 this morning. I was just frying the donuts. I heard just not let him in.
What did he look like, sir?
Well, just like the descriptions in the paper. That's how I knew it was the Black Masked Bandit. Had the overcoat on, the hat, and the mask on his face.
Was he carrying a gun?
Yeah, it looked like a .38 revolver, long barrel.
Mm-hmm. What happened then?
Well, at first I couldn't figure it. You know, I'd read in the paper where he was robbing markets. I couldn't figure what he was doing in a bakery.
He was alone then, huh?
Yeah, at least I couldn't see anybody with him.
All right, go ahead, sir.
Well, he came in and sat down, told me to go ahead with what I was doing. Sat right over there in that chair. Mm-hmm. Leaned back against the wall and just talked.
What did he talk about, do you remember?
Just that, nothing special. Then he asked me to hand him one of the donuts I'd finished. Said he wanted one of the chocolate ones. I gave it to him. He just leaned back and ate it.
I see.
I asked him what he wanted. Why the gun, you know?
Yes.
He said he didn't want me to get any bright ideas. And he asked me how much money I had.
Yeah.
I told him I only had about $150, and he said that wasn't much. I said there wasn't, but it's all I had. And I asked him if he was going to rob me.
What did he say to that?
He said he probably would.
Mm-hmm. All this time, did he keep the mask on?
Yeah, he never took it off.
How long was he here?
Well, he got here, like I said, at 6:30. He left about 8:15, just before Vera came in. She's the one who found me.
Vera?
Yeah, she's the girl who takes care of the store. You probably saw her out front when you came in.
Oh, yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Well, I finished up with the donuts, and then I asked him if he'd like a drink. And I said I had some brandy locked up, and I asked him if he'd like a shot.
Mm-hmm.
He said he would. I went over to get it. I keep it over there in that cupboard. And when I walked over, I had to walk right in front of him.
Yeah.
Well, you probably know it gets pretty hot in a bakery, the ovens and all. I guess he was kind of relaxed.
Yeah.
Well, when I walked by him, I grabbed his gun, took it right out of his hands, and he jumped up and told me to hand it over to him, said for me to give it back and I wouldn't get hurt. And I told him he had the shoe on the wrong foot, that I was calling things now.
Yes, sir. What did you do then?
Well, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, if it hadn't happened to me, I'd never believe it.
What's that?
When I took the gun away from him, he looked real surprised. That's when I told him that I was the boss, and he just stood up and started to walk toward me. I told him to stop. I pointed the gun at him, told him to stay where he was.
Yeah?
But he didn't stop. He kept coming right at me. I told him again, but he kept right on walking. And then I fired at him. Well, it wasn't any farther away from him than 10, maybe 15 feet. Didn't hit him, so I pulled the trigger again. Shot right at him 6 times. Right at him. He just kept walking at me. Now, at first, I thought the shells in the gun were blanks. And then I could see where the bullets were hitting. Well, there, you can see a couple of them in the wall. I couldn't believe my eyes. I missed him every time.
What did he do right after you shot at him?
When I fired the last shot, the gun clicked a couple of times. He just stopped and laughed. He said that I'd run out of bullets and that I'd better give the gun to him.
Did you?
Yeah, I threw it at him as hard as I could. I missed him then, too. The gun hit the floor, and I could see the sparks fly, and then he picked it up and came after me. I didn't think I'd be in much trouble. He looked so little. But when he grabbed at me, I knew I'd had it. That man had hands like a vice.
Mm-hmm.
He grabbed my arm and hit me on the head right here. He knocked me out. He came to when Vera came in. The guy was gone, so was the money.
Well, where'd you keep this money?
In my pocket. I had it in my wallet. I don't usually put it in the cash register until Vera gets in.
I see. Now, you said that when the gun hit the floor, you saw the sparks fly from it. Is that right?
Yeah, you know, like when you hit a piece of flint with another rock, like the Boy Scouts.
Yeah.
You know, like that.
Did you notice that the gun seemed damaged in any way?
No, I didn't have time to notice anything. Right after that, he hit me.
Uh-huh. I wonder if you'd give us a description of the man.
Well, sure, like I told the other officers, he was a little man, real old.
How old would you say?
Oh, maybe 50 or so, not any younger.
You're pretty sure about that, are you?
Yeah.
About how tall?
Maybe 5'2", not any more than that. Kind of hard to tell with that big coat on. It looked like it was 5 or 6 sizes too big. It looked kind of funny at first, then you realized who he was, and it wasn't funny anymore.
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't too scared of him when I first saw him, even when he came at me, but When he grabbed my arm, I knew I had trouble.
Yes, sir.
Still can't understand it. 6 shots and I didn't hit him once. I tell you, the guy's not human.
Well, he's scoring pretty good for a ghost. 10:02 a.m. The crew from the crime lab came out and went over the bakery. Ray Pinker removed the slugs from the wall and the floor and took them back to the lab. The bandit, as usual, had worn gloves, so there was no possibility for fingerprints. A search of the neighborhood failed to turn up any new leads. None of the people in the immediate area had seen anyone answering the description of the Black Mask Bandit. Additional supplementary bulletins were gotten out, and all of the cars in the surrounding vicinity were alerted. The stats office had made run after run on the M.O. of the bandit. The leads they gave us were all checked out. All gunsmiths were alerted in the event that the suspect's weapon had been damaged and that he might try to have it repaired. All leads were checked and rechecked. They netted us nothing. Informants were questioned and re-questioned. The plan that had been worked out for checking with the managers of the supermarkets in the city was continued. 3 weeks passed. The bandit hit again, this time a market just outside of Eagle Rock. The M.O. was the same as had been used in the previous robberies. However, in this one instance, the market didn't have a storage refrigerator, so the thief locked the manager in a back room. In locking the door, the suspect had taken off his gloves, and Leighton Prince was able to lift a partial print from the doorknob. It wasn't enough for classification, but Bergman said that if we apprehended the man, he'd be able to identify him for us. June came and went. July, August. The bandit had been operating without interference for almost a year. He'd widened his theater of operations. Reports had come in from San Francisco to Stockton, from San Diego to Pomona. In each case, the suspect seemed to know what markets were being staked out, and he stayed away from them. The legwork continued without result. Tuesday, August 19th. Frank and I checked back into the office.
Man, I never see it to fail. Every time we have lunch at Sal's, I eat too much.
Yeah, he puts out a good lunch, doesn't he?
Too good.
Want to check the book?
Right.
Anything?
Well, a call from Jerry.
Informant?
Yeah. Says he can't get with me tonight. He'll call in the morning.
Friday, Smith?
Yeah, Skipper.
Yeah.
Come on in here, will you?
Right away.
Sit down.
All right. Well, what is it?
You guys been on this Black Mask thing how long now?
Well, it's going on a year, isn't it?
You're no closer to him than you were when you started.
Not much.
You know you're tying up half the men at Metro. You got this town covered like a blanket, and you still can't turn the guy.
We're doing everything we can, Skipper.
I've been telling you for the last 6 months that I wasn't going to buy that anymore. I mean it this time. Now, just exactly what have you got on the guy?
Well, I think you know it just as well as we do, Skipper. Description, M.O., even the partial print Bergman lifted from that place out in Eagle Rock. We've been over it 100 times. Isn't a lead that we haven't run out and then checked over again.
Nothing new on the information from Folsom?
No, nothing. We've had 5,000 circulars printed. They're scattered all over the country. Doesn't look like the guy's ever done time before. The way he works, you'd think he knew exactly what we were doing. We cover the markets, he hits the bakeries. We cover the bakeries in L.A., he hits in San Diego. They cover the stores, then he hits up north. Where we are, he ain't.
How about the car, the Ford?
No, nothing. We got no license.
You ever hear anything on the damaged gun?
No, he never tried to have it fixed that we can find out about. He's gotten a hold of another gun someplace. Latest reports say he's using a revolver with a 2-inch barrel.
Well, where do you stand now?
I don't know. We got every store from La Cienega to Alameda covered. From Hollywood Boulevard south to Jefferson.
Big area.
Yeah, it's a lot of stores, too. There's a cruiser car or a cop in or near every large store and bakery in that area. Every police unit in the city's looking for the guy. If he hits again, we should get him.
Hey, Friday?
Yeah, Murph.
A call just came in from Wilshire. Figure you want it. Here you go.
Thanks.
What is it?
Yeah, we got the whole town waiting for him with open arms. Everything's set, and he pulls a switch.
What is it, Friday?
The Black Mask Bandit. He's going in for kidnapping now. The local broadcast stated that the manager of one of the big supermarket chains in the city had been taken from his home about 2:30 in the morning. The bandit forced him to drive to the store and open the safe. The thief then bound the manager and left the premises. The manager gave us a complete description of the bandit, and locals and APBs were gotten out on him. In this instance, the thief didn't use his own car. He forced the manager to drive his car to the market. The manager told us that when they'd left the house, he hadn't seen any other cars on the streets. Tuesday, August 19th, 5:20 p.m. Frank and I got in touch with Lieutenant Dick Tiernan of the Sheriff's Robbery Squad. Together with him, we worked out a plan to try to keep the homes of the managers under surveillance. In addition to this, men from the Sheriff's Department aided in canvassing the houses of the owners and managers. Each car was assigned 3 houses, while other cars covered 3 markets each. A month passed. The Black Mask Bandit hit 5 times, each time in areas which were not under direct surveillance. Friday, September 26, 5:20 a.m., we got a call at home that there had been another kidnapping, this time an elderly market manager and his wife. Frank and I drove out to see them. The radio unit had returned them to their home.
Yes?
Mr. Gunther?
That's right.
Police officers, Mr. Gunther.
Oh, yes. Come in. You have some sort of identification?
Yes, sir. Here's my ID card. My name's Friday. This is my partner, Frank Smith.
How do you do?
Mr. Gunther.
Come into the living room, won't you?
Thank you very much, sir.
Sit down. Hope you didn't mind my asking about your identification. Just that the way things have been happening, you can't be too sure.
Yes, sir, we understand. Now, I wonder if you'd mind telling us what happened.
Sure. Awful thing. Awful. Just can't believe that a man his age would do a thing like this. Seems that he'd know not to be so cruel.
Yes, sir. Just what did happen?
Well, last night, must have been about 2 or 2:30, I woke up with this flashlight shining in my eyes.
Mm-hmm.
First, I didn't know what it was. Just this real bright light, you know.
Yes, sir.
Well, right away, of course, I knew there was somebody else in the room. About that time, Agnes woke up. Agnes is my wife.
Yes, sir.
Anyway, she woke up, wanted to know what was going on. I told her I didn't know. All this time, that light didn't move. Just stayed in one place and shone right in my eyes.
Yes, sir.
Then we heard this voice tell us to get out of bed. Said he wanted me to go with him. I told him to get out of the house, that I didn't want any trouble. If he wanted money, he'd find all we had in the house right on the dresser with my wallet.
Mm-hmm. Could you see who the person was, sir?
No, not then. The light and all. But I got out of bed, and then I could see. A little old man with a black mask over his eyes.
How could you tell his age, sir?
Well, just could, that's all. Little beady eyes, and his mouth mean. Never saw a mouth like that on a young man. His voice was old, I could tell.
Yes, sir.
Well, he told me to get dressed. Said that I should hurry up about it.
Was he armed? Could you tell that?
Yes, I could see it. He was holding a gun. All this time, Agnes was yelling at him to get out of the house. She's not well, you know.
Yes, sir.
Agnes, she has a bad heart.
Uh-huh.
Been with the doctor for years. Takes pills and medicine. That's the big reason that I did what he said. I didn't want there to be any trouble to get Agnes excited.
I understand.
Well, finally I told him if he'd get out of the room and leave her alone, I'd do what he wanted. Not to give him any cause to hurt anyone.
Mm-hmm.
Then he did about the meanest thing he could have done. Told Agnes to get out of bed. Said for her to get up and get dressed and go with us. Just can't understand why he'd want to do a thing like that. Just plain meanness.
Yes, sir. Did your wife do what he said?
Well, at first she said she wouldn't do it. Really told him off. I thought he'd maybe get mad and hit her. He was mean enough to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, finally, I asked her to do what he wanted. Figured that'd be the easiest way of getting him out of the place. I thought that maybe I could talk him out of taking her with us, but I couldn't.
He made you leave the house then?
Yeah. Told me to get the car out of the garage, and then he and Agnes get in the back seat. Made me drive down to the store.
Did you notice any other cars in the area? Any cars parked near your house that weren't usually there?
No. On the way to the store, though, I saw a police car. I thought about trying to attract their attention. He must have thought about it, too, though.
Why'd he say that?
Well, he told me that if I did anything to call attention to us, he'd kill Agnes. I think he would have, too. I didn't do anything to get him upset.
Yes, sir.
Well, we got to the market, and he made me open the safe, and then he took the money and tied us up. I begged him not to tie Agnes. I've never done that before, Sergeant. I'm 52, and I've never begged a man for anything, but I did this time. Begged him not to kill Agnes. I knew that if he tied her up like he said he was going to, it'd kill her. Pleaded with him, but it didn't do any good. Tied her up and put that tape over her mouth. One thing I can say for him, though, just one. He called the police and told them where we were. If he hadn't have done that, I think we'd have both died. Agnes almost suffocated.
Where's your wife now, Mr. Gunther?
In the other room. Doctor's with her. He gave her a sedative. Awful thing, Sergeant. I just don't know how anyone could be that mean.
No, just one reason we can think of.
What's that?
He's had a lot of practice. 11:30 a.m. We talked to Mrs. Gunther. She told us pretty much the same story that we'd gotten from her husband. The police car in the area was contacted, but they reported that they hadn't noticed the Gunther car. The unit that was patrolling the area around the store was contacted. They reported that they had checked the store at 3:15 a.m. At that time, there were no lights and no suspicious cars in the vicinity. The Black Mask Bandit had been working for over a year. In that time, he'd robbed 59 stores that we knew of. His theater of operations had taken him from Northern California right down to the Mexican border, from the desert to the beach. He'd stolen approximately $500,000. The entire nation had received communications carrying the description of the suspect. The entire facilities of the police and sheriff's departments in Los Angeles were devoted to apprehending him. Thousands of man-hours had gone into stakeouts and searches. None of them produced any results. As the case grew in importance, robbery detail began to get an average of 30 calls a day from well-meaning citizens with information. Every lead, no matter how remote, had to be checked out. This meant more hours of legwork and interrogation. Every officer in the Southland was looking for the bandit. Every car and motorcycle on the streets had his description. None of it did any good. Thursday, October 2nd, 11:05 p.m. Frank and I checked back into the office.
Well, there's another one that didn't go anyplace.
Yeah, you want to fill out the reports? I'll check the book.
Yeah. Never fails, does it, Joe?
What's that?
Oh, something like this one comes along. Some people use it to get back at their neighbors. Take that deal tonight. It's pretty silly, huh? I'd like to know who gave us that tip. There's something kind of sneaky about anonymous phone calls.
Well, we'd miss a lot of breaks if we didn't get them.
Yeah. You figure we're ever going to nail this guy?
Who knows? I'm getting a little punchy.
Every time we miss him, we get another pasting. Have you read the papers lately?
Well, you gotta expect that, Freddie. They're probably calling it the way it looks to them. There's only one way to answer him. That's to nail the guy. I'll get it. Robbery Friday. Yeah, that's... What's that? Can you speak a little louder? I can't hear. That's better. What? Uh-huh. When did this happen? Yeah. What's the address out there? Yeah, the street. Now, give me the number. That's right. All right, you bet. We'll take care of it. Right. Bye. Looks like something here. Market manager's son.
Yeah?
Says someone's just kidnapped his father.
You are listening to Dragnet, the authentic story of your police force in action.
The modern way to sell cigarettes is the Chesterfield way. Premium quality in both regular and king size. And we're the only one that does it. We tell you what Chesterfields are made of to give you that premium quality in both popular sizes. Our scientists select the best materials. They select for Chesterfield the world's best tobaccos, blend them just right, and they keep Chesterfields tasty and fresh with the best of moistening agents. Now, here's something else that's completely modern about Chesterfield. People smoke Chesterfield, and we tell you what happens, scientifically but simply.
A medical specialist is making regular bi-monthly examinations of a group of people from various walks of life. 45% of this group have smoked Chesterfield for an average of over 10 years. After 8 months, the medical specialist reports that he observed no adverse effects on the nose, throat, and sinuses of the group from smoking Chesterfield.
I'd say that means real mildness. And finally, we ask you to try Chesterfield and prove what we say. Chesterfield is best for you. They're much milder to give you all the pleasure that the modern cigarette can give. 11:23 p.m. Frank and I checked the manager's name on the list. We got the address, and 7 minutes later, we pulled up in front of the store. In the rear of the store, we could see 2 men. One was dressed in a bathrobe, the other in a large overcoat with a brown hat pulled down over his eyes. Parked in front of the store was a dark blue 1951 Lincoln. We checked the car and found that it bore the registration of Donald Anderson, the manager. Frank went around to the rear door of the market, and I covered the front entrance. We waited. At 11:42 p.m., the bandits started for the front door.
All right, mister, police officer, hold it up there. Come on, drop the gun. Give it up.
Cop, get out of here!
Frank, cover the other side of the building.
He's going for that fence, Joe.
All right, come on, mister, give it up.
You all right, Joe?
Yeah, come on, let's get over this fence. All right.
He's not over here.
No, we missed him. He must have got over that wall. I'll get back the car and notify the radio units.
All right. You think you hit him?
I don't know. I might have.
Let's check the ground by the fence.
You got your flashlight?
Yeah, here it is. Hold it, Joe.
Yeah?
Here. See? By the fence.
Oh, yeah. Bloodstains, quite a few of them.
I'll stay here and check.
Okay, I'll be right back. Watch yourself.
Yeah.
Unit 1K80 to Control 1. Unit 1K80 to Control 1.
Control 1 to 1K80. Go ahead.
While attempting to arrest market bandit during commission of robbery, he exchanged fire with suspect. Suspect is known to be wounded. Suspect armed. Use caution. Suspect seen fleeing on foot. All cars in area converge on corner Figueroa and Woodlawn. Suspect described as WMA, 50 to 55 years, 130 to 140 pounds. Block off area at Vernon to Slauson. And from Figueroa to Maine. Suspect last seen going through houses at 49th and Figueroa. That's 49 and Figueroa.
Roger, 1K80. Attention, all units. Attention, all units. All units in the vicinity of 49th and Figueroa. Robbery suspect wounded while attempting robbery of market. Suspect described as WMA, 15 to 55 years, 130 to 140 pounds. Block off area at Vernon to Slauson, and from Figueroa to Main Street. Suspect last seen going through houses at 49th and Figueroa.
Unit 1K80 to Control 1. Unit 1K80 to Control 1.
Control 1 to Unit 1K80. Go ahead.
Suspect is known to be armed. Approach with caution. Use caution. Unit 1K80 to Control 1. KMA 367.
All units. Robbery suspect at 49th and Figueroa, known to be armed. Approach with caution. Repeat. Approach with caution.
What do you figure, Frank?
Well, he's in here someplace. Let's find him.
In the next 3 hours, 37 police cars combed the area. Every possible hiding place was investigated. A house-to-house search was started. Citizens were asked to lock their doors and to open their homes to no one. In one of the yards, we found the hat and coat worn by the suspect, but apparently he'd made good his escape. Broadcasts were gotten out to the entire city, putting them on the alert. Additional officers were sent to the blockaded area to help with the search. Captain Didion came out from the office to direct the operations. 3:30 a.m. The area had been checked and rechecked. No sign of the suspect. Frank and I went back to our car.
I don't know, Joe. The guy's got us jinxed. Seems like everything we do, he's got us beat.
It doesn't make much sense, does it? We got to turn him sometime.
Yeah, we've been saying that for a year. Didion was sure in a rare mood tonight.
Well, he's got trouble with his stomach again.
I'm going to have trouble with mine if this keeps up much longer.
Yeah.
Joe, car.
Yeah, take the other side of it.
Right.
All right, come on out of the car, mister. Come on, we know you're there. Get out.
Get out of here, cop!
Come on, throw that gun out here. You can't go anywhere. Give it up before you get killed.
I ain't coming out. Don't you try coming after me.
You haven't got a chance. I dropped that gun.
All right, I quit. Got no more shells. I can't fight anymore. I quit. Please don't shoot anymore.
All right, throw that gun out here. Come on. All right, now get out of the car. Keep those hands up. Put them behind your head. Now, come on over here. Turn around. Put your hands against the car. Straight out in front of you.
I'll say. Hey, you're going to call an ambulance for me? I'm hurt. Hey, can't you see I'm hurt? Ain't you going to do anything for me?
It's clean, Joe.
Here.
Get your hands behind you.
Want to put in a call for the ambulance?
Right.
You didn't have to shoot. I would have stopped if I'd known you was cops.
You got trouble with your ears?
No.
We told you we were officers. You built this thing. We just went along with you.
A lousy deal anyway. I should have stopped. I should have quit when I was ahead. If I'd have stopped, you guys would never caught me. Never.
They're on the way, Joe.
Good. What's your name, mister?
Jerry Rogers.
How old are you?
35.
All this time, we're looking for an old man. How do you figure it, Joe?
I don't know. Gray hair, big overcoat, and that mask. Witnesses didn't get too good a look at him.
Yeah.
You ever been arrested, Rogers?
Yeah, once. Isn't that ambulance ever going to get here?
It's coming. What'd you fall for?
Huh?
What were you arrested for?
Drunk driving. Oh, I should have quit. I should have laid off.
Yeah, it's too bad you didn't figure it that way a little sooner.
Look, I don't want any more. When's that ambulance going to get here?
Don't worry about it, Rogers.
Huh?
You've got a lot of time.
The story you have just heard was true. The names were changed to protect the innocent.
On February 4th, trial was held in Department 87, Superior Court of the State of California, in and for the County of Los Angeles. In a moment, the results of that trial.
Now, here is our star, Jack Webb.
Thank you, George Fenneman. Let me tell you again why Chesterfield is best for me and for you. Now you have scientific evidence on the effects of smoking. No adverse effects on the nose, throat, and sinuses of the group from smoking Chesterfield. And remember, Chesterfield is the only cigarette to give you premium quality in both regular and king size. I'd like you to buy Chesterfields and prove that Chesterfield is best for you. Regular or king size, they're much milder to give you all the pleasure the modern cigarette can give.
Gerald Stephen Rogers was tried and found guilty of 12 counts of robbery in the first degree and 4 counts of kidnapping. He was sentenced to life imprisonment in the state penitentiary, San Quentin, California.
Ladies and gentlemen, the National Safety Council reminds you to make sure your car is really in shape for winter driving. Check headlights, windshield wipers, tires, and brakes. And then winterize your driving. Get the feel of the road when you start out. Keep well behind the car ahead. Instead of slamming on brakes and starting a skid, pump your brakes to slow down or stop. And always take your time in wintertime.
You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department. Technical advisors, Captain Jack Donahoe, Sergeant Marty Wynn, Sergeant Vance, Hal Gibney speaking.
Sound off for Chesterfield. Either way you like them, regular or king size, you'll find premium quality Chesterfields much milder.
Chesterfield has brought you Dragnet, transcribed from Los Angeles.
Tonight, it's Adventure with Barry Craig, confidential investigator on NBC.
Welcome to Hollywood. The Armed Forces Radio and Television Service brings you the Hollywood Radio Theater, starring
Esther Wiggins and Walter Pigeon in $1 Million Mermaid. $1 Million Mermaid, starring Esther Williams as Annette Kellerman and Walter Pigeon as Alfred Harper.
This is the story of Annette Kellerman. I met her when I was manager of the Hippodrome in New York City. But the real beginning of her story starts years before and thousands of miles away in a town in Australia. As a child, Annette was a cripple with heavy braces on her legs. One afternoon, she disappeared. When her frantic father finally found her...
Daddy, I'm all right. All I did was go in swimming. Oh, the water's just wonderful, Daddy.
Annette, my baby. In heaven's name, whatever possessed you? You might have drowned.
Oh, but I can't drown, Daddy. I've learned to swim.
Darling, you know what the doctor said. That your legs would never be strong enough for what other children do.
My legs are strong. Look, I can even walk without my braces.
No, you'll fall. Oh, sweetheart, you mustn't be envious of the others.
Oh, I'm not, Daddy. Not since I can swim. And how can anything hurt you when it makes you feel so good? Oh, please let me come back and swim again.
You really want to?
More than anything.
Then we'll come back here and swim every day.
Oh, thank you, Daddy. Thank you.
As the years hurried by, the iron braces were discarded and forgotten. Annette became an expert swimmer, and a gleaming array of silver loving cups stretched across the shelf in the study of her father's Conservatory of Music. And then, as a young woman, she won the most cherished award of all. Amateur Champion of New South Wales. Why, it's wonderful, darling. I'm very proud of you.
Only why does it always have to be a cup? What we really need is a new tea service.
And if you're wondering why I wasn't there to watch you this afternoon, I've been going over some business matters.
Oh, times are bad for everyone, Daddy.
The few pupils we have left hardly pay expenses. I've decided to close the conservatory.
Daddy.
No. We're not charity cases yet. I've heard from Mr. Crocker.
Mr. Crocker from London?
He's offered me a post as his assistant. I think I should accept.
Well, Dad, if it's just a question of money, well, I could keep swimming or turn professional.
No, forget it, my dear. Swimming has given you back your health, and for that I'm eternally grateful. But as a career, no. Your music comes first. Music and the ballet. And in London you can study with the very best.
Well, there's one thing I know, Dad. There's a lot of silver in those loving cups. So don't worry, darling. The Kellermans will always be.
Among the passengers on the long voyage to England was a young fellow named Sidney. Sidney was a kangaroo.
And I'm not going to warn you again, Mr. Sullivan. If you let that kangaroo under the old dust once more, I'll put him off at the next port and you with him.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry, Percy, but, well, Sidney isn't just a kangaroo. He's a boxer, a prize fighter, greatest left hook in the business.
I don't question that.
Now, look at my door. Hey, Doc, take Sidney down to a hole. We'll have to forget his road work and put on the gloves, all, and get him some exercise.
Come on, champ. Let's go. I hope we didn't scare you too much.
Oh, no, we're very fond of kangaroos.
Good. You're bound for London, too?
Yes. My daughter's going to study the ballet.
Well, you must be my guest at Sydney's opening. I'll be at the Danish Carnival.
Well, that's very kind of you.
Yeah, just ask for Jimmy Sullivan. Sullivan's Wonder Show.
My name is Kellerman. My daughter, Annette.
Annette Kellerman, a swimmer? Well, I've read about you in the newspapers.
Yes. My daughter just won the Amateur Freestyle Championship of New South Wales. There's a new record, too.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but you did.
Well, swimming's very popular in Australia.
Yes, I can understand why.
Well, I hope Sydney's a big success, Mr. Sullivan. Come along, dear.
For the next day or two, the enthusiastic Mr. Sullivan was rarely out of Annette's sight. And then, on a lovely tropical evening with the deck bathed in moonlight and the music of the ship's orchestra in the background.
I can't figure it out, Annette, how a girl as pretty as you are can break swimming records, and how a girl who breaks swimming records can insist on ballet dancing as a career.
Well, what's wrong with the ballet?
Oh, I don't know. I guess I've always associated it with underfed French girls and swans.
Oh, and I'm more the plump duck type.
Oh, no. I mean, well, whatever type you are, it must be my type.
Well, I'm delighted to hear that.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Don't be angry. Well, it's just that I don't know how to say it. 2 days ago, I meet a girl for the first time, and, well, I can't get her out of my mind. Annette, there's something I've got to ask you. I can't stand it any longer.
Well?
Annette, I want to manage you.
Manage? Did you say manage?
Well, what's the matter?
Well, nothing at all. Oh, I'm sorry.
Look, I know it when I see you. When you're a wonderful swimmer, you're a beautiful girl. They'll come to see you in London by the tens of thousands. And they'll pay for the privilege.
Pay to see me swim?
That's where I come in. Ideas, new effects. Zip, I can see you now. Annette Kellerman, the Australian mermaid. She's half woman, half fish.
How nice. Shall we shake fins on it?
Oh, now you don't believe me. I'll build you a little tank. Make you up to look like a real mermaid. Scaly tail and all. You'll be a bigger draw than a kangaroo.
I doubt it, Mr. Sullivan.
Good evening, Mr. Kellerman.
Mr. Sullivan, my daughter is not half woman, half fish. She is, I assure you, all woman.
Well, I couldn't agree with you more.
Nor is she interested in wearing a mermaid's tail.
Well, Mr. Kellerman,
We don't wish to discuss it any further.
But it's the greatest idea.
Yes, I know. Since Sydney the kangaroo. Come along, Dad. But you get an A for effort, Mr. Sullivan.
The Kellermans reached London, but they'd come halfway around the world only to learn the crushing news that they'd come for nothing. The Crocker Conservatory music was told.
But surely there was some message for you, Dad. Someone must have been there.
Just the caretaker. The Crocker's dead.
Oh.
Been dead almost a month. I don't know what to do, Annette. Our funds are all but gone.
Well, there's one thing we can do. We can move out of this hotel. We'll find a couple of rooms somewhere, and, well, we'll go to work.
Right now, I can't even think.
Well, that's good. Then you can't worry. Now, just remember, Dad, the Kellermans will always be.
Yes, the Kellermans got by thanks to those silver loving cups. One by one, they disappeared at the pawnbroker. And then, early one evening, Annette had visitors. Young Mr. Sullivan and his friend Dalton.
How in the world did you know where we were?
Simply by following the cab that brought your baggage over from the hotel.
Oh, but that was 2 weeks ago.
Yes. Well, we've been kind of busy.
Dad's out right now, but sit down, won't you?
Well, thank you. What smells so good?
Oh, I'm making an Australian stew.
Australian stew?
Mm-hmm. It's same as Irish, only the meat's down under. Well, why don't you stay for dinner and find out for yourself?
Oh, but we couldn't possibly say. I mean, just walking in like this? No, we couldn't.
Well, there's plenty, and I insist.
Now, while I set the table, you can tell me all about the kangaroo. How is Sidney?
Sensational. He developed a 1-2 punch.
Yeah, and I've got the nose to prove it. Look at this.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, he's the greatest act ever to be put under a tent. There's only one thing wrong. No one knows about it.
And that's where you come in.
Where I come in?
Annette, listen. Once we get enough people down to the carnival, the rest will take care of itself. So we thought maybe you'd like to make a little money.
But how?
Well, the idea I had in mind was to swim down the Thames River, maybe 5 or 6 miles, ending up at the carnival at Greenwich. Oh, we'd follow you in a rowboat, of course.
If Sidney could swim, we wouldn't bother you.
We'll pay you £5 and 50% of the first day's proceeds.
Well, if you're going to stage a swim, why don't you make it a real swim? 6 miles won't impress anybody. 26 miles, Mike.
26 miles? I can't even row that far.
Annette, you're not joking?
Of course not.
Well, if you mean that, why, I'll stay in this town on its ear. I'll notify the newspapers. We'll really ballyhoo it. Why, Sidney will have to fight off the customers.
And you'll give me £5.
You need the money badly, don't you?
Well, yes, you could use a little. Oh, I'll swim on just one condition, though. My father isn't to know about it until it's all over.
You've got a deal.
Well, that's good. Now, sit down and have some soup. Remember those cups I won that Dad told you about?
Well, of course we remember.
Well, you may not be aware of this, gentlemen, but you are about to dine on the Freestyle Championship of New South Wales.
Annette started her swim at dawn the next morning, but the crowd Jane Sullivan had counted on somehow wasn't there. No one was there. It was a cold morning, thick with fog. But Annette needed that £5, so she kept swimming. Slowly, gradually, the news got around. Clusters of people gathered on the bridges, some joked, some cheered. But as the hours dragged by, Doc and Jimmy knew he'd never make it.
What's the matter with you, Doc? Pull those oars.
I'm doing the best I can. The tide. It's a mill race. It's like a war.
The fog's getting worse, too. Oh, well, we'll still get publicity. Swing alongside of her, Doc. We'll pull her in.
Yeah. This is it, huh?
Yeah, I know when we're licked. I can't let her kill herself for £5.
Look, maybe
I said if we're going to pull her in.
This is it, honey. Come on aboard.
No. No, I'll make it.
Don't be foolish. There's always another time.
No, Jimmy, please.
But you'll kill yourself fighting this tide.
I can't give up now. I just can't. How much farther do I have to go?
I wish I could tell you. With a fog like this, I can't see the landmark.
I think it's starting to lift.
It doesn't matter. We'll get you ashore and...
No, not yet.
Jimmy, Jimmy, look. Straight ahead. It's Greenwich. It's Greenwich.
How far?
About a mile away. Can you hold out, honey?
Sure. I'll make it, Jimmy. I know I will.
What do you think of a girl like that?
Annette's phenomenal swim brought Londoners by the droves down to Sullivan's Carnival. But it wasn't Sydney, the boxing kangaroo, that they wanted to see.
Oh, it's no use, Jimmy. We're selling tickets for the wrong attraction.
Yeah, poor Sydney. Looks like you swam him right out of his career.
This just doesn't make sense. The whole idea was for Sydney.
Annette, you've made this swim without consulting me.
Oh, well, Dad...
I'm not complaining about that. I'm very proud of you. But if you think you've rested enough, I suggest we go home. Oh, just one thing, Professor, and you might as well face it now. Your daughter is now a celebrity. Yes, I've seen the newspapers. She's already had a dozen offers.
Offers? What kind?
Every kind. Personal appearances, swimming events, diving exhibitions. Why, the Crystal Palace wants to know if you can sing. And there's a newspaper that wants to sponsor a series of swims at beach resorts. They offered £8 a week.
Well, you didn't let them get away, did you? You accepted.
No.
Well, what offers did you accept?
None. And what do you propose, Mr. Sullivan? I propose to stage a show, our own show, a water carnival.
A water carnival?
Well, why not? It's something brand new. I'll even give you the ballet, a water ballet. Set the music.
Just a moment. Where could you stage such an event? Where could you find a tank big enough for all this?
The tank's already built and waiting for it. Did you ever hear of the Hippodrome?
In New York?
Yeah.
My dear boy, really, 3,000 miles to move.
Well, what of it? It's the biggest tank in the world and the largest theater in the world.
And the longest swim in the world to get there. Jimmy, Dad and I couldn't pay for a trip to Liverpool, let alone...
Who said anything about that? Anyone who travels with Sullivan gets all expenses paid. Look, I happen to know Alfred Harper personally. He runs the Hippodrome. And he's showman enough to go for this idea in a second.
Well, how can you afford the fares? I thought you were, broke?
Perhaps, but I've got such confidence in this that I'm willing to sacrifice my entire asset. What asset?
Sydney, the kangaroo. Oh, Jimmy, no.
There's a circus in town. I've already got an offer for him. Hi, you ready, old pal? Hey, see? Even Sydney approved. Get a sleep, Doc. Oh, come on. Now, don't take it too hard, Sydney. It's just part of show business, that's all. 1 minute you're up, 1 minute you're... Ooh! Flat on the floor. Not a boy, Sydney. That's showing them. Get him out of here. We'll meet you at the steamship office at 12 o'clock.
As far as I was concerned, Annette Kellerman was just another pretty girl on the day when Jimmy Sullivan brought her into my office at the Hippodrome. As for Jimmy's great idea, well, I just couldn't take a chance.
Well, what chance are you taking, Mr. Harper? You admit the idea is good?
A large part of our success is big names, Jimmy. You saw the billboards out there, Houdini, Marceline the Crown, Pavlova. But you want me to star an unknown girl.
Mr. Harper's right, Jimmy. Nobody knows me here.
Well, they know you in England. They know you in Australia. Look at these press clippings, Mr. Harper. Headlines, columns.
Yes, they're very impressive, but I can't build a show around a swimmer.
And that isn't just a swimmer.
Well,
and this water carnival idea is tailor-made for the Hippodrome.
Look, Jimmy, we stage spectacles here, of course. But everyone has a plot, a story. It isn't that I don't like the idea, but Miss Kellerman, can you do anything besides swim? I might be needing some showgirls.
Well, I can dance.
Good. If you're interested, come back and see me on Monday. I'm afraid that's the most I can offer right now.
Thank you, Mr. Harper.
No, I won't let you. A showgirl, when you could be the biggest attraction...
I can argue with you about that outside, Jimmy. Mr. Harper's pretty busy.
Thank you, Miss Kellerman.
Well, you thank her again someday. You wait and see.
I wouldn't be surprised if you're right. Good luck, Jimmy.
Well, that's that, I guess. We're back where we were, out in the street.
It isn't your fault, Jimmy. It was a good idea. And I went into it with my eyes open.
Well, you better take that, John. It's lots worse than being a showgirl at the Hippodrome.
And you and Doc?
We can go back to Boston, where we came from. I can always find a concession or something at Revere Beach.
Jimmy, I have to make some money. But Dad I'm thinking about. He isn't well. I'm afraid to think what one more of these uncertainties will do to him. His whole life is music, loving it and teaching it. If I could only help him start his conservatory again.
You can.
How?
No, forget it. I'm not going to sell you on something else and have it fizzle out. You go to work for Harper. It's safe and expensive.
I need more than just expenses. Jimmy, how much can you make out of a concession?
If it clicks, plenty. Look, all we have to do is scrape enough money together to buy a tank, and then we... No, look, I told you to forget it. Too much of a long shot, and I've only got $6 left.
I still have 3 silver cups. That'd be enough to get us to Boston, wouldn't it?
Maybe. What's on your mind?
Well, we swam down the Thames to get publicity, didn't we?
Keep talking.
Suppose we did the same thing here. A marathon swim. From somewhere. Anywhere.
No, not anywhere. From Revere Beach. Oh, baby, I knew we were a team from the very first time I saw you. I'll get enough backing for 10 tanks, not just one.
Jimmy, do you think so?
Who's going to stop us? Just tell me that. Who's going to stop us?
Who's going to stop them? Well, They were stopped by nothing less than the stoppingest institution in the land, the law. Annette had planned a 20-mile swim starting at Revere Beach. But as she walked down to the water, the crowd on the beach stared speechless and goggle-eyed. Annette was wearing a one-piece bathing suit. Well, they weren't speechless for long.
I can hardly believe it. Mommy, look at she's wearing.
Oh, this is ridiculous, Jimmy. Please, can't I start it now?
There's a photographer I'm expecting. As soon as he gets here. Now, look, don't let them bother you. Honey, these same people will be cheering when you come back.
Jimmy, let me start.
Well, all right, go ahead. And don't worry about anything.
Just a minute. What do you think you're doing?
Officer, this is Annette Kellerman, the famous Australian swimmer. She's about to embark on a 20-mile swim.
Not in that outfit. Why, this is disgraceful.
Officer, I'm going to try to swim 20 miles. How can I swim in what those women are wearing? I'd drown in an outfit like that.
Just cover yourself, miss, and hurry up about it.
Come on, Jimmy. Let's get out of here.
Not on your life. You've done nothing wrong, and I won't let anyone intimidate you.
Well, just for that, you're under arrest. You're both under arrest.
Annette Kellerman arrested for indecent exposure. Australian girl causes near riot at Revere Beach. One-piece bathing suit shocks Boston seaside.
Indecent exposure. Hell for trial. Oh, those hypocrites, those sanctimonious, blue-nosed hypocrites. Oh, Dad, what are we going to do?
No, dear.
Hey, the lobby's full of reporters. They want to know, can they come up now?
Well, tell them to go away. Tell them I've left town.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, this is the greatest thing that ever happened.
The greatest... I'm booked and fingerprinted and arrested like a common criminal, and you say that...
Don't you realize who you are now? You're the standard bearer for all American womanhood. In your hands lies the power to break the shackles of prudery and convention. But go ahead, run away if you want to. But I tell you, this is more than a trial. It's more than newspaper headlines. This is a crusade.
Bravo.
Huh? I said bravo. But it's up to you, Annette. You can pay the fine and leave Boston tonight, or you can accept the challenge and go to court.
Doc, you tell those reporters to come on up here. I'll give them a story. Bathing suit and all.
I suppose the entire country knew about Annette Kellerman and her one-piece bathing suit by the time she appeared on that court in Boston. The prosecutor's job was fairly easy. After all, Annette admitted everything.
And has brazenly flaunted every statute of decency. Your Honor, her guilt is incontestable. She admits she wore the garment in question.
I admit no such thing.
What's that?
You deny you appeared before several hundred men, women, and children on Revere Beach clad in a flimsy piece of material that barely covered...
I admit I wore a one-piece bathing suit. I do not admit it was indecent.
And what would you call it? Your arms and shoulders completely exposed. Not to mention your calves and legs.
Also my ankles, my toes, my knees, and my fingers.
Your Honor, this flagrant disrespect is nothing...
I object, Your Honor.
Are you the attorney for the defense?
No.
Then sit down before I ask you to leave. Miss Kellerman, is there anything more you wish to add?
Yes, Your Honor, there is. You see, I've been swimming in competition all my life. And the only way I've been able to compete successfully is by wearing a man's one-piece racing suit. After all, sir, you can't deny me my right to swim, can you?
No, certainly not.
Well, then how is it possible to swim a race tied up in a corset and 10 yards of wet drapery?
Miss Kellerman, please, I'm not the one on trial here.
I'm sorry, sir. Your Honor, do the authorities object to the one-piece bathing suit or to the fact that the limbs are not entirely covered?
Well, I see no reason to base any decision on a number of pieces in an article of clothing.
Well, then perhaps I can suggest a compromise. Now, here in this box is the original racing suit. There, you see?
The same suit?
Uh-huh, except that I've sewn some stockings on the bottom and a jersey on the top. And as you can see, this will cover the entire body except the forearms and the head.
I consider this shocking, Your Honor.
I consider it rather ingenious. And this is the bathing suit you'll use in the future?
Yes, Your Honor, or others like it.
In that event, Miss Kellerman, this case is dismissed.
Thank you.
Once again, Annette's name was all over the newspapers, and the crowds poured in to see her perform at Jimmy Sullivan's confession at Revere Beach. Week after week, the money rolled in, and week after week, Jimmy became more and more certain that Annette meant a great deal more to him than just the source of his income. And one day, while Doc was counting up the receipts...
You know something, Jimmy? Sometimes I wish we had that kangaroo again. We didn't make so much money, but I didn't have all this bookkeeping to worry about. Look here. Take this item here. Personal, $200. What's the idea?
Take a look, Doc. Is this personal enough?
Diamond ring. Well, did you ask her yet?
Today's the day, Doc. Season here closes real soon, and
you want somebody to keep your feet nice and warm at night. Great, but what about me?
Doc, I've got an idea for something brand new. A great idea. A swimmer and a flyer.
Flyer?
That Bud Williams act is dynamite. Do you know he can actually take that contraption 400 feet off the ground?
Nah, I don't like it. It's against nature.
Can't you see that big new poster now? Sullivan's combined shows. King of the air, Queen of the sea. Oh, don't get me wrong. Annette will still be our number one attraction. But, well, we can dream, can't we?
Well, here she comes, dreamer.
Hi, I'm not late, am I?
I'll go out and sell them tickets.
Whose carriage is that out there?
A man named Aldrich. I had lunch with him in town.
Aldrich?
Uh-huh. He has a lecture bureau. He's offering me a great deal of money, Jimmy, just to do a series of lectures.
Oh, what kind of lectures?
Well, he says he sees me in a very dignified presentation, telling about the body beautiful and perhaps a ballet assistant.
Oh, no.
Well, what's the joke? We close here in another week, and
Darling, I'm sorry, but one of us must be nutty. Can you imagine yourself up on a platform with a pitcher of water and a ballet, dancing around in some gauze window curtains?
Well, for the kind of money he offered me, yes. I don't see anything funny about it at all.
Oh, you will. So will the public.
You mean this is so much better? So much more dignified, so much more cultured? Swimming around in a 2x4 tank like a trained seal in a cheap carnival with a fat lady on one side and a fire eater on the other.
Oh, now, wait a minute.
Well, that's what Mr. Aldrich thinks about it.
Put on your suit, and that show starts in 20 minutes.
Jimmy, come on in.
Well, you were great just now, as usual. But we turned away 200 people.
Is that what you came to tell me?
No, I came to tell you I'm sorry. Big mouth of mine.
Oh, Jimmy, we shouldn't quarrel. Not about this lecture business, anyway.
But it must be important to you, Russell.
Look, we came here for one reason only. Money. Anything that offers us more money is more important. Darling, it's $500 a week for 10 weeks.
I see.
And it puts me that much closer to the Kellerman Conservatory.
You're doing this for your father, isn't it?
Well, in a way, yes. And it isn't as though we were splitting up. I'll talk to Aldrich. I'm sure there'll be an important job for you.
Yeah, like filling the water pitcher?
Jimmy.
Or putting up the drapes. Or maybe I could come out first and give a short talk on how high class we are. Look, baby, somewhere along the line we got our signals crossed. You got it in your head that you're Joan of Arc or something. Well, get it out fast. You're a swimmer doing a tank act in Sullivan's Water Carnival, and it's not a bad show either.
And how long can it last? After all we're doing is capitalizing on a lot of cheap bathing suit publicity.
Well, what's Aldrich got in mind that's any different? He's cashing in on the same dodge, a ballyhoo that I arranged.
Arranged?
Well, who do you think got that cop to arrest you in the first place?
Oh, no, Jimmy. You didn't.
Didn't I?
How can you stand there? What about all the talk about a crusade?
Bunk, who cares what a lot of females wear on the beach as long as I can keep you in a one-piece bathing suit? Baby, you're a swimmer. You belong in the water. Wet, you're terrific. Dry, you're just a nice girl who ought to settle down and get married.
Well, thank you. I'm very grateful for the advice. But if and when I do get married, it will never be to a cheap, stubborn flea circus proprietor.
This flea circus does all right for the fleas in it, except when they jump out of their cages. You want to be a toe dancer? Okay, honey, be a toe dancer and see what happens.
When the carnival closed, Annette went to Aldrich, not to accept his offer, but to turn it down. It was then that I re-entered her life. We changed our policy at the Hippodrome, and I sent her a telegram asking her to come to New York.
What's the matter, Dad? Aren't you excited about it? Alfred Harper, the New York Hippodrome.
Yes, it sounds wonderful, dear.
Oh, this is just what Jimmy always said I should do, and...
What is it, Annette? What's wrong?
Oh, don't you know?
Yes, I think I do. Take that telegram to Jimmy. Let him read it for himself. There's nothing like good news to patch up a lover's quarrel. Now run along and find Jimmy and tell him.
Oh, I just don't get it, man. Jimmy's on his way to Florida. You mean he hasn't told you?
Florida? No. No, he didn't tell me, Doc.
Yeah. I'm leaving myself tomorrow.
Well, why Florida?
Oh, it's that new act he's working on, flying machines. Jimmy and that Bud Williams guy.
Oh, I see. Well, tell him if he finds time that he might drop me a postcard.
Yeah, that dumb Bostonian.
Tell him he can find me at the New York Hippodrome. Good luck, Josh.
Annette Kellerman, performing in the huge tank on the stage of the Hippodrome, was a spectacular success. My one hope was that she'd stay with us.
I don't have to read the new contract, Alfred. If you think I should sign, just give me a pen. I'd work at the Hippodrome for almost nothing.
Well, I assure you won't be working for nothing, Annette. You've been wonderful.
Thank you, Alfred.
I'm giving a little supper party for Pavlova Saturday night after the show. Can you come?
Well, may I let you know later?
Well, that means no, doesn't it? Annette, don't you ever go out?
Never.
Oh, hello, Dad. I'll be ready in a moment.
I'm trying to persuade your elusive daughter to come to a party, Mr. Kellerman.
Of course you'll go. It'll do you good, darling. Besides, orders are orders. Mr. Harper is now my boss, too.
Your boss?
Well, I've asked your father to work with our orchestra next season. We can use his kind of talent here, you know.
Dad, that's wonderful.
You see, we've got to keep the Kellermans happy. The man in the box office told me so.
Oh, Dad, the two of us working together, I couldn't be happier.
Couldn't you? I've got a report on Jimmy Sullivan, dear. After Florida, he went to New Orleans with a wrestling bear. Then to Chicago with some sort of concession that closed last month.
And now? Where is he now?
They don't know.
Oh, Dad. I've just got to find him. That argument we had was so stupid and silly. But this whole thing, the Hippodrome, it was all Jimmy's idea.
Just don't confuse love and loyalty. You owe nothing to anyone, and Jimmy knows it.
Does he?
He wants to make good without Annette Kellerman. He knows you don't need him.
But I do need him, Dad.
He'll come to you when he has something to offer, but not before. The only thing you can be sure is that he'll be trying.
I came to know Annette well as the months went by. It was so easy to fall in love with her. But I never knew for sure just where I really stood, if she'd forgotten Jimmy Sullivan or not. It was about at this time that a great sorrow came into Annette's life, the sudden death of her father.
It's right there, Jimmy, here in the newspaper. Says he died while he was conducting the orchestra at the Hippodrome.
He was a wonderful man, Doc. He never did get his conservatory.
Look, why don't you go and see it?
No, and I don't want to talk about it.
Okay.
But come on, we've got to finish overhauling the engine.
Jimmy, look, about this airplane business, if you're not really serious about flying across the country now, are you?
You bet your life I am. If I ever get this egg crate off the ground, we're going to hit pay dirt.
I hope that's all we hit.
Yeah. Now, hand me the wrench.
Annette?
I'll be with you in a moment, Alfred.
Nothing important. Fred just told me there's someone here to see you at the stage door.
Oh, who is it?
Oh, I really don't know.
You seem very absorbed in that newspaper, Alfred. What's so interesting?
Oh, I'm sorry. Here, look at the headline.
12 aviators to start coast-to-coast flights. Oh, that's quite a start.
$50,000 in prizes. Poor fellows. They'll all be killed. Well, shall I tell Fred you're busy?
Oh, the man at the stage door. No, I'll see who it is.
Boy, what a dressing room. Well, I can't say you don't deserve it, Annette.
Come on in, Doc. Tell me all about yourself. I was never so surprised to see anyone in my life.
Well, I hate to bother you, Annette, but, well, somebody's got to talk Jimmy out of doing it.
Doing what?
That bug house air race. He's got his eye on that $50,000 pot, and
You mean Jimmy's going to fly to California?
Well, he's going to try. And you should see and watch.
But, Doc, he's no flyer.
That's what I've been telling him. But you know Sullivan. I just thought maybe there was something you could figure out.
Oh, well, when does he plan to start?
Any time now. Perhaps tomorrow if the weather's right. We're out there at Montauk Point, so maybe...
Doc, I've got a performance tonight.
Yes, I know.
Well, don't worry. I'll be out there. I'll think of something.
Thanks.
Oh, and I'm so grateful you came to tell me.
Just don't let him know. I'm in trouble enough now.
All right, I won't, Doc. Thanks again.
Annette was at Montauk Point early the next morning. Jimmy was just about to take off.
Hey, I'm sorry, Mr. Sullivan. You must have crawled under the rope. You want me to get rid of her?
Get rid of her? Why, this is a very famous personality, Annette Kellerman, the well-known lecturer.
Jimmy Sullivan, I don't care what happens to you, but Doc is a friend of mine, and I forbid you to take him on this flight.
You see what I mean? Greatest lecturer of her day.
You heard me, Jimmy.
Well, that's sweet of you, baby, but you don't have to worry about Doc. He's not leaving the ground. He's driving the repair car.
That's me, Annette. Still the guy in the rowboat.
You all ready, Mr. Sullivan?
Right.
Jimmy, please don't force me to take drastic action.
Drastic action? Why, I've never forced you to do anything, honey, remember?
Okay, Doc, let's get her started.
Mr. Glover, please.
Yes, ma'am. You James Sullivan? Well, here's a summons for you, Mr. Sullivan. Your flying machine has been attacked. Look, go away. Sorry, it's a court order. Court order for what? Non-payment of money owed to Annette Kellerman.
That's right. And don't look so surprised. I had an accounting of all the books when you ran the concession at Revere Beach. There's a personal item marked $200, and you can explain it in court.
Oh, that. Well, I'm sorry, honey. Here's the item in question. It's a diamond ring. You can sell it somewhere.
Okay, Doc, turn it over.
Thanks for trying, honey.
Clear the field. Clear the field, lady.
You're on stage in 5 minutes, dear.
Yes, I know.
Still reading the newspaper. Well?
Well, there's nothing new, Alfred.
I'll say one thing for this air race. If certainly captured the attention of the country, to say nothing of yours.
I'm sorry.
You want very much for him to win, don't you?
Well, of course, I mean.
You figure he'll have $50,000. He can come to you, carry you off in a white Charger. All very simple. The American success story. Darling, I know how importantly this man looms in your life, but do allow me the privilege of criticizing my competition. Maybe he will win. I hope he does. But it still won't work. You're a big league. And Sullivan, he's a will-o'-the-wisp. Looking for that fast dollar, the big ballyhoo that'll make him a 7-day wonder. It probably isn't news to you that I love you very much. What's important is that I think I can make you happy. Will you marry me, Annette?
Alfred, believe it or not, this is the very first marriage proposal I've ever had. It's a little overpowering.
Too overpowering to give me a quick yes, huh?
Well, can I wait until after the show?
You can wait as long as you want to, darling. I'll be around when you're ready to tell me.
All right, then, dear. Tonight.
But once again, Jimmy Sullivan crossed our paths. During the show, a telegram arrived for Annette from Doc. Jimmy had crashed. He wasn't badly hurt, but they'd taken him to a hospital. Annette put through a phone call immediately.
I didn't even talk to him, Alfred. He'd already left the hospital.
Really?
They patched up his arm and he left.
But where did he go?
Well, they don't know. All they know is that, well, he's gone.
I suppose Annette forgot all about my proposal and the answer I was waiting for. In a way, I couldn't blame her. Some months later, shortly before Christmas, a friend of mine from Hollywood dropped by, a movie producer named Garvey.
It's a great challenge, Harper, and a wonderful new medium. If you could only persuade her to come out there.
Well, haven't you talked to Annette about it?
Well, no, I thought you were handling her affairs.
Well, don't let that fool you. I advise her, but she's the lady who makes up her own mind. Hollywood. Might be a good idea for her. Might even be a good change for me.
For you?
No, sorry. I was just thinking out loud. Well, suppose I ask her now.
She's here?
Yes, she's giving a little Christmas party this morning. Kids from the Children's Hospital. Come on, we'll both ask her.
Well, I wish I could, but I'm supposed to meet my wife. Let me know what she says, will you?
I'll call your hotel. Looks like a wonderful party, Annette.
Oh, hello, Alfred.
Only I'm a little jealous. Everybody seems to get a Christmas present but me.
Poor Alfred. Well, what would you like?
Most of all, I'd like an answer to a question I asked you last June.
Oh. Well, it's yes, darling. The answer is yes.
We left for Hollywood not long after. We had some wonderful plans. Annette would make her picture, then we'd be married and sail to Australia on our honeymoon. In New Mexico, a man came aboard the train. We ran into him in the diner.
So good to see you, Jimmy. You got over your accident, I see.
That? Oh, yeah, long ago. Doc and I, we've been out west.
Oh, and everything's all right, huh?
Well, naturally. Everything's fine. I read where you two are going to be married. Congratulations.
Thank you, Jimmy.
Yeah, it's a great idea. About time you started raising a family of little swimmers.
We're not taking the big jump until Annette finishes her picture.
Oh, you're making a picture, huh?
Uh-huh.
Well, as a matter of fact, I'm going to Hollywood, too.
Well, if we can be of any help now...
thanks. But I've got a few contacts myself.
Well, will they see my new star? Well, nice thing. Lots of luck to you both.
Thank you, Jimmy.
Annette went right into her picture. There was no word from Jimmy, and I quite forgot about him. One morning at the studio.
Well, Harper, with any luck, we'll finish the picture today. You know, Annette's been wonderful. Now, if I could only persuade you two to postpone getting married, there's another picture I'd
No. We're leaving here tonight.
I can't say that I blame you. Annette in her dressing room?
You ready for her?
Well, if you don't mind telling her, we'll be all set in about 10 minutes.
This is the big moment, eh? The scene in the tank?
Oh, greatest scene in the whole picture?
I'll tell her. She'll be ready when you want her.
Thank you. How about it, Frank?
Thanks, Mr. Garvey. Everything's ready.
Well, just keep that water pouring in.
Holding 50,000 gallons now.
Can't we raise the level?
Well, it's glass, you know. Pretty solid, but why take chances?
I guess you're right. Well, let's get those cameras set up.
Well, this is it, sweetheart. Garvey says you'll be finished right after this scene.
You've been very patient, Alfie.
It's just a pose. I've never been more impatient in my life. What are you looking for? Did you lose something?
Well, I must have dropped it on the floor here.
What is it?
Oh, it's just sort of a good luck charm. It's a ring that I...
Oh, this ring?
Oh, yes. Thank you, darling.
It's more like an engagement ring.
Well, I've been wearing it whenever I perform. It's silly, isn't it?
No, not if it makes you feel any better.
Ready, Miss Kellerman.
I'll be right there, Frank.
One take and we'll be on our way out of here.
Well, keep your fingers crossed. See you soon, dear.
This was a big scene, an underwater ballet beautifully staged. Everything seemed to be going fine when suddenly Frank worked up.
The tank, Mr. Garvey. Huh? The glass is cracking. Get her out of there. It's going to split wide open. Get Miss Kellerman out of that tank. Hurry. The glass is breaking.
But they had no time to get her out. The water roared out of the shattered tank, and Annette was catapulted through the broken glass.
I've been here at the hospital every day, Mr. Harper. They won't let me see her.
Yes, the nurses have mentioned how attentive you've been.
Well, how is she? Did they operate?
Morning. We'll know very shortly now.
Mr. Harper, before you go up, I'd like to talk to you.
This is Mr. Sullivan, Dr. Vance.
How do you do, Mr. Sullivan? She's resting comfortably.
That's all you can tell me.
We know nothing for certain, Mr. Harper, except that Miss Kellerman's spine suffered a severe blow, what we call a spinal cord hematoma. We relieved the pressure. Fortunately, there was no severance of the nerve tracts, but she'll have to face the fact that she may not have the use of her legs for quite some time.
Does she know about this?
She insisted on knowing before the operation. I'd rather she didn't have any visitors right now.
Later?
Of course.
Oh.
Mr. Harper, whatever is humanly possible to do for her, we'll do. The rest is up to Miss Kellerman.
Yes, I know we're in very capable hands. Check with you later in the day.
Annette.
Jimmy.
Oh, maybe I shouldn't be here, honey. The nurse told me you were asleep.
Oh, Jimmy. I'm so glad to see you.
You're looking swell.
Oh, I'll be up and around in no time at all.
Oh, that's great.
It's just a sprain or some such thing. How's your picture coming along?
Oh, it's all finished. They're taking a print to New York tonight.
Oh, I've been hearing about it. I hear it's just wonderful. Imagine starring a dog. What's his name?
Rin Tin Tin.
What a funny name. Is it Chinese?
French.
Oh, dear.
Annette, darling, please.
Oh, baby, don't let it catch you, please. The doctor, he may know medicine, but there are a lot of things about people he doesn't know. He doesn't know about a little girl with braces back there in Australia. They told her the same thing, too. He doesn't know how she hobbled every day to the water learning to swim before she could walk. How she became the greatest swimming star in the whole world. Oh, there are a lot of things that doctors don't know, honey, including what I once told you. Wet, you're terrific. Dry, you ought to marry some guy and settle down.
Jimmy,
Well, I just wanted to tell you that you're going to beat this thing. You and Harper together. He's a terrific guy, honey.
Unlucky is a better word.
Alfred.
Jimmy's right, darling. You'll beat this thing, sure. The way you've beaten everything else. And as for you...
I know I shouldn't be here, but I had to see it.
That's not what I was going to say. I don't know why you should get this kind of a break. You don't rate it. You struck gold once, and you never had the sense to stake a claim. You're a crazy, vagabond Irishman with both feet firmly planted in midair. But you're what the doctor ordered. Just you see that you make her happy, that's all.
Alfred.
Goodbye, darling. You'll be up and around soon and rehearsing a new act. And when you do, remember, I'm holding you to your contract with the Hippodrome. Oh, Jimmy, this ring, they were keeping it downstairs in the hospital safe.
Thank you.
Well, I'll see you at the Hippodrome.
How did he know about this ring?
It belongs to me. It took a court order before I got it the first time. And I can do it again if I have to.
I don't think you have to, darling.
Here they are, after $1 million worth of entertainment. Esther Williams and Walter Pidgeon.
$1 million worth? That is now my contract for tonight, Reed. How about
James Sullivan, William Johnstone as Mr. Kellerman, Eddie Marr as Doc, Joe Kearns as Garvey, Barney Phillips as the prosecutor, Will Wright as the judge, Herb Butterfield as the doctor, and Fred Mackay, Robert Griffin, Issa Ashdown, James Nestor, and Ken Christie. Our radio play was adapted by S.H. Barnett, and our music was composed and directed by Rudy Schrager.
CBS Radio brings you The Couple Next Door, written by Peg Lynch and starring Peg Lynch and Alan.
Hey, wake up, wake up. It's going to be a glorious day. Come on, sleepyhead.
Oh, thought you were going to sleep until noon since you didn't have to get up today.
Yeah, well, I thought so, too. But, honey, I woke up at the crack of dawn, and I am as bright as a dollar.
Oh, yes, I can see that. Of course, every other day I have to almost drag you out of bed to get you to work on time.
I know. Suppose I'm getting used to having to roll out early. Honey, look at that sky. Isn't that beautiful? Bet today's going to be a scorcher, too.
That is pretty. Well, you be careful now. If you sit out in the sun, don't overdo it. You always do, you know, every year. And you never learn, dear. Never
I
learn.
have to get a good base or I don't tan at all.
No nonsense. It's well known that it's far better to get tan in easy stages.
Yeah, well, all right. Don't worry. We'll see.
You sit out there much too long, and then when I say you're getting burned, you always say, burned, I'm not even pink.
Well,
look at me, not even pink.
Can't tell, really, when you're still in the sun.
I know, that's what I'm saying. After you've been in the house for about an hour, then you begin to look like a boiled shrimp.
Yeah. Well, you might at least say boiled lobster. It's a little more flattering.
Oh, well, that's what you look like anyhow.
Boy, honey, think of it. You think of the millions of people all over the country today, you know, going to the beach, going to the lakes, lying out in the sun, rubbing on suntan oil. Boy, you know, I can just smell suntan lotion.
Probably because it's right under your nose, practically. I got it out last night, put it on the bureau there. Right there.
Oh. Well, yeah, no wonder. Huh? It's silly, huh? Well, come on, let's get up and have breakfast on the porch, shall we? Shall I get Betsy and Bobby up?
Oh, no, let them sleep until they wake up.
You know what? I think maybe I'll go for a dip in the lake today.
Oh. You will not go for any dip in the lake today.
No,
it is
today.
much too cold yet. Let's not have this every decoration day, dear. You sit in the sun and get broiled, and then you jump in the lake and get frozen. After every decoration day, you have a frightful cold and a dreadful sunburn. Now, please, this year.
Darling, I do not burn. I just get tan.
Oh, all right. on, dear. Finish your breakfast. Said you wanted more toast.
Yes, I do, honey. You know, I was just looking at the thermometer. Do you know what it is already? 78, darn near 80.
7:30 in the morning?
Yeah.
Well, the thermometer's in the sun, too.
Yeah, well, I don't care.
Hotter.
Just as I said earlier, today is going to be a scorcher. Look, let's make it as much of a holiday for you as for the rest of us. Don't bother getting a dinner today at all.
All right.
No, let's just picnic down by the lake, sandwiches for lunch, and then I'll grill some hamburgers for supper, huh? How about that? Very simple and easy?
Oh, very simple and easy, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why?
You always say that, dear. And I tell you frankly, by the time I've run up and down 100 times from the house to the lake with a salad and plates and knives and forks and milk and paper cups and heaven knows what else and pickles and
I know what you mean. Look, no, we'll all help, though, honey.
Well,
really.
isn't it really simpler to just eat on the porch?
We'll all pitch in.
We're still outdoors in a way, but we don't have the flies and the ants and sand from the beach and everything we eat. And
honey,
it's just...
The kids like picnics, honey. Betsy does. And Bobby will, too, you know. He's so much more active this summer than he was last summer.
Yes, isn't he? I know.
Yeah.
Well, it doesn't seem possible. He'll be 2
I know.
in July. It just doesn't seem possible.
That's true. I know. Anyhow, I'll bet he'll love being on the beach by the lake all day, you know. I'll take that big umbrella down so there'll be some shade. We'll just live in our bathing suits all day.
You want me to butter that piece of toast? It's going to be cold before you get around to it.
No. I'll do it. Oh, I would like some more coffee, though. Oh, I've been meaning to tell you, I got a little surprise for the kids.
What?
Well,
from the look on your face, I can see it's going to be a surprise to me, too.
Well, now, look, darling, don't hit the ceiling, please.
What now?
It's a boat. It's a lightweight rowboat. A boat, honey. The Betsy can handle herself. It's plastic or fiberglass. Fiberglass, I think, or something. And anyhow, look, she's been wanting one. I promised her one when we were building out here by the lake. Remember? She hated to move from our old house. You remember? And I said to her, Daddy will get you your very own boat. Remember, honey? Well, look, now, I'll keep an eye on it. You haven't got a thing to worry about. We'll have definite rules, so just stop worrying.
I haven't said one word. I just want you to remember that if our children are spoiled, who is doing it?
Me.
Yes,
I'm doing it.
Look,
I'm going to get the kids up so we can all have one long, beautiful day together.
Here, Bobby. Bobby.
Oh, boy.
Bobby. Now stay back from the water, darling. Bobby, no.
No.
And there it says no, and then he goes right ahead. Betsy, take his hand and pull him back from the water now,
What a
darling.
guy.
Oh, my sunglasses. I forgot to bring those down, too.
He just wants to wade a little bit, don't you? Just want to get your feet wet. How about it, don't you, son?
When can I go out in my new boat, Daddy?
Well, in a few minutes, honey, as soon as Mommy and I get things organized here. Don't you think we ought to bring down some magazines or something to read?
All right, I've got to go back up the house for my sunglasses anyway.
Oh, bring that suntan lotion, too, will you? No. Here it is. I'm sorry.
Thirsty, Mommy.
Look, how about fixing up a... He's thirsty, too. Bring a big thermos with lemonade.
Yeah.
Want me to do it?
No. You watch the children. I'll go fix the lemonade.
Waiting.
Yes, you're waiting, darling. While I'm doing that, I might as well make sandwiches and bring those down. And then when we're hungry, I won't have to be running back and forth. I think that's a good idea,
Look,
don't you?
just fix the lemonade now so you can get back here and sit in the sun and get some sun yourself, huh?
Bobby.
What?
Come here. Let Mommy rub some suntan lotion on you. Come here, stand still.
Suntan.
Yeah, stand still.
Can I go out in my new boat alone?
No.
Oh, gee, you never let me do anything.
Do you want to go back in the house and go to bed for the rest of the day? Huh?
No.
Well, then don't speak to me like that.
All right, now,
just
girl.
don't
Come
speak to me
on.
like that.
Now, let's not have trouble today. Let's all have a wonderful time. I'll just loll around leisurely like, lying in the sun, going for little rides in the new rowboat.
Stand still, Bobby.
Picnicking. Stand still, son, right here on the beach, you know. We're all going to pitch in and help carry things back and forth so it isn't just Mommy that does all the work, huh?
I can't believe we're going to have a whole day of really doing nothing but lolling around. It seems too good to be true.
Yeah, I know. Remember when we drove out here and looked at this property, honey?
I remember.
It was cold. It was a bleak, windy day, February. I remember that,
No,
too.
it was later than that, wasn't it?
No, I think it was February.
Was it?
2 years ago, we came out here with that real estate man. I remember standing up there right about where our living room is now. And I said, oh, Look at the magnificent view.
I remember. And I said, boy, look at that lake practically at our door, you know.
I know.
Think of how wonderful it's going to be on holidays especially, I said, yeah. We won't have to go anywhere, you know. We won't have to drive miles to lie on a sandy beach.
I know. Well, you were right, dear.
Yes, sir.
And it certainly is convenient to have our own little private beach, too. It saves a lot of work. It's easier to watch the children. And you don't have to worry about how unattractive and greasy you look as you're trying to get tan, you know? Oh, does it ever fail? I'll get it. I'm going in the house anyway.
Don't forget the lemonade, Mommy.
Oh, golly. Oh, look, honey.
Yes?
I seem to have forgotten my sunglasses, too. Sunglasses.
All right, I'll look for them.
Oh,
Daddy.
boy, this is the life of it.
Daddy, look out. Look out.
Oh, Bobby. Oh, no. Honestly, no. Now, look, don't you do that again, you hear?
Sand.
You put, sand, but put it in the pail. You don't shovel it in Daddy's face after all.
More, Daddy? More.
No, Daddy doesn't want any more. Betsy, can't you watch him a little bit while Daddy lies here and gets a little sun?
I want to go out in my new boat.
Well, we will.
Well, the honeymoon is over. Mommy's calling to you.
What? What did you say?
Telephone. It's that fellow from your office, the one with 6 children.
What? Mackie Bolin?
Yes, I guess so.
What's he want?
Bolin, I think sure that's the name. He wondered if we had company, and if we didn't, could he bring his family over? Also, some visiting brother or sister with his or her children or something. I didn't get it. He just...
Oh, well, certainly not. This is our day to have a little family privacy. I mean, I don't like to be selfish, but for Pete's sakes, what did he do? Did he just ask that? I mean, did he just come right out and say, can we all come over?
Well, yes, and I didn't know what to say. So you better go get on the phone. I told him. Go on, dear. I told him we might have company, but he just said something about the more the merrier.
Oh, yeah? Well, all right. Well, don't worry. This is our day now. More the merrier indeed. I tell you, some people have more darn nerve.
Are we going to have company?
I'm afraid so. You didn't.
Yes, I did. You said I was very sorry, that we'd love to ask them all over, but we had other plans and some other time and so forth, you know. Oh, I was very pleasant. You know, but I see no reason why we should have our day ruined by people that, you know, who call up like that and we really don't even know.
I know. I just wondered.
I mean, I know him, but he's not a close friend.
No, of course not. Well, we didn't even ask our close friends over today.
No, I mean, there.
Oh, thank heavens. You know what it would have been like.
Yeah, wouldn't have any chance to relax and rest. I mean, that's for sure, you know.
Well, that's what I meant.
That's what I meant. Around.
You racing around finding ginger ale and a dozen assorted cold drinks for everybody, you know.
And there's always somebody who acts kind of mad, you know what I mean? Because you don't have exactly what he wants.
Yes.
Oh, you mean you don't have any root beer?
Yeah, only he's mad, real mad.
Yeah.
And hand me the suntan lotion, dear. I'd have wound up fixing hamburgers or hot dogs for everybody or passing out cookies.
And all the kids would have taken my new boat. Whenever people come over here, there's always a lot of big boys who take my beach ball and everything else.
I know, dear. I know. What is it? Don't, Bobby, don't eat the sand, dear. No, don't eat it. It's not good.
You know,
yes.
What annoys me from past experience, last year, you know, was the way everybody brings a radio or a portable phonograph. You got to listen to about a dozen different kinds of music from all of them. Yeah, I tell you, it drives me wild.
What drives me wild is the way people litter up the place. Candy wrappers and paper cups and beer cans and ginger ale bottles. Honestly, no respect, you know.
We'll say most people generally have picked up their debris before they left.
Well, yes, I guess
Yeah,
that's
I will
true.
say that.
They're usually so grateful we ask them over. Oh, it really is a beautiful spot, isn't it? Beautiful, quiet beach, lovely warm sand, whispering pine trees, blue sky.
Yes, sir, and it's all ours. You know, it's kind of nice being together like this. What do you think, Betsy, isn't it?
I guess so.
You guess so?
Guess so.
Well, I like being with you and Mommy, but I'd have more fun if I had somebody my age I could play with.
Oh, come on, Daddy. Check our supply of cold drinks, and I'll take more hamburger out of the freezer. You know the Boland's number?
Oh, yes, I know it. I wrote it down in case we changed our plans or our minds.
As we both knew we would, huh?
Yeah, I guess so.
Well, come on in the house. Now, Betsy, you watch Bobby, won't you, dear? Bobby, now be careful, dear. Yes. Now, don't eat the sand, sweetie. Don't eat the sand. Come on, honey. Let's get all the things out. Never mind. You tried, but I guess in the long run it is the more the merrier, huh?
Yeah, but what is this togetherness I have heard so much about?
Well, I think to a child it means, what can we do since I'm stuck with you?
Stars Peg Lynch and Alan Barr.
Columbia Broadcasting System presents Dial-O-Max, Let's Pretenders. Fairy tales are calling. Enchanted voices are ready to carry you far out beyond the land of reality. So come on, young and old, drop the cares of the day for a little while and join us in that ageless game of Let's Pretend. Youngsters, come on in.
Why, thank you, Mr. Conover.
And just what do we do today, Gwen?
Well, we have sort of a triple mission today.
Explain yourself, Miss Secretary.
Well, first we want to acknowledge a letter from Garden City, Michigan, and salute a brave little girl who's sick in bed right now. And that salute goes to all the other listeners of Let's Pretend who are shut into the present. We're glad to know our program brings